80 Years in America. Part 2, Girlhood of Mary Eliza Roberts Noel. This history was started at Noel's Park on the Brush Creek Mountain above Vernal, Utah on July 18, 1935. Well, Jenny, you have been asking me to write a sketch of my life, so here goes. If there is anything in it that will in any way help any of my children or grandchildren, I pray that the Lord will help me to put it in such a way that it will be interesting for them. In thinking over my past, I have wondered if, in my 59 years of life's journey, there is one lesson I could leave behind, and have decided that if there is, it is the comfort of prayer. If in my narrative I often speak of where the Lord has helped me through difficulties, I hope that you, who do not feel so much the necessity of prayer, will bear with me. I was born at Mona, Juab County, Utah, on August 13, 1876, so the 13th is not an unlucky day for me. My father, Orville Clark Roberts, and my mother, Mary Knowlton Correa, owned a large farm and a band of horses. I was the fourth child, 2 boys, Orville Clark, Jr. and Howard Daniel, and 1 girl, Harriet Virginia, Hattie, were older than I. Mother had very poor health after Hattie was born. She wondered if she would live to raise her family. When Hattie was 3 1/2 years old, I was welcomed into the circle, and from then on her health improved. I had blue eyes and curly hair like my father, and they called me Little May, and accused me of being spoiled. Mona was a small town, made up of country people, mostly those who came from Denmark. I have heard them tell of a large spring on the place. They had a large farmhouse, and Mother always had hired help. About the only thing I can remember of this home was a Christmas tree we had that stood in the corner. Those days they made their own trimmings. Although the tree reached the ceiling, Mother trimmed it from the top to the bottom with little baskets holding a little china doll. Eggshell baskets filled with raisins, Christmas candles everywhere, strings and strings of popcorn, and presents for everyone hung on the tree so we could see them. I will never forget that tree as I marched in with the rest. Then Daddy handed me my doll. She had perfect feet. I called her Ethel, and that very day I broke her feet going upstairs. My father had old pioneer blood in his veins and wanted to keep moving. Mother was not satisfied with her surroundings, so was willing to make a change. Before I leave this home, I must tell you about an Indian girl Mother had to help. We called her Etta. We all loved her, and she loved Mother, so when Mother left, they took her along. I was too young to remember this trip, so we'll let my sister Hattie tell of our adventures. Our trip from Mona, Utah to Colorado, by Harriet Robert Steele. It was 1879 when President John Taylor called for volunteers to settle up the southwest corner of Colorado, southeast corner of Utah, and the northern part of New Mexico. One colony had gone into Bluff City from the southern part of the state. They had traveled through the famous hole-in-the-rock country. The Correa boys, Howard, Louis, and Frank, with some families from Nephi, Mona, and other towns near Salina in San Pete County, were all volunteers. Watson Bell and my father, with all 6 of us, Frank being only 5 months old at the time, left Mona on the first day of September, 1880. I was 7 years old, and I remember a lot of incidents along the trip. One memory that I will always have was of the home we left, and seeing Mother with her children around her and taking leave of her loved ones. Grandmother Correa came down to see us off. I remember Mother standing with her in the yard and giving her a sack of gherkin, beef that had been dried to use on our trip. Grandmother had quite a sense of humor, and I recall that she asked Mother why she hadn't saved her some of the fresh meat. I wonder now if it was an effort to cover up her anxiety in having her daughter go so far away and on such a dangerous journey. The boys were hitching up the teams, and we were waiting to get into the wagon when Mrs. James Burson, our neighbor, came over taking a ride bonnet-shaped black straw hat that she had purchased in Springville and that Mother had admired. Off her head, she put her arms around Mother and put the hat on Mother's head. A tragedy was in store for me. When Daddy said for us to bring our nice dolls and get into the wagon, I, thinking that I would return, left my little rag doll, Bessie, in her little blue dress, and with her real human hair, which came from my own mother's curls, lying in her little bed asleep. To this day, I miss her, and wish that I could have had her with me. She had been my first baby doll, and I had loved her best of all. While I can't tell you just the road we took, I do remember a lot of experiences that happened to us on the way and some of the places that we passed. Father drove a big 4-horse team. Their names were Pomp, Barney, Buck, and Dave. They were outstanding teams, and we were very proud of them. Mother followed with a buggy. The back had been extended out so that a bed could be made for the children to ride on, and we 3 girls with Frank and Etta Llewellyn, the Indian girl, who came to help Mother with the cooking and the children, all rode with her. We played and slept on the way, never worrying where we were or how long we would be on the road. Myron and Niels drove a big band of horses that Father had purchased from Uncle Bolivar while he was operating the Pony Express between California and Utah. They were fine stock and valuable. Father used to say they scattered them all the way to San Juan. My brothers, Orville and Howard, drove our cows, about 20 head. This was our lineup. I remember the tent that was pitched every night. There must have been somewhere near 100 wagons. It would make a very large corral when we camped. Each wagon would be driven close to the one in front of it, thus making a large circle. I am sure that we started south, for we went through Nephi. After we had picked up all of the volunteers on our way through the settlements, they stopped and organized a company with Brother John Allen, Jr. as our captain, and a Brother Rasmussen for the chaplain. He was in charge of the prayer service that was held every morning before we broke camp and every evening before retiring for bed. Brother Rasmussen would stand in the center of the corral with his hat off and would call, "All yes, come to prayers." He would repeat it until every child was grouped in their own family and on their knees, and then he would ask one of the elders to lead in prayer. I remember how it looked on one of the evenings when he called on Father, for I always knelt by the knee on one side, while May was on the other, and Jenny sat between his knees. Mother always had Frank in her arms, and the boys would kneel close to her. Then, as soon as the Amen was said, they would jump on their ponies with the rest of the herd boys of the camp and start the cows on the road. The women would pack the cooking things and get the things picked up while the men were harnessing and hitching up the teams. It caused a general stir and no little excitement among the children. The wagon closest to the road led out in the caravan, with Captain John Allen riding ahead on his horse. Many times he would go far ahead to find watering places and locate the best grass. Our mother's brother, Uncle Howard, only had one child, Edna, and she would often ride with us in our buggy where we had a regular playhouse. She liked to play at keeping house with her dolls, and of course would rather play with us than be alone with her parents in their wagon. One day, Uncle Howard decided that her mother should entertain her, and he came down and got her. She felt very bad, and so did we, but he refused to let her come back for several days. He thought her mother was letting her have too much young company. But as the trip was a long one and we were very persistent, he finally let her come back to us. At one time, the range horses bolted on the boys. They started to mix with the teams. Father pulled his 4-horse team out of the train and loped out over the prairie to help herd them. Of course, the wagons closed up, and when he got the horses rounded up, he was at the end of the caravan. Mother pulled her buggy out, and Charlie Mott had to drop out so that we would all be with Father at camping time. Father drove Pomp, Barney, Buck, and Dave. Buck was bulky, Dave high-strung. They were the leaders, and everyone knew when Father's turn came to pull off the hills, as his loud, keen voice rang, "Buck, Buck, Buck, Dave," all the way to the top. "Pomp, get out of that!" He used his 4-horse lash that I held strings for while he braided it in Mona. When he drew that long lash, we could hear the crack all along the train. The horses knew what it meant. One morning, we were camped in a cove where the bank of what had been in years past a riverbed, and deep gulch ran past the front of the cove. The road went along the bank of the gulch. The corral was formed in the cove. Father's wagon came up where it would lead the train on around the point, which was part of the gulch bank. It was a cold morning, and Buck balked. Father unhooked the tugs, put our brother Howard on the horse, and told him to run Buck around that point and warm him up. But Buck refused to move. Father caught the bridle reins, attempting to lead the horse out, when the horse reared back and started backing into that gulch. Mother gave a scream, and Howard turned white. Father turned the horse and went to lash him with the line when the captain rode up and said, "Clark, I wouldn't do that." Father, as quick as a flash, pulled Howard off and was astride of the horse himself, and was out of sight in no time. When he came back, it didn't take him long to square him into his place, hook the tugs, and spring to his wagon seat. Then came the never-forgotten sound, "Pomp, Barney, Dave, Buck, 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 get out of that." Buck was dancing, but that three-bedded, heavy-loaded wagon was soon rounding that point and going out into the prairie faster than the rest of the train cared to travel for a short time. When I think back over so many incidents, I wonder if Father ever felt the first particle of fear. If he really knew what the word meant, he never showed it. He'd take that four-horse team into a big, swift stream, the water hitting the second bed just as freely as if it were only 3 feet deep. I remember crossing Green River. My husband thinks that it must have been at Price. I know it was about 4 o'clock for Captain Allen came back and asked Father's opinion about making an early camp that night. Or should they pull over the river and camp on the other side? Father and Captain Allen stood on the bank of the river a few minutes watching the water, and finally decided to go over as the river was raising all of the time. Some had already unhitched. Our chaplain was one of them. He threw his coat over some bushes, then went over the river and left it. Of course, he had to return for it. He started, and his wife caught the reins and raised such a screaming noise he had the whole camp nearly coming to her assistance. She said that he got dizzy and would drown, so the captain sent a boy after the coat, while his wife and he were still arguing as to whether he or she should go. I was standing by the bank with Maybelle watching Mother do a little washing. While standing there, I picked up a little green pebble. I thought a great deal of it, and kept it until the San Juan River flood washed it away in 1910. The next thing that I remember was at Dove Creek. From there, we crossed the Grand River, and right after crossing the river, we passed through the largest watermelon patch I ever saw. It belonged to Mr. Pritchett. I think that we stayed over there for 2 days. I know there was a little store there, and Mother sent May and me to try to trade a small jar for some yeast. The man wouldn't take it, but his wife gave us some homemade yeast cakes. Etta wanted to make some light bread, and we certainly enjoyed the light rolls cooked in that big bake oven on the campfire. Everyone feasted on watermelons, and I don't know how many they hauled off. Next, I remember climbing the Mancos Hill. We were late getting to the top, so the camping was all done by campfire. It was October 23rd, 1880, and cold. Next morning, there were 18 inches of snow. Watson Bell's cow wandered off, but the camp moved on. Father wouldn't leave him, so when one of Uncle Howard's heifers disappeared, the Corrays, Bells and Roberts, along with Frank Evans, stayed while the camp moved on. We were there 4 days, and the snow hit the wagon hubs when we pulled away from the camp. I don't know how far we had gone when a man came in and told us about the railroad going through and what big wages were being paid, so the group drifted down to the San Juan. The railroad camp was situated near the Colorado line, and we were in the northern part of New Mexico. I guess that it was about 10 or 15 miles from Chama, a supply station on the San Juan River. The railroad went next to a ledge of rocks close to the river. Our uncles took the building contract to build that road. They had to blast the hill down, saw, and drag great blocks of ice out of the river. They couldn't build on the ice. The surveyors camped on a large flat, and there was another group that had a contract. Etta Llewellyn got a job cooking for them. Father gave Mr. Mott the tent, and he built a log house for us. It was covered partly with dirt roof and partly with our wagon covers so that we could have light. Then he put bunks around one end under the dirt roof for sleeping, and a huge fireplace in the end of the room. The other end was a cook stove and the table that Father had built onto the back of our wagon while we were traveling. It was on hinges and would fasten up when not in use. As I remember, we were happy, and especially the children, who never realized what hardships were. I remember that Cora Bell Zufelt was born there, and that my mother helped take care of her mother and the family during her sickness. We were camped near the Mott family. The rest were farther away. I remember that Father put a big culvert in, and that he freighted supplies from Chama to the 3 camps. Watson Bell and the Corray boys were camped around the rocky point on a flat. There was a hill back of our homes that was covered with cedars, and about 2 miles away there was a Mexican village and a small Mexican store. I shudder now to think of the wicked and murderous incidents that occurred while we were there. I am afraid that it has prejudiced me against Spaniards or Mexicans. One Sunday morning, while the Corey boys were coming up from their camp to ours, they found a Mexican man. He had been tied up to a tree and cut almost to pieces with a knife. He was still alive, although nearly frozen. They took him down and carried him back to the Lopez store to see if they could care for him. He recovered. When spring came, the Corey boys went to Conajas County, Colorado. This was in 1881. Watson Bell settled on the Animas near Aztec, New Mexico. We started back to Bluff. I remember that it was soon after my 8th birthday on the 7th of April. I was sitting in the yard playing with my doll when Aunt Laura Bell came up. When I told her it was my birthday, she told me that she would have to give me a spanking to keep me good the rest of the year. I soon asked my mother if it was necessary for me to get spanked. She then told me that it was the custom of people on their birthday. I always remembered it, and told how I had been afraid of getting spanked on my birthday. The only money that we saw that winter was taken out of a horse's shoulder. It had been put in when the horse had a Sweeney on its shoulder. My uncles had a lot of fun showing it around to prove they weren't broke. Our family went alone back toward Bluff City. When we reached Durango, Father bought me a pair of shoes. Then we went over the Mancos Hill and came to Mancos. Father met Jim Adams, Ad Rob, Joseph Smith from Parowan, and they urged us to stay in Mancos, saying that Pratt Lyman had left the families in Bluff City and told the people to find themselves homes wherever they could. They told how this part of the country was going to build up and what opportunities there would be to stay there. He said that many of the people were moving over into Mancos. Father decided to stay. He bought a relinquishment from John Wade on Chicken Creek. Events in Mancos. Hattie's memory of Father's debating in the early days of Mancos, Colorado. When we moved into Mancos, Colorado, in the spring of 1881, there were only 3 Mormon families living there: Adam Robb, James Dunton, Jr., and Joseph Smith. They had drifted in from Bluff after Pratt Lyman had left the Southern Mission to Bluff, while Father was out in central Colorado to see if he would like it in Mancos where Mother's brothers, the Corey boys, had settled. Mother became interested in a Sunday school. It had been started by Bob McGrew and Mrs. Wetherall to save the Mancos boys in their early teens, such as the Cavenishes and Carpenters and Exons who lived in the lower district. They were studying the New Testament. These were the first non-Mormons with whom Mother had ever associated, and it was here that she began to study Mormonism and pray for light. She was highly respected among her non-Mormon friends. They gave Mother a class of small boys and Mrs. Ratcliffe's girls. Mrs. Wetherall was the only one in the Sunday school who believed in a deity. Dave Lemons had considerable experience among the Mormons in Arizona, and he knew many Mormon-raised boys. When Father came back, Mother told him about the Sunday school, and he was all for it. At that time, the only prayer they had was the Lord's Prayer. Mr. Lemons must have told them to read it for the first time Father went. They asked him to pray. Mr. McGrew and Mrs. Wetherall were really pleased to find someone who could pray without a prayer book. Well, we children at that time did not know that Mormons were a curiosity or that we were different from other people, and we were really proud that our father was the only one who could pray. Father bought the Wade Rock Farm. Mother received word that her mother would not live through the winter, as the place Father bought only had a small cabin on it with no windows and a dirt roof and floor. He bundled us all up and off we went to dear old Provo. Orville and Howard went to school there. I took care of the 2 little girls and Frankie, and Mother spent her time with her sick mother, who passed away in December 1881. After Christmas, we moved in with Nellie Alexander, where Mother went through a very severe spell of sickness. In March, we returned to Colorado, where Father with 2 Mormon boys, who were living with him in the log cabin, were getting out logs for a real house. They also had to herd Father's horses, of which he had many. During the winter, several more Mormon families moved in from Bluff and homesteaded over among the Cedars, as we termed it. We were among the non-Mormons in Mancos town, while the Mormon settlement was about 2 miles away, which they called Weber. Father made friends with everybody. He had established a lasting friendship with Mormon and Gentile and had preached the gospel to everybody, Dave Lemons especially. David Lemons was always ready to barter him for an argument on any subject. It was all the excitement they ever had in Mancos then, so their debates generally took place at the store, which was a store, post office, and saloon all under one roof. People were coming in from the east, well-educated people, including a doctor and his family. Most of them were rich young men hunting adventures. They would come as far as the railroad could bring them, and then they would get some cattle and settle down to rear their families in the University of Hard Knocks. There were among them musicians, school teachers, and artists. All seemed to have a refining influence. There were some of a coarser class who settled in the lower end of the valley. The little Sunday school had discontinued during the winter, but the people felt that there should be something to go to on Sunday. So with Dr. Field's family, the Ratcliffes, Viets, Sumpsons, Westons, Willis, and mother and father, they started a literary meeting. They had a program for the young people, a recess, and then a debate for the older part of the community. The Mormon people did not participate, but it was the most interesting part of Pa's life. Religion was not discussed in the debates. They were very careful that Father and Dave Lemons were on opposite sides. Once a couple of women were the leaders and one chose Father, and the other one quickly chose Mr. Lemons. The question was about whiskey and war. Every mother came to Father and told him they were depending on him to beat the whiskey. I can't tell it all, but I remember that I sat up most of the night with Frankie waiting for the folks to come home. I forgot to say that the meetings had been changed to Saturday. Well, Father won the debate. He had scraps cut from all the Mormon elders passed in the encyclopedia, and notes from the Reverend Talmage of Pennsylvania, and Henry Ward Beecher books. There had been no limit set on the time that each should occupy, and Father threw first speech. I guess he had taken up most of the night. When Mr. Lemons could not keep still any longer, he called Father down, and Father gave way for Mr. Lemons to talk. When Mr. Lemons got up, he could not talk. He knew he was defeated before he began. It caused quite an excitement in town. The next day, Mr. Lemons was quiet for once. Now I will go back to why the literary class was changed to Saturday night. Father and Mother had gotten the saints together by permission of Bishop Jensen of Bluff and organized a Sunday school. We met at our different homes. The outsiders could not have a literary class without Father and Mother, as Mother took an active part also, so they put it on Saturday night. It remained that way until after the church organization when an old doctor asked to have it on Sunday, as it was hard for him to get out on Saturday night. Father put it to vote, and it carried. That let Mother and Father out, as Father was superintendent of the Mormon Sunday School. I believe Father was relieved, although he had enjoyed it immensely, and he had learned a lot. He was interested in the church, and felt that there was where he was needed. The literary class soon died out. The ward was organized on July 5, 1885. Father was made Sunday school superintendent. All the saints were glad to have an organization at Mancos, and some of them always went to conference at Bluff. Oftentimes we got some of the authorities to stop and talk at our meetings, which were always held at our house as that was the only place big enough. The Huntsville people never came until after the ward was organized. They were called when President Hammond was sent there to take Pratt Lyman's place. He was told to organize a branch at Mancos, and his families were sent with him. When smallpox broke out, Father went post-haste to Durango and got some bovine virus and vaccinated all of us and Belle's family, who lived near us. He encouraged the school board to see that all the school children were vaccinated. The disease broke out in the Weber, or the Mormon settlement, so the authorities did what they had done in Fruitland. Instead of quarantining the families who had the disease, they drew a line between the Mormon settlement and the non-Mormons. I believe the line ran just outside the Gentile graveyard and our meeting house. Bishop Halls took up the problem and stopped all communication between families and closed the church until it was over. There was not a death, and few who were marked. Sister Hannah Halls contracted it as she had done some helping the sick. She shut herself into one of her rooms and appointed one girl to wait on her through the window. She would not let anyone come any nearer. Not one of her family took it from her. She kept herself oiled with olive oil. This is the method they use now to prevent germs flying, but at that time no one had heard of it. Father had me correspond through the mail with Anna Halls, so if they needed any help that he could give, he would know about it. The doctor gave her a disinfectant to use on her letters. We moved into our new house where Mother's last child, Louis, was born. Then the railroad came through Mancos and came so near our house Mother felt like our home was spoiled. Father had rheumatism so badly that he wanted to get out of the cold winters, so he sold to the railroad and went south to New Mexico. My girlhood in Mancos. My parents had started for Arizona but stopped at Mancos, Colorado, a little place which you have some idea of from my sister's description in her story of our trip to Colorado. Mother was soon called back to Provo to her mother, who was very ill. Father took us there in a trail wagon with 4 horses. When he returned to Mancos, he took back the first fruit tree ever planted there. Grandmother was very ill. This was where my real memories begin. The illness of my grandmother, taking her a drink, and then the morning of her death, and the sad time that followed. She passed away early in December 1881. Mother started home on the train in March 1882, going through Ogden to Denver and down to Durango. I well remember that ride, Mother with her baby in her arms, and trying to see and care for all 6 of us. Orville was truly obedient and helpful. I remember the dark tunnels we passed through, how frightened I was. At one place I saw a man getting on the train. He had whiskers, and I thought it was Father and ran to him. The children all laughed, but my disappointment was great. I loved my father, and when he did meet us in Durango, Colorado, we were a happy family. He took us to a little log house, only 1 room, in Mancos, a dirt floor with a fireplace in one corner, a small cook stove in the other corner. It was here that Jenny and I nearly lost our lives in a fire that burned the loft and everything in it except the bed that we were sleeping in. Father saw a light and picked up a boiler of water that Mother had been using in washing and dashed up the stairs. The flames were all over the room. The clothes on the floor and around the bed were on fire. We were sleeping and the flames didn't touch us. We have always felt that only heaven protected us. Our house was on the bank of a small stream called Chicken Creek. It was the prettiest spot you ever saw. Little cottonwood groves up and down the stream, with wild flowers everywhere, and the hill just across the creek was completely covered with pinyon trees that yielded an abundance of nuts in the fall. Can you picture a crowd of children gathering nuts? Mother had 2 close friends, Mrs. Barber and Mrs. Weston, who had children about the same ages that we were, and oh, the merry times we had. The 3 families would take picnics, and we would all go gathering nuts. We would also repeat this when currants and buffalo berries were ripe. I remember once we filled several buckets and 2 5-gallon cans. Father couldn't take them all home, so he left the cans until morning, covering them up. Next morning we found the cans empty. Someone had profited by our hard work. At that time this was quite a loss, as it was all the fruit the people had for winter. I could never love a spot as I loved that one. My playhouses in the trees, the boats we used to sail along the stream. How we would wade up and down. It was in that stream that Father took me in his arms and baptized me, and there by that old rock hearth I learned to say my prayers at my mother's knee. There we hung our stockings for Santa Claus to visit, with Mother's pan of bread all wrapped up to keep it warm on the hearth so that it would raise through the night. It was there we all had the whooping cough, and Frank nearly died. To me, it was a palace, and Mother was our queen. We lived there until I was 14 years old, when Father built another and larger house, and this house still stands today. It was a log house with 2 rooms upstairs and 2 down. We thought this house was grand, and the boys had a bedroom. We would have all the neighbors in, and dance and have parties all seasons of the year. Father always built a house large enough that our company could be in the home, and we had many a good time in this house. We were getting older, and I started to school. We had to walk a mile to the schoolhouse that was made of logs and had very crude benches that were big and awkward. Mr. Longenbaugh was my first teacher. I learned my ABCs by tracing on a little board with the letters printed on it. It was here that I saw the first child whipped in my life, a boy at school, and it frightened me. Father nor Mother ever punished that way. We knew nothing but kindness. Here I earned my first reward. A prize was offered to the one who improved the most in 3 months, writing the first verse of "Work, for the night is coming." This was my first acquaintance with God. There were 3 prizes offered, and I felt that I must have one. In my daily prayers, I asked for help and worked hard. When the final day came, small as I was rewarded the 3rd prize. It was a red velvet purse. My, how I treasured it. I often wondered what would have happened had I failed. I was so sure of getting it. I didn't fail, and we don't fail if we have true faith and work. When we moved into Mancos, there was no church organization, but Father never stopped until we were having Sunday school, holding it in different homes each Sunday for a few years. When Don, my brother, was 2 weeks old, President Hammond took Mother to Joseph Smith's home, where the branch was organized. He made Albert S. Farnworth the president. Later, the Primary and Relief Society were organized, and we were very happy to be able to attend our meetings. Mother and Father always took an active part. Our farm was a rock farm, and I can never forget the rocks. When little, we picked up little rocks. As we grew, we picked up larger ones. I well remember following Father as he plowed with Tom and Bill, a pair of oxen. They were very large. I can hear him now calling haw and gee. My brother Frank had a pony given to him by our Uncle Lou. We called him Santa Fe, as Uncle Lou had brought him from Santa Fe. He was a fast runner, and sometimes he would run away with us. Jenny and I always rode him together. When he took a notion to run, the one on behind would jump off. Then he would stop. One day I was riding him alone when he started, and away we went. He jumped on rock pile after another. I was holding onto the horn of the saddle with all my might. It seemed that the piles of rock were higher than they ever looked before. My brothers, Orville and Howard, were hauling rock in another part of the field. After Santa Fe had had his run, he went to them and stopped. I felt that I had all the ride I wanted that day, but Howard wouldn't let me get off. He gathered up the reins, patted the pony, and told me to go on to the house. I was willing to go very slow. This same rocky ranch, covered with piles of rocks, afterwards yielded tons of alfalfa hay. Father used to play with us evenings before bedtime and laugh as hearty as the smallest of us. One night stands out in my memory most of all. We had a large fireplace. Father hung a large spare rib in front of the blaze and put a dripping pan underneath. He tied a stick to the spoon handle and basted the meat. Then he got us out to play. Ma chicken, my cranny crow. Went to the creek to wash my toe. When I got back, one chicken was gone. What time was it, old witch? Then the two sides would fight over the chickens, the side getting all of the children first won. By the time the meat was cooked, we were plenty tired, enough so that we would eat our ribs and cornbread that he baked on a board in front of the fire, and go to bed for a sound night of sleep, he would say. His hearty laugh still rings in my ears whenever I think of our games or bring to mind his wild Indian tales to visitors. We always entertained the travelers and conference visitors. About 5 miles from our ranch, a little Mormon settlement was started. Sunday, we would take our dinner and spend the day, Sunday school in the morning at 10 a.m., meeting at 2 p.m. It was always a day of pleasure for us as we met our friends and our playmates. Father was the superintendent, and Mother taught a class. We had no close neighbors of the church, and it was quite a disgrace for the Gentile children if they played with Mormons. At school, we Mormon girls had our playhouse under one bush, never thinking of mixing with the children not of our faith. The Gentile children often followed the Mormon children, throwing rocks at them and calling them names. In time, this all changed. My father and mother became the peacemakers between the two factions. They were loved and respected by both, and were able to settle all the differences. Mother had 2 babies while living here, Daphne and Dawn. We were getting larger, so my father decided to build again, a larger house nearer the center of the ranch. Before leaving this spot, I want to relate some of the memories that cling to it. Father had a hired man we called Al in whom he trusted. The cowboys won him over and persuaded him to join with them in taking away a number of Father's finest horses. One was crippled, and it made us all feel so sad. Father never got one of them back. He later met his hired man. He was in trouble, had nothing, told his story in tears, and wanted to be forgiven. To show you the nature of my father, he gave him $5 and some clothing and asked him to try from then on to be honest. Mother and Father joined with the Wildens, Gaymans, Halls, William and George Lemons, Wests, Ratcliffes, Westons, and other families in all their gatherings. Though the town was just starting to build up, there were several well-educated and intelligent people there, and they had their societies, parties, and celebrations. I often helped tend the babies at night. How I would listen for Mother to come home. How thankful to the Lord I am now that she had that opportunity to mingle with them, and proud that she was able to hold her own, for she was loved and respected by all. I can never forget our 4th of July celebrations. There was one in particular. They built a Bowery, put up some swings that were very high, and it was a thrill to swing in them. Frank recited, "My Old Hat," on the program. Mother took a tub filled with picnic food. Everyone was happy. They had sports for all the children. Father was in charge, and his jovial, happy spirit was felt by all. Soon after this, they built a new schoolhouse. We were still living in this house when Mother and Father realized Frank's back would never be straight and strong. She was in bed with Daphne, who was only a few days old. A friend, Byron McGee, came in and was trotting Frank on his knee when Frank gave a scream. Mother called me to bring him to her. Sitting up, she examined his back and found a slight curve. I can see her face now as she held him to her. In looking back, one of the most vivid pictures I see is Mother with the bottle of olive oil in her hand, rubbing his back and praying to the Lord to give her wisdom and a blessing for her boy. This happened every night. Her prayers were answered, for, though he was never straight and tall, he did live, and has been a joy and a blessing to all who have known him. Father bought a partnership in a flour mill, and this cast a shadow on all of our lives. He was in company with the leading authorities, President Hammond and William Hall, and they had some trouble. It resulted in Father's being excommunicated from the church. This, we felt, was unjust and the worst thing that could happen. Mother knew that our faith would be tried. It was through her faith and the noble spirit that she was that today her children are all faithful. She left in my life a lesson that has helped me in my journey through life. In time, the same men who cut Father off from the church were instrumental in having him rebaptized. He had been restored to him all his former blessings. Mother was president of the Relief Society. The Mormon families lived a long way apart. She would take her gray horse and the buggy and visit sisters, Hall, Wheeler, Wilden, Decker, Hammond, and others. She took me to tend the baby. I was so happy to go. I remember on one of these trips coming down a hill, one shaft came down, and the horse ran. Mother wasn't strong, but her gentle voice finally stopped the horse, and there was no accident. In attending our stake conference, it would take 3 days to get from one part of the stake to another. There would be several teams go. The children would have gay times playing games at night. The campfires, the singing and merry jokes passed around I can well remember. It paid to be a baby tender. The women would have quiltings. They would all gather at one home to quilt and spend the day. I remember a surprise party they gave Mother. When they arrived, she was sitting at the fire knitting with a white cloth tied around her head. We children were playing games. How we all scampered to get things in order. Our new house was frame, and much larger. We still had a large fireplace in one end. The children would play at the other end of the room. I can see Mother now as she would move into the circle and throw a short stick of pine on the fire. They would all move back as the blaze and every part of the house, and out into the room until it reached the children and every part of the house. The happy times we spent around that hearth, the candy that was pulled, corn popped, the books Mother and Father read to us in an evening will never be forgotten. Neighbors often came in to join us. Everybody stopped at our place. Everyone was made welcome. We grew up to love each other and to love everybody. Mother never allowed us to discuss others' faults. We hardly knew they had any. I thank God for my father and mother. We never knew anything but kindness. Father always had fat horses, and in the winter there was lots of snow. We would ride in sleighs, and I can almost hear those bells now as the horses trotted over the frozen roads. In the fall we would gather piñon nuts by the sackful, and it was a real thrill when we would find a squirrel's nest filled with nuts. It wasn't right to take them, but we didn't think of that then. On my 14th birthday, Mother gave me a party. How happy I was. All my girlfriends came, and 2 boys. It was then I received my first attention from a boyfriend, Will Young. He took me for a horseback ride. I was quite thrilled. Although I was not allowed to accept company at that age, I well knew that I was preferred. Will, my sister, Jenny, who was the same as a twin, and I had lots of good times together. I wish that I had the words to tell you what real pals Jenny and I were. We were never apart in our play, work, or fun. We were twin hand in hand. We were always trying to play jokes on the rest, especially Hattie, but she was always on the lookout. It was hard to catch her. One evening, Jenny got under the table. It was dark. When Hattie came up, Jenny took hold of her ankle. You can guess what followed. Hattie was one of the best and dearest sisters two girls ever had. She never got angry at our pranks, never complained to Mother, always took our part when we were questioned, and never objected to our going with her. We dearly love her. School always stands out in our memories of childhood, and mine are quite clear of how we walked a mile. It was cold in the winter, but our greatest pleasure was going and coming through the snow. We were dressed for the cold abundantly. I often wonder how we carried our clothing, long woolen underwear, woolen stockings, panties, and petticoats, a flannel dress with apron over it. On top of this, we had warm overcoats, leggings, and overshoes, and to finish, we had a warm hood and mittens. I often think of this as I watch the children go by on the streets these days with their bare legs and bare heads in the middle of winter. We would run and play on the frozen snow, and throw snowballs at each other, coast with our sleds, and skate on the ice. What a carefree time of life school days are. It was our job to tend the calves for the boys, and we often took our reward by riding on them. On the 24th of October, 1893, Orville turned 21, and that same day, Howard married Mary Young, so they both cut the home ties together. That was an important day for us all. We loved Howard dearly, and he was planning on going to Old Mexico with his wife's family. Jackson, New Mexico. At this time, Father's health was bad. He could hardly do anything because of rheumatism. The railroad was coming in, and they decided to go across our farm, cutting it in 2 sections. Father sold the farm and decided to go to a warmer country. He got ready to go with the Young family to Old Mexico. He thought he would stop in Arizona. When he started, Mother's last words were, "Remember, we have only little girls to depend on, so don't buy a place that has to be made, and we want to be near school." He remembered, like most men. He got us a home where we didn't only have to start at the bottom, but the water was not pure, and there were no schools at all. Father was getting old and crippled with rheumatism. Mother had never had to work hard in her life. Father had treated her as a lady. Howard had married. Orville had turned 21 and wanted to start for himself. It was under these conditions that we left our happy home and started for Jackson, New Mexico, located 7 miles northwest of Farmington. I was going on 15. I drove 4 horses most of the way. Mother drove her buggy, taking care of the little ones. Hattie and Orville brought the cows. Father drove another team and kept track of us all. It was an experience long to be remembered. Camping, the fire at night, sleeping out with the stars overhead was all new, and we enjoyed it, except Mother. And I can remember her worried face when we would be threatened with rain. There was one terrible storm, and Father got us up in the night to cross the stream before it flooded over the banks. We reached our new home in Jackson early in the spring. The house was small, and there were 10 of us, so we had to get along as best we could. The soil was fertile, level, and had the makings of a beautiful home. We all went to work with new hopes and new faith. Father put out a young orchard of choice fruit and soon had planted a large crop of grain and alfalfa. A large garden was soon growing. It was here I started my real life. The older ones were working for themselves. Although I was supposed to be spoiled and delicate, I soon saw that Jenny and I were to carry this load with Mother and how we enjoyed it. We milked the cows, rode the horses, hoed, irrigated, worked the hayfield, and did the farm work. But it was all fun to us. The wind would blow quite hard. My first experience in going to town 7 miles away I can never forget. Hattie, her friend, Mary Steele, and myself went horseback. A strong wind that blew sand and pebbles came up. We could hardly stay on our horses. I lost my hat. It went over a steep bank. They held my horse while I went after it. I found it lodged in a bush, but the real job was getting back, the wind blowing me back while the sand and small rocks were hitting me in the face. The girls came to my rescue and helped me up the bank. We all laughed until we could hardly get on our horses. It is grand to be young. I would hate to try that now. There were only a few families there. Some of them were George Berman and his family, who became our best friends. Hiddens, Biggs, Mr. Swan, Steeles, Smiths, and Taylors, who lived across the street. By the way, they were all Latter-day Saints. Father started a Sunday school at once. At first we met in different homes and held meetings, and my mother quite often was the speaker. How proud I always was of her, and how proud I am yet. She was the salvation of that little place. The Townsend people decided to build a meeting house. The men hauled logs and put them up, but they were busy, so we girls decided to fill the cracks. They gave us one man to mix the mud, and as I remember, it was John Smith. Jenny, my sister, Stella Smith, Lily Taylor, and myself carried the mud and plastered up the cracks. We also helped to put down the floor. We were proud when it came time to hold the first meeting at our Sunday school. We celebrated Thanksgiving and such a feast as we had, then a dance at night. It was a merry time for both old and young. Adam Steele asked me for my company. He was my first beau. I was a gay, happy girl, and so anxious for fun it often caused my older brother and sister to be provoked at my nonsense. The men were good to me, and often chose me on the ball team and would give me my full rights. Mother started a little school. She was the one they all went to for advice and counsel. There was a fine reservoir site just above the town, and it was on this that they all had pinned their faith. So they began at once to build. They were all poor, and they weren't able to obtain the proper supplies, and disaster soon came to them. The dam being poorly built washed out, then the water failed. Soon Jenny and I were hauling water to our orchard in barrels. The first plowing I ever did was helping Father put in some corn. He had been quite ill with rheumatism, so I drove while he held the plow. I watched him tremble and grow pale, so I told him I would do it alone. He said, "Do you think you can? I've a notion to let you try." He put the lines around my neck and showed me how to hold the plow. Well, I put in the corn, and it was some time coming up. Father looked for it in rain. At last it all came peeping through. The water failed us again, but the corn was so deep that we harvested a good crop while others lost their crops except for fodder. I was quite proud of my crop of corn. When I hear about the Depression these days, it makes me wonder back. We never thought of depression. We never thought of hard times. The young folks would all gather at our home. We would all cook supper. One would put on the potatoes, another set the table. We would all take part. If we could stir up a honey cake, the boys would all brag about it. Sugar was seldom thought of. Pies we made of suet for shortening and dried peaches. We really thought this was good, and so it was. We were all happy, and that was the important thing. For our horseback rides, we gathered up the workhorses. No one had saddles, and we never rode astride either. One time when Jenny and I were hauling water to the orchard, we had to go down a steep bank. We filled our barrels and started home. I drove, and one barrel tipped over, and the water hit Jenny in the back, and all went together down the hill. My, how I laughed! Jenny was so muddy you could hardly tell what she looked like. We went on with what we had left as the hill was slick, and we were afraid to try it again. Hattie soon married Charlie Steele. By now also several new families had moved in. Father was ill with rheumatism. One by one we sold our cows and horses to get us food. The soil was wonderful, notwithstanding the shortage of water for the land. We gathered corn and hay in the fall. I found a job, and Mother went to work in a hotel. I wonder if those who read these lines can guess how it made me feel. Mother, who had been the one we all cared for, had to go to work outside the home. But the Lord fits the back for the burden. She came through as she always did. The change in climate had made me a different girl. In the place of everything being wrong with me, I was well and strong. Jenny, just a slip of a girl, tried to take in washing, and tended to the home besides. I came home to take charge of house and children. Lou, the baby boy, needed some clothes, so I took some old knitwear, decided to make him a suit. I dyed the cloth blue, then browned a pattern from a neighbor. It was supposed to be a loose sailor suit, but when I tried it on him I thought it was too large, and kept cutting it down until it was simply tights. Hattie came over, and how she laughed. It was all we had, and poor Lou had to wear them out. Mother soon saw that the children needed her most, so she came home. She gathered us together, and we moved into a tent put up in Mr. Locke's peach orchard in Farmington to dry fruit. That night I can never forget. the joy we had in our little tent. We were together again. Jenny played her harmonica while I danced and capered around for the rest to laugh at. Father and Mother laughed until they cried. Father kept the place and the small children. We didn't know we were having a hard time. There was nothing but joy in our hearts. It was in this tent that Mother drew the beautiful home that helped to shape my life. We talked of it, planned it, saw the water running through the pipes. We never got any farther than putting down the stakes, but it served its purpose. I thank the Lord for Mother's dream home. I remember that Mother was very careful that we didn't eat any fruit we didn't pay for. If we brought in any fruit from the orchard, she would have us cut an extra bushel of peaches to dry for them to pay for it. There was a grape arbor by our tent. Jenny and I would crawl up in the arbor and get us some grapes. One night an old man came to the tent. Mother sat him down at the arbor opening. We were trapped and knew it. To get out, we had to crawl to the other end of the row, which was some distance. We were scratched and torn in getting out. When we came up, Mother smiled. It was one of her practical jokes. That night we all had a good laugh, but we left the grapes alone. In September we moved into Mr. Coe's apple orchard where we could get money and fruit for our work. This we did for several years. For our dances, we young folks would often go 14 miles in a wagon. It was a merry time. I felt so responsible for their conduct that they would call me Mother. I knew Mother wouldn't let us go if things went on that weren't respectable in her sight, and to have been left out would have broken our hearts. Jenny and I went together. We had many house parties, played baseball, and many other games. I used to say I wished Mother had kept us home and taught us high school studies, but I don't anymore. My girlhood was a happy one, filled with joy and happiness. We had a hard life but didn't know it. The companionship of my mother, brothers, sisters, and dear father were worth more to me than all else. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, and Mother knew this, so we had a full, active life. We had to give up trying to farm the ranch, but Father stayed there. Hattie lived close by him and would visit with him quite often. He wasn't able to work. His hands were crippled and he suffered with his leg, but he was comfortable by the fire and had plenty of good material to read. The year I was 18, Mother took us to Manco's to go to school. Here we took in washing for a living. We would fill our boilers at night, fix the fire ready to light, set our alarm for 4. When it went off, I would light the fire, set the alarm at 5, and go back to bed. At the ring, Jenny and I were soon at work. We had 2 tubs and 2 washboards. She took one, and I the other, and many were the races that we had. Jenny was proud, so I loved to torment her. She always insisted on delivering our washing before people were up, but one morning we got in the middle of town, and I insisted on taking a rest. We were carrying a tub full of clothes. I thought she would die, but I had my fun. We would get the washing ready for rinsing before time for school. Then Mother would finish. When we got home at night, she would always have a hot meal ready for us. This was repeated 6 days out of the 7. While we walked a full mile to school and lived in an old log room, I don't think that one of us had a cold all winter. Mother often said that it was the fresh air that came through the big cracks in the walls that kept us well. Our fireplace was so large that in the evening we would all nearly crawl inside. Frank was so full of his pranks that winter that it took us all to hold him level. It was at this time that Orville, who had been away working, was married to Persis Young on the 22nd of March, 1892, but we didn't meet her that year. On Sunday, we would walk a mile to Sunday school. The snow was quite deep. It seemed strange to go over the same road that years before we had traveled in a fancy sleigh with fat horses pulling the sleigh and our bells ringing. Life brings changes, but as I look back, that was one of our happiest winters. Fruitland, New Mexico. In the spring, Mother took us to Fruitland. She rented a small place from Tom Bryan, and here she took care of bees for the neighbors. The piece of ground that Mother rented joined a piece of alfalfa that Edmund and Frank Noel had rented. Now my brother, Howard, came down and warned Jenny and me about the Gentile boys who had come to town. He told us not to fall in love with any of them. The very next day the boys came down to water their hay, and we were quite pleased and made a bet between us to see which one could go with Frank first. The next time he came down, we each found a window where we could see without being seen, and watched him come on his little prancing buckskin pony that he called Honey. When he came to the big ditch that ran through the place near our home, what should happen but that dancing pony jumped the ditch and left him in the middle. I guess it was only natural that whenever Frank came to tend the hay, I found it the proper time in the garden, dressing up in my best and looking very industrious. It wasn't long until Mother decided to buy the hayland from the boys. This stopped our meetings so often. Still, it wasn't long until we were enjoying rides two together and going to dances. Our happy days only lasted a short time when our real trouble began. Mother didn't want me to marry out of our church, and his brothers didn't want him to marry a Mormon girl, but our hearts had grown together, and we loved each other dearly. At last, Mother sent me to school at the Brigham Young Academy in Provo, Utah. At Christmas time, Frank came to see me. It just happened that Mother was in Provo at the time. Just before he came, I was blessed with a boil on my chin right when I wanted to look my best. My Aunt Nellie felt so sorry for me, she did all she could to help me. Of course, Frank wanted to go to a dance, and I chose Mona as the place. So taking Jenny with us, we took the train. We had a good time notwithstanding the boil, and the next day I took him to see the academy. We were visiting and taking little notice of the time when a janitor came in and told us the building was locked up, and if he hadn't heard our voices, we would have been locked in. Now, our entertainment had always been horseback riding, and Frank, wanting to please me, hired 2 horses, and we started. As usual, I wanted the high-spirited one, and we got along fine to the edge of town, and turned up a street that ran through the middle of town. Here, my horse decided he wanted to go faster. A policeman saw me coming and rushed out throwing up his club, but my horse came bounding on, refusing to stop. He was at a good run when we reached the policeman, and instead of the policeman stopping the horse, he barely got out of the way. The horse ran on, and finally passed a buggy before I could get him under control. When Frank came up, we had a good laugh over the policeman with his stick. When it came time to say goodbye, Mother so insisted that we see no more of each other that we quit for good. Frank went home, taking my little brother, Lou, to stay with Father, and I went back to try and study. My heart was broken, and we were very unhappy over the separation. I met another young man who seemed suitable to the others, but I was unhappy. It never seemed the same. After my school was finished, I decided to teach a kindergarten. Jenny was going to help me. We had no one to help us fix for the kindergarten, so we got Aunt Nellie to let us take her buggy and rented some small chairs and tables. Then, after night, so we wouldn't be seen, we went after the chairs. We had several blocks to take them. Can you see us pulling that buggy loaded with chairs through the lighted streets? The day we canvassed for the children was a day we will never forget. Jenny took one side of the street, and I took the other. At one house, there was a door that opened on each street, and it happened that she went in one, and I went in the other one. When we came out, we met. We both had the same children. When we reached the church, we were taking turns tacking up our sign, and it was Jenny's turn. She was proud but always determined to do her part. We stood for a few minutes, and I said, "How much will you give me?" She replied, "Nothing." She took the sign and walked right up among the men who were coming out of the building. While some of them looked over her shoulder, she tacked it on the door. Monday found us all ready, everything in order. We had as many children as we could handle and were delighted with our new venture. The first week saw us settled and well established in our classes, but on the 3rd day of the 2nd week, Jenny broke out with measles, contracted during our canvassing. Aunt Nellie came and took her home, and I prepared to go on alone, but not for long. In another 3 days, I was lying by her side. We hired a young girl to take over our work. She had never taken a course, but had helped some. It was only a few days when we received word of our brother Howard's death. He had been drowned in the San Juan River. Because Jenny was very ill, Uncle Will told me to say nothing to her for the time being. It was better when at last we could talk about it together. This was our first experience in suffering the loss of a loved one. We soon had a letter from Mother, and she felt that she could not carry on without us. We returned all our borrowed chairs and prepared to go home. There was soon to be a big jubilee in Salt Lake City, 1897. so we decided to go home with some of the New Mexico people who would come up to the celebration. We went to the Jubilee in Salt Lake City. It was grand to girls raised in a country town. Here we met Fanny Berman, an old friend from home. She had been there long enough to know the city, so we went together, and certainly had a lovely time. We walked everywhere to save our nickels. I think we allowed ourselves 2 treats while in the city. Once we bought some ice cream and once some figs. We met our relatives, and I have often wondered what those city-raised people thought of us, but they are now the dearest cousins one could have. Uncle Howard Correa and Uncle George Correa had both offered me a college education. The trouble my mother was in after Howard's death overruled everything else. I found her broken-hearted and have never regretted doing the right thing for my mother and little brothers and sisters. It has always been a comfort to me to know that in her hardest trials, I stood by her side. She, Jenny, and I were pals in every deed, but with Mother's grand spirit our trials were turned into joys. After I returned home, I again met Frank, but we both thought we should be sensible and so stayed apart. Then one day we met on the road, and this meeting did it all. From that day to this, no one has been able to come between us, and we treasure these memories in our hearts. Other people soon became interested, and advice was given that influenced our lives and caused us many heartaches. For this reason, I shall never interfere with my children's love affairs. They may make mistakes, but they will be their own, not mine. I shall never do more than give the advice asked for by them. We were working hard, but Mother felt that I should go back and finish my school, so at Christmas time I returned to school. It was Frank Noel who loaned me the money, for our hearts still grew together. I felt that I couldn't live without him and prayed continually for the Lord to direct me, but childlike I wanted him to give me what I wanted. I decided to ask President Woodruff what to do, and went to his home. I wish I could make very childlike I feel what I felt when I saw him, and sat down in that big chair. That grand man of God sat by me and took hold of my hand as I told him the story of my heart. I told him of the 2 boys, one a Latter-day Saint, the other not of our faith, and asked him what to do. He looked me in the face and said these words, and I know they came from heaven. "Sister, forget your Mormon boy. You only love one boy. Go home and tell him to be baptized, then marry him." I was so happy. I wrote this to the one boy of my heart, and his reply made me the happiest girl on earth. He wrote, "You did right in going to see the president, and when I go into Fruitland, I will be baptized. And when you meet your boy, you will meet him as a Latter-day Saint." Can you imagine what this meant to me after praying for 3 years? He went into Fruitland and asked for baptism, but Brother John R. Young, in good faith, advised him to wait until he knew more about the religion. Frank went back to the reservation among his brothers and friends, who made fun of his action, and he became discouraged. It seems that young people have a hard way to find the right thing to do. I was young and felt that I couldn't live without him, so disobeyed the prophet of God, took Frank's promise that he would be baptized within 1 year, and we were married. Satan found ways and means to prevent his coming into the church. I have always felt that I deserved to suffer for my disobedience. When I have paid my full debt, then his heart will soften toward the church, and he will be united with us. He was not to blame, and he has made one of the truest husbands and grandest fathers that ever lived. He has given me all the support I could ask in raising the children to be Latter-day Saints. For this I love him, and shall be patiently waiting until he is ready in his own heart to come to me. I have learned several lessons. One is that every soul has a right to his own free agency. Another is that we suffer for our mistakes and disobedience. The 3rd of October, 1898, in a small, old 2-room adobe house, I awoke early in the morning. My heart was filled with both joy and sorrow. Joy with the dream that that day I would become the wife of the boy I loved, and from then on we would be together, at least as long as this life was concerned. Sorrow with the fear that after all, he might never see things as I did, and this life would end our companionship. Then again, as leaving my home and loved ones behind, they were so very dear to me. My mother, how I loved her. I had done to her for everything all my life. We had labored side by side for the support of the family. We had counseled together for their good. Then there was my father, who had been ill for so many years. He had depended on me for carrying on all of the outside work. Jenny, the sister next to me, was almost like a twin, and I loved her dearly. We had never been separated. Together we had enjoyed our dances, horseback riding, were in the same class at school, worked together in the orchard and over the wash tub, in the field, in the corral, and for the support of the 4 younger children. They were like my own, dearer to me than my life, and I was leaving all to go to the arms of the boy I loved, knowing nothing of his people, a family of men, not of my faith, not raised as I was. What was the future going to be? Would I get the happiness I had dreamed of? Would God stand by me and help me to adjust? All this was running through my mind. It must be right. God surely would help me. Anyway, I couldn't live without him. Surely all would be well. All this was racing through my mind as I was preparing to go. All at once he was there, ready to take me away. First we went over to Jackson, where we were to be married. Mother was there preparing for our simple but all-important wedding. I will try and describe our wedding. The house had 2 rooms, a large room and a small one. The table was set the full length of the large room. A white cloth, white dishes, glasses, and the wedding cake that was a pyramid of loveliness I still remember. Boards were placed along the table with quilts folded to sit on. While it was a very humble setting, the meal was all that could be asked for. And it seemed grand to me that Mother, Hattie, and Jenny would go to so much trouble to try and fix things so nice for me. In the front room, there was a special chair placed with a covering for us to sit on, while the family gathered around the room as best they could. Bishop Ashcroft, whom we both loved, performed the ceremony and sat near us, also Father and Mother. Frank wore a dark suit with a stiff white collar. Let me mention that he disliked stiff collars, and this was the first he had had on for years. My dress was white Irish linen. The skirt had ruffles, trimmed with very narrow lace. The waist was also trimmed with lace. At this time, I weighed 114 pounds and was about 5 feet 4 inches tall. My hair was curled in ringlets and tied with a blue ribbon bow. The room was filled with members of my own family, one of Frank's brothers, Edmund, and the bishop and his wife. The ceremony was short, after which we all marched in and surrounded the table. Father sat next to me and asked the blessing, and I will never forget that blessing. After dinner, the family scattered, and I, with my mother's help, prepared to go. We were to dance that night at Fruitland, 14 miles away, and 14 miles is quite a long way with horses. It was sad for me to leave my aged father, my mother, the children, and my home. While it wasn't much, if counted in dollars and cents, my home had a value that could not be estimated in my heart. This day comes to all of us, and it had come to me. The dance started at 8 o'clock. At 12, everyone went to a big supper and danced until 4 in the morning. At last, we started on our new life. With Jenny and Bert Dustin, we left the dance and went down to the San Juan River where I told her goodbye, and we drove into the water. I could not describe my feelings as the river divided us. Our new life was begun, and from that moment he has been my comfort, and all that life holds dear, I owe to him. We have been true companions. We have laughed and cried together, and I feel that God has blessed our union. Our first trip was made in a wagon. He had a pair of beautiful horses, and just as true as they were beautiful. I have always loved horses. As we climbed the hill after crossing the river, he asked me if I would excuse him if he took off his stiff collar. He took it off, and I can't recall now if he ever put on another white stiff collar. It took us nearly 2 days to reach the store and our home among the Navajo Indians. Our first breakfast was over a campfire with the sun slowly rising in the east. Frank had refused to let me fix our chuck box, so when we opened it to our surprise, there was but little there. The person who fixed it for him, I believe, decided that we could live on love. That night we made our camp among the sagebrush and under the stars of heaven. It was a beautiful night as we sat and talked over our future by the campfire, the coyotes howling in the distance. I loved camping, and as I drift back it still has a charm for me, the fire, the stars, and the quiet, and just he and I there. There was no more fear of the future. He belonged to me. Nothing but death could separate us. He was mine and I was his. I was happy and willing to face the future with him by my side. We made an early start next morning, as in his excitement he had left his hobbles and feed bags for the horses. He was worried that he would be unable to find the horses, so while he went to hunt them, I prepared the little we had to eat, and we were soon on the way again. We reached our little log cabin about 3 o'clock. Frank's brother, Henry, and Mr. Fisher, his friend, were there to meet us. I often compare my first little home with the girls of today. Frank had spent about all his extra money on the supper and dance, as the bridegroom was expected to do this, so we started out live with a few tin dishes, a small cook stove, 4 chairs and a rocker, and a bed with no springs. A cupboard was made of goods boxes stacked on top of each other, a small table and a dresser, but enough love to make up for all the wonderful things that brides receive today. No girl was happier. After the store was closed in the evening, we would climb the hills around, play horseshoes, and ride horseback. Frank gave me a little white mare. We called her Flaxie. She was a joy to me. I loved her, and together we spent many hours. 2 ladies, acting as missionaries among the Indians, Mrs. Cole and Mrs. Eldridge, lived in a small log house a short distance from us. They were there for some time, and I enjoyed visiting with them. Mrs. Cole was like a mother, and I will never forget her. We had been married about a month when Frank went for a load of supplies. These he had to freight from Gallup, New Mexico. He took me with him, and it was our first trip together. The young folks will be unable to imagine a wagon with sideboards, the wagon seat away up on top, and a little girl sitting up there with a young man by her side who was driving 4 horses that seemed a long way beneath us. They never went faster than a walk, so slowly we wound our way across the desert and over the hills. It was getting close to winter and getting cold, so I was glad to get there, but enjoyed being with him by myself, as the other men were always around while we were at the store. After we returned home, it wasn't long until I began to get lonely, although I enjoyed my life there. I went to the Indian races and their wrestling and found them very interesting. Then, too, I would often watch while they would buy and sell. One day they were branding cattle in the corral. They had a big steer tied down with several ropes that the Indians held while standing outside. Frank was inside using the branding iron. The Indians let the steer up before he could get out. My heart stood still as I saw Frank make one wild leap to get over the fence. As he struck the top pole and balanced over onto the other side, the Indians gave out loud yells. They thought it was very funny, but I couldn't see it just that way. The boys bought sheep quite often, and one day Frank told me to stand where the fence of the corral was a little low and head the sheep. He got in and started to catch the one he wanted. In just a few minutes, 2 of the sheep went right over my shoulder and left him standing inside. He said, "Mary, I was looking for them to knock you down." I asked, Is that why you put me here?" And that was the last time I offered any assistance. I had a desire to make some money of my own, so decided to sell bread to the Indians. I was very fond of salt-rising bread, and we made it at home a good deal. Not knowing that Frank decidedly didn't like it, I made up quite a few loaves expecting to sell some to the Indians, but to my surprise neither Frank nor the Indians would eat it. The Indians would take up a loaf, smell it, and put it back down. This the boys thought was quite a joke on me, and they had a good laugh. We went one day to the races, and Frank took my little mare, Flaxie, to run with the Indian ponies. Before he left, he told me I could have a new dress with the money he won. You should have seen the race. The Indians left him so far behind that he turned off the track and brought me my horse. I failed to get a new dress. There was a large crowd of men and Indians there, but I was the only white woman present. We heard of a big dance at Fruitland and decided to go in. It was our first trip back. It was cold, but we were happy. We got there early the next day and stopped for a while to see Aunt Tamar Young, for I loved her very dearly. We met several old friends. At night we went to stay with Edmund, and the next night at the dance we had a grand time. Then we went up to see Mother. I took ill that night, and the happy dream that we had had of having a new baby was turned into a disappointment. Frank had to go back to the store alone, and I stayed with Mother. But not for long, for he soon came for me, and I was surprised to find that I was glad to go with him. The only place for me now was with him. Going back, we camped at a spring. It was bitter cold. The wind and snow were blowing. While I was trying to get warm, my dress caught fire. At that moment Frank saw it and sprang to my rescue, catching the blaze in his hands and smothering it out. That ride I will never forget, for we were riding in an open buggy in a blizzard in the middle of the winter. I had a quilt over my head and was wrapped up until I couldn't even move. Our little home looked good to us when we reached it. We were happy again, but married life brings its troubles, and soon again I was ill, and Mother came to care for me. We decided that it would be better for me to go in where I could have medical care. I often compare that ride with the comfortable cars that go hundreds of miles in a short time. They put a single cot in the back of a wagon, and that was my bed. As the wagon went over the rocks downhill and up, the cot rolled from one side to the other. It was far from comfortable, and to add to this condition, my joints were all swollen up. How I lived through it I will never know, but we finally arrived and went to spend the night with Edmund. I had broken out with a rash, Mother thought, and no one would have me in their home. To ease my suffering, I asked Frank to try and find someone to administer to me. He was unable to find anyone who could come down, so asked Mother to pray for me, as I felt that I couldn't live and stand the pain I was in. Mother laid her hands upon my head, and God heard her prayers. My pain soon left, and I was fast asleep. My mother's hands, how often they have soothed my pains. I will ever love the memory and thank God for her. My mother's hand, is there anything as lovely? Is there anything as grand? Is there anything as tender as the memory of my mother's hand? It has cradled me through infancy. It has cured my little ills. It has guided all my footsteps, and with joy my life has filled. Oh, the blessings that she gave me with her hand upon my head has thrilled my very being, till it seemed my soul had fled. To a higher plane than this one, to a grander, nobler sphere, where pain and suffering leave you, and danger you never fear. It has now grown old and wrinkled, but it's just as dear to me, to all who chance to know her, or come within its reach. Let's thank God for our mothers who have labored sick or well, for our good and for our comfort, till God sees fit to say farewell. I was soon taken to Durango, Colorado, where I was to be treated for about 2 months. I was to remain there until I was operated on. I was alone with my little sister Daphne, as it was necessary for Frank to stay at the store. While here I received one of my greatest testimonies. The Mormon missionaries held a conference and stopped at the same hotel. He, with one of the elders, came to my room. After giving me a blessing, he told me that the next day, Sunday, they were all going to fast, and if we would join them in the fast, they would all remember me, and after meeting they would pray for me. We gladly fasted and prayed for God to bless me and grant that I could get well and in time have the children that I so desired. We went to the meeting, and afterwards the elders joined in a prayer circle for me, and I was administered to. I was thrilled with the power of the Holy Ghost. I have never forgotten that blessing. I knew that God had heard that prayer, and that someday my desires would be granted. I knew that I was better, and fairly ran as I went home. The next day I went to the doctor. He was not a Latter-day Saint, but when he examined me, he said, "Mrs. Noel, I don't know what has happened, but you are as well as to go through the operation as you will be in 6 weeks." Picking up the receiver, he called the hospital and had them prepare a room for me. I went up that night and was operated on the next morning. Elder Ensign and another elder gave me another blessing before my operation. Then they left for their separate missions. Elder Ensign was a great singer. They had promised me in the blessing that I should get back my health and be a mother, and I was filled with joy, for that was the greatest desire of my heart. I was only a girl, a country girl, who had had very little experience in life. I could write quite a chapter of my experiences while in Durango, but will pass it by and record the joy I had when my husband came to see me, and I had the hope of being with him again. He moved me from the hospital to a hotel and left me to get stronger before taking that trip again. It was about 3 weeks before I got a chance to go home. I was happy to avail myself of this opportunity, and went first to Mother and stayed there until she felt that I was strong enough and able to go on. The San Juan River was very high. My 2 brothers, Frank and Don, who were just boys, were going to take me out, so we got Bishop Burnham to take us over the river. The water was so deep that it hit the sides of the wagon box. It was a frightening experience, but to be home again with my husband again, I would have faced anything. It was at this time that another of Frank's brothers, Hambleton, came from the east, and he went with us. We were in a light buggy and had a good team, so reached the store that night. It was a happy reunion. Hambleton had been very ill with tuberculosis and had been given but little hope of his life when he left Virginia. We were doing all that we could to help him, and during the next few months he gradually gained a little strength. He would stay in the open air taking short walks, playing horseshoes, and often going with the freight wagon for supplies. Life seemed good again, and Frank and I would often walk up onto the hills and spend hours planning our future life. When I again realized that I was to become a mother, I was worried and fearful of more trouble, so Frank decided to move me into the settlement where I could get care. We lived in a small 3-room adobe house. There were 30 acres of land. While here, Hambleton stayed with me a good deal. Frank freighted for the store and wasn't home much of the time. It was about this time that Edmund hurt his foot and so came to stay with us. It was early spring and quite cold. It was necessary for me to remain in bed most of the time, and Lucy Burnham often came and stayed with me, assisting me to walk from my bed to a chair. After about 4 months, I became stronger. Frank now sold his interest in the store to Hambleton and decided to try and farm our small place. He still freighted for the store, but was home most of the time I was ill. Hambleton was slowly recovering, and Edmund was still lame with his broken foot. I am afraid they were rather discouraging days for my husband. Day by day I grew stronger, and finally could do my own work. This was a great help. It was on the 11th of September, 1900, that we were rewarded for our trouble, and blessed with a little black-haired, blue-eyed girl. How she filled our hearts with joy. My prayers were at last answered. The sweetest music I ever heard was that first little cry. She was mine. Mother was with me, and when she laid my baby in my arms, she said, "Well, May, your treasure is here. Now you are going to get well, and this little girl will be a comfort to you all the days of your life." She has fulfilled that promise. She is now 47 and I am 71, but she has stood by me faithfully, always ready to share my troubles and burdens. What pals we were as we rode away together on my little white horse to visit my friends during the long hours when it was necessary for Frank to be away. She was my comfort and joy. It seemed that I could never really get acquainted with Frank's 2 brothers, Henry and Edmund, and the difference in our home life, especially religion, only widened the breach between us. It was here in this little home that I took my first stand in defense of my religion. Several of their bachelor friends would come down to see them, and quite often they would laughingly ask each other to say grace. This was sacred to me, and while I was a timid Mormon girl among a group of non-religious men, I decided that it was my home and that I was the mistress of it. So I prayed for strength to do my duty, and one day while Frank was away, I said the blessing. Edmund was very respectful, and I would like to say here that the boys always treated me with respect, and this no finer gentleman ever lived than the Noel boys. From then on I was respected in my position, and when Frank came home I told him what I had done. He was glad and said he would like me to continue. This I did, but it wasn't easy when my table was filled with young men not of any faith and I was alone. Many times I would first pray for the courage to ask the blessing, but this help was given me, and a better spirit was felt in our home. While Clara was still a baby, Frank sold his interest in the store and decided to hunt a job. He and Jesse Knight went to Durango. He soon came back and wanted me to go with him. There he would work on the railroad. Clara was about 8 months old. In Durango, we got a tent, an old cook stove with a few tin dishes, a tub, and washboard. We were prepared to live. We took our cow with us. We camped on a pretty little stream in the mountains. It was the first time we had been to ourselves since we were married, and with our baby we were happy. Those days one had to work 10 hours a day. We were up early. Frank had a good team, and we were making money. We thought, man and team, $5 a day. I tended my baby and got his meals on time. I would carry Clara out to meet him in the evening. I milked the cow in the morning, and he did it at night. We had all the milk, cream, and butter we could use. Mr. Town, an old schoolteacher of mine, and his wife, Edna, an old down with me to sell. We were always happy to see them. She would stay with me while he went on into town, and we enjoyed each other. She had a little boy, I had a little girl. I fixed up my tent as nice as I could and cooked and kept my baby sweet and clean. This was grand for me, but we are not contented to be worried. Then I found a friend in a colored lady. She came over every day and helped me fix my baby's food and told me what to do. I found her a real friend. When I would tell Frank about her, he would say, "That is all right, May. Be friendly with her, but don't ask her to eat with us." This seemed odd to me, as I had seen him eat with Indians many times, but later I learned how Southern people felt about the darkies. Sundays we would take a ride or ramble up in the hills. Everything was so green and pretty. Frank was finally promoted from handling a scraper all day to overseeing a bunch of men. He received a little more pay, so we were happy. We stayed until cold weather came and it was necessary to return home, but it has always been one of the happy memories of my life. Clara turned 9 months old and learned to walk while there. The rest of the year was spent on the little place with Frank, freighting off and on, but in the spring of 1902, we moved to Jackson where my people lived. Edmund with us was still crippled. We lived in a little place just across the street from my mother. Every other family but father's and mother's had left Jackson by then. Frank put in a crop on the place he bought and also worked for a man about 4 or 5 miles from there. He rode horseback when he went to work. I was quite happy to be near Mother and spent a good share of my time with her. Clara was just learning to talk and was the joy of both families. On June 16, 1902, we were blessed with another little blue-eyed girl. Mother and Clara were the only ones with me. My dear old father rode a big horse 7 miles to get a doctor. On the way, he met my brother Louis and sent him for the doctor, and he turned back and came home. Jenny had arrived before the doctor came, and Mother had taken care of her, and I was asleep. Jenny was 6 weeks old when we went to the mountains where Frank had work in the sawmill. I am afraid that he had gotten tired of living on beans and dried peaches and thought that he would try logging. While here, we had another experience that I won't forget. The evening that we arrived, it was cold and late. Don, my younger brother, had come with us, and while he and Frank worked on the tent, I took the 2 babies and went up to the house where they fed the working men. We were all nearly frozen, and Jenny was crying with the colic. After I had fussed with her for a long time, the lady, who was cooking there, took her from me and unwrapped her and almost put her in the oven while trying to warm her up. She rubbed her and gave us some warm catnip tea. When I relaxed, I realized that I was almost in as bad a condition as the baby had been. I often wondered why she didn't die. After a while, Frank came and said that our tent was up and a fire in the stove. I was glad to get the children fed and in bed, and I believe that we all slept soundly that night. Our tent was cozy, even if a little crowded. We had a little cook stove, a bed, a table, 2 chairs, and 2 babies in such a small space, but we loved the mountains and the scenery was grand. The first morning I just stood and looked at the lovely flowers blooming everywhere and green grass and trees in every direction. It was a great change from the desert that surrounded our home on the Navajo reservation, and my soul thrilled at its beauty. While I loved the peace and beauty found there, we still had some anxious moments. The trees were huge. Only one could go on a wagon, and I remember them telling of the dangerous experiences they had loading them. Once a log started to roll, and Don ran to get out of its way. Had he stumbled, it would have crushed him. But they laughed at the dangers and kept on with the work. I was delighted to get acquainted with the few other families there, and when I found they had babies about my babies' ages, it gave us something in common, and I found them to be lovely ladies. We were all happy in spite of Jenny's colic and my ignorance in knowing how to prepare formulas. I don't know who suffered the most, the babies or myself, trying to find something that would agree with them. One day I went for water, and when I came back, a very large dog was lying on the floor, and Clara was sitting by him with her little arms over his neck. It frightened me at first, but I soon saw he loved her. He belonged to a bachelor up in the mountains who had come down to get some lumber. The dog stayed there. The man came after him several times, but he always came back to Clara. He was a beautiful dog, and we grew fond of him. When we came home, he followed us. When it would rain and blow, I would have quite a time keeping a door to my tent. One day, it was a little extra hard. I had a quilt up for a door, and the wind kept blowing it down. Clara was busy piling bars of soap on a chair. Finally, after several times, the quilt fell. I said, "Oh, darn it." In just a few minutes, Clara's soap fell, and she repeated my words, "Oh, darn it." I learned right then not to say anything I didn't want my babies to say. The flowers were beautiful all around my tent. One day, a man had a barn raising and invited all the men over. I took my babies and went with Frank. There were two things I always remembered: that they passed around the drinks, and the salmon trout they had for dinner. I can almost taste the fish now. It was fresh out of the lake, red and cooked in butter. Frank didn't drink, but they all blamed me for it. There was a man who he saw that made beautiful fans out of wood. He was singling out quite nice to the ladies, a little too nice, I thought, and several times I let him know I didn't enjoy his attention. Well, all the ladies got a fan, but me, I am sure I wasn't sorry. The last tree they took in was right near our tent. It was too large for the other men's teams, so the boys took it in, and I watched. It was quite a sight. The happy months passed, and when the snow began to fall, we decided to leave. We didn't want to get snowed in, so prepared for home. The boy who promised to freight the cows down the mountain for us failed to come, and after getting everything loaded, it didn't seem wise to wait and try to find someone else, so we decided to try and make it alone. With 4 horses, 2 cows, and a huge wagon with sideboards that was loaded with household goods, we had quite a problem to know how to proceed. Frank tied 1 horse behind the wagon, and we put Jenny in a baby buggy just behind the seat. Then I fastened Clara to me so that she wouldn't fall out as she wiggled around on the seat. I drove the team. Frank took the other horse and drove the cows in front of the team, and we started. We got along fine that day as we wound our way through the tall pines. It was cloudy but grand. We ate our lunch at noon, but didn't take much time as we had to reach Durango that night. As we approached the town, it was getting evening. Jenny began to cry. Clara was tired and cross. The cows refused to go into town. The train frightened the horse tied on the back, and it would run up first on one side, then on the other, and was jerking the wagon around. I wasn't having very much fun, but Frank's encouraging voice kept coming back to me. "It isn't very much farther, Soxy," his pet name for me. "Don't lose your nerve." The cows would get on the track and stand. Finally, we got into town and found a hotel, but there wasn't a fire in any of the rooms, and Jenny was again screaming with cold and fatigue. The landlady invited me to bring her into the kitchen, and about 10 o'clock, she decided to go to sleep. We had another day on the road. I can assure you that little house looked good to us when we reached it. There was a big fireplace, and when we made a big fire that shone out all over the room, and I sat Clara out in front of it, no palace ever looked grander to a mother. We spent a very quiet winter with Mother and Father, our only neighbors. My time was all taken up with my husband and the babies. Early in the spring of 1903, Frank rented a farm on the La Plata from a man by the name of Jones, and we moved there. We both liked farming, and we were happy. I remember that we got 24 Plymouth Rock hens and 2 roosters, a Plymouth Rock and a brown leghorn. I was to raise chickens. He put in a large crop of wheat, some corn, and he had a large hayfield. We were up early and late and surely worked hard. Once a week, he would go to Farmington, 12 miles away, to get what we needed. He would take the eggs in to pay for his purchases. They were 25 cents per dozen, and we felt that was a big price. I was very proud of my little hen house and the chickens that I raised on the wholesale plan, setting the hens over and taking the chickens to put with another hen. The next time letting that hen have the chickens and setting another new one. With my baby girls, my chickens and the homework, I was very happy. We were alone most of the time and were always making big plans for the future. We raised a big crop of hay, also grain, chickens, fruit, and all the vegetables that we needed. At haying time, we hired help. Frank's brother, Henry, with others, helped us. My 2 little brothers, Don and Lou, drove the slides and derrick horses. It was at this time I had hired help in the home to help me through those busy times. We realized more out of our labors than ever before. We also added to our little family, and on January 19th, 1904, our first son was born. The son we had dreamed of for so long. He was the image of his father, so we called him Leland, and how we loved him. When our boy was about 6 weeks old, we decided it would be better for us if we lived nearer to a settlement, and then we wanted a home of our very own. Brother Luther Burnham wanted to sell his home in Fruitland, and being a good salesman, he persuaded us to buy. He had what had once been a fine orchard. We bought it, and moved down about the 1st of March. It was cold and a long, tedious journey, and I was ill from the effort. We were happy to be with Latter-day Saints where I could enjoy my meetings and the association of my old friends, but it seemed that fate was against us that year, and everything happened that could to prevent us from prospering. The grasshoppers came and completely destroyed our crop. Even the leaves on the trees were stripped, and the fruit trees were as free from leaves as in midwinter. The few acres of beans that we had planted were even dug up by the roots. Everything was gone. In order for us to live, Frank got a job in a store owned by a man named Line. In a short time, a better position was offered to him by the H.C. Algert Company of Fruitland, New Mexico, and he went to work for them and stayed until fall. Leland was 1 year old the 19th of January, 1905, and on February 9th, 1906, we were blessed with another son. We called him Henry Reginald, Frank's father and brother, Henry. We were proud and happy with our little family, 2 girls and 2 boys. We felt that God had been good to us, and were very thankful. By now, Clara was getting to be a real help to me, and her cheerful little ways and willing feet were a joy to me. The place we purchased provided a good garden, but the trees were dying out, and we never realized a profit from any of the crops. While living here, the children would ride an old gray mare that we called Bess, and many times I have seen her go under a limb of a tree when she was tired of them to scrape them off. She would never leave them if one fell off, but would stand and let them climb onto her back again. In the late summer and fall of 1905, Frank logged for Joe Wilkins in the mountains 50 miles away, he and our friend Tom Dustin. I took care of the children, raised a little garden, and milked the cows. Louie Dustin, a dear friend and Tom's wife, came to live in part of the house for a while. We were dear friends, and I loved her. She had 2 sweet, beautiful little girls while I had 4 children. We enjoyed each other and learned to help each other with our babies and home duties. She wasn't very strong and at one time had a serious attack with her heart. I had rheumatism a good deal, so we really needed each other while our husbands were away. I got her to go to Sunday school with me. This made me happy. One day, they were watering the orchard, and all the children were playing in the mud. My butt, they were a sight. She spanked her children and sent one little girl under the bed. I never spanked my children very often. Rather than that, I would set them all in a row behind the door. Louie was a little peeved that I didn't do more than that. Our husbands came home for Christmas, and we were a happy group. In the spring of 1906, Mr. Algert offered to loan Frank the necessary supplies to stock a trading post on the Navajo reservation if he wanted to buy the Wilkins store. Now, Frank thought that this would be a good opportunity for us. My mother had always taught me that a man should be the one to decide what he did to make a living and a woman should help, so I reluctantly consented. It would take him away from us a great deal of the time. He left us and went out to the Sanosi store. After Louie left me, I was lonely, and one day hired a boy to go with me and went out to the store to see Frank. He was surprised and happy. The children were happy and I was happy, so we decided that life was too short to be separated, and we began to plan on my moving out to be with him. We rented part of the house, and we were soon a happy family again. Although we were located 30 miles from a settlement and 15 miles from the nearest neighbor, we didn't worry about it, just enjoyed our freedom. The children enjoyed playing in the sand, climbing the hills, riding a burro that was too bulky to go very far from home, and hiding in the hay barn where the hay was stacked after being baled. It was in early August that Leland contracted typhoid fever, and I took him into Mother's where he could have a doctor. And we took him home to the reservation. He apparently was well, he was failing again, so we took him to a doctor at Shiprock, and he gave us some medicine and sent us back. This was a fatal mistake as he continued to get weaker. We left the children with Mrs. Nelson and took him to Farmington, intending to go on to Durango, but decided to stay there. There were anxious, sad days of prayers and watching that followed, and while everything that could be done was tried, the little fellow was called to his heavenly home on the 28th of November, 1906, and left this world of sorrow and pain. It was a hard blow to us, our oldest son, and a sweeter little spirit was never sent to this earth. His place in the family was never filled, though 7 other sons blessed our home. But his mission was on the other side, and we have to accept God's plan. God giveth, and God taketh away. Blessed is the name of the Lord. He was laid to rest in the Fruitland Cemetery, November 29, 1906, Thanksgiving Day, and the next day we went home to the rest of the children with aching hearts and empty arms. These were sad and hard days, but God in His wisdom planned that we should keep busy. We had no time to sit and mourn, for there were many duties waiting to be done. I began to prepare my home that I might leave it again. For 6 weeks from the day I laid my son away, I gave birth to a little girl, and on January 7, 1907, I found the biggest comfort that I had when Mary, my mother's and my own namesake, was born. I was alone with Mother and 12 miles from a doctor, and it was a miracle that Mother was able to save both of our lives. Frank had started home and had gotten as far as Shiprock when Mother reached him on the phone and he came back, but both he and the doctor were too late. Mother had saved our lives. My precious Mother, how much I owe her! I thought that I wanted a boy so that I would still have my 2 boys. How little we know what we want. That little girl was a streak of sunshine in our home, a joy and a blessing to all who knew her. Frank called her my boy. In a few days, Frank went home to care for the other children. A neighbor lady, Emma Nelson, brought me Reginald, so with my 2 babies, I stayed until I was able to travel again. It was about the middle of February when I returned home and found my family well and happy to have us with them again. The fireplace in the front room was a welcome sight, and I would dress my babies in front of a warm, open fire. It was a real joy to the whole family. They would gather around popping corn, heating apples, and cracking pine nuts in the evening. The house was full of memories of my little boy, and that was a comfort. And then I could open the door that divided the living room from the store and see my husband at work. I felt so secure and happy in his love and protection. In this life, one trouble follows another, and it wasn't long until I had found that it would be necessary to have medical aid, and we went into Shiprock to see the doctor. When we reached the San Juan River, we found it too high to cross, so Frank found an Indian to help us, and we started to cross the footbridge. Reginald was afraid of the Indian, and he started to cry. This angered the Indian, and he gathered him up and wrapped him in his blanket, put him on his back, started to talk in the Indian language to him, and went across the bridge. Reginald was so astounded that he stopped crying and just looked at him. When the doctor told us that it would be necessary for me to remain for treatments, we found that accommodations were not available. At last, Frank got one room. It had a dirt floor with an old bed in the corner, a small, dirty cook stove with a pile of old tin cans behind and under it, 2 chairs, and an old table made of rough boards nailed together. It wasn't very inviting, but afforded an occupation for me after I had told Frank goodbye. The first thing that I did was to wash the window so that I could see out, and let in a little light in. Then, as I was starting on the tin can corner, Mr. Hubbard came in with a shovel and wheelbarrow to help me. I was glad for his help. His wife sent me some clean sheets. They gave me a small, smoky lamp, and this was to be my home, for how long was just a guess. The lady finally got pleasant when she saw that I wasn't going to bother her and was spending money in the store owned by them. Everything was fine until Henry brought Clara and Jenny to me, as Frank couldn't take care of them any longer with the store to care for. I guessed that she was just paralyzed to see so many children, and she froze immediately, but I was delighted to see them. I asked Mr. Hubbard to fix another little bed for them, and we got along fine. I enjoyed having time to read them stories, play games, and take walks on the hills. They didn't bother the worried lady, and we spent the rest of the time that I had to stay there in good spirits. The day finally came when I sent for Frank to come for us, but I was far from well. However, it was a welcome sight when we saw our home. I will tell you what our home on the reservation looked like at that time. The house was built on the bank of a deep wash, or arroyo it was called out there, and the hill formed the back of the house. The bedrooms were on this side, and the windows were flush with the ground. They were small, but managed to let the sand in when the wind blew. The front room that contained the fireplace was larger and quite cool, as there were no windows except in the top, a skylight. When it was covered with sand, it was quite dark in the house. The wind was a frequent visitor and always brought great clouds of sand with it. Usually it would blow for 3 days straight. Afterward, we would clean house and then shovel the sand out of the door into the yard. If we hadn't, it would have buried the house. The corner of the store protruded out from the house, and it made the wind sweep around into our yard much worse than it would otherwise have done. When the wind did stop, and it was calm again, it was grand. The sky would be clear with beautiful sunsets, and everything peaceful and quiet. Strangers crossing the reservation often stopped at our place overnight. These days we might have made quite a bit charging them for meals and beds, but I can't remember of ever receiving money for this service to strangers, and we always agreed that it was better to make friends than money. The summer was quiet, and we enjoyed our home. On Sundays, after holding a Sunday school class for the children, we would take our picnics and have long walks up among the rocks. These were interesting, for we would visit Indian caves, hunt for the petroglyphs left by some ancient people, and collect interesting stones. Yes, we would even visit our Indian friends, seeing how they raised their corn, beans, melons, and squash. I well remember on one of these hikes we were walking along with the children running circles around us, and I had stepped out to lead in the path when a huge rattlesnake coiled and was ready to spring at me. Jenny saw the snake and screamed, drawing her father's attention to it. He stepped between me and the snake, picked me up bodily, and moved me several feet before he put me on my feet again. The snake missed us by inches. The rest of that day we were all excited, and for weeks the children carried on a snake war. The winter was uneventful and passed into spring. I shall always remember the comfort I received from my precious little baby girl. The other children were all well, and we were happy. About the 1st of March, we decided that it was time for me to move into Fruitland and prepare to live there as the children needed to be in school. Frank hired Will Evans to stay at the store while he took me in and fixed up the home for us. The day that we were to leave, a storm came up, and a terrible wind was blowing the snow into drifts. We were afraid to go and afraid to stay, so we started, and every little ways we would stop and wonder if we dared to try to go on. We finally reached the halfway point, and then it was just as close to Fruitland as it would be to go back to Sanasti. We drove down into a deep arroyo, found a sheltered sunny spot and fed the children, bundled them all up again, and started on. An open buggy, a group of tiny children. It seemed that we would never reach our home in Fruitland, but when we did, we found it warm and clean, and my dear friend, Tamer Black, was there to help me feed the children and get them tucked into bed. She stayed with me until after our little girl, Bessie, was born on March 19, 1908. She had curly hair and blue eyes. Our dear friend, Mamie Franklin, the nurse who cared for all of us, was to stay with me for a while, but the next day her sister and my best friend, Villa Collier, had a fine boy, so she left me to go to her. My hands were full, and with Frank away I was lonely and disconsolate. It was at this time that I was put in as president of the Relief Society of the Fruitland branch. This was a shock to me as I was young and there were much older ladies in the society. Frank told me that he would stand by me, and he truly did as long as I was president. I often wonder how, what with my many babies, being so young and inexperienced, I ever got through. Frank was away at the store where he had an old man, Sam Rush, to stay with him. I was trying to get along without help, but somehow we made out, and we kept up the society. Villa Collier, my first counselor and dear friend, stood faithfully by me, and with both our babies we would visit the ward and never missed a meeting. We had a good attendance and a good spirit among the sisters, and I enjoyed the work and loved the sisters, and know that it was a blessing to me. I learned then that if you trust in God and try to do your duty, He will always help you. My second counselor was a younger woman, and we never could get her to come out and work with us. We couldn't imagine why. Later in life, I found that her mother-in-law had told her things that had turned her against us. How much harm can be done with our idle talking? I loved that girl and had no feeling but love and goodwill for her. Frank had told me that he would stand by me, and he did. I could never have made a success without him. He would send me calico by the bolt, and we would make Indian skirts and send them back for him to sell to the Indians. This was a big help for the Indian women as their skirts were very full, and it took them a long time to make them. He gave us a good price for our work, so with the quilts we made and rugs we had to sew, we never lacked for work for the sisters to do. We had obtained several machines for the Relief Society, and there we would all work together creating a good spirit among the sisters and keeping them interested in their meetings. Some of them had a long way to come, and when the weather got hot, the Relief Society would grow smaller, but we resolved to hold meetings no matter what. In order to do this, we had to have at least 3 in attendance. Several times there were only Villa and I, but there was a good, faithful sister who lived across the road from the church who couldn't see. How many times we would bring her over and then hold our meeting. I always felt paid and felt that we had the Spirit of the Lord with us. I remember the saying of the Lord that where there were 2 or 3 who met in His name there, He would be also, and I can bear testimony to the truth of it. We held our meetings, and the sisters couldn't ever think that there wouldn't be any. I must say that most of the times we had a crowd and a good spirit prevailed. When we worked all day we brought our lunch and had a happy time. We often gave parties on the anniversary of the Relief Society, and they were real parties. One stands out in my memory particularly. The whole ward was invited. We set 3 long tables the length of the room and across the stand. All the women brought food. I remember that I took up a tub full of picnic and 6 quarts of ice cream. Everyone made their own ice cream those days. Children below 12 were not supposed to come. I will never forget those tables filled with food, chickens, turkeys, boiled ham, roasted beef, pies of all kinds, cakes of all kinds, fruits and jellies. Yes, everything you could wish for or think of. I often think of those days when I go to our parties now and am served by a lovely girl in a lovely dress with a tiny cookie and a few sips of punch. How much things have changed. The whole ward was there. I remember we had a minister, not of our faith, and Brother John R. Young told me to ask him to say grace, so I did. After the eating was over, they all danced, and everyone had a grand time. The next day, some of us brought back some ice cream, and we had all the children under 12, so that everyone in the ward had a good time. After the children had eaten, they had a dance, and everyone was happy. I remember another party we gave. We had to raise some money, so we decided to sell baskets. Each woman fixed a pretty basket with lunch for 2. We had one couple, Brother and Sister William Hendrickson, from Sweden, who were fine people, but odd to us. She wouldn't come unless her husband agreed to buy her basket because she didn't think the other men would like her cooking. When they started to bid on her basket, the men realized that he was trying to get it, so kept bidding it up. She was tickled to see him stay with the bid. They finally got him up to $5 and let it go. $5 those days was a big price, and he wasn't very well off, but he was true to his promise, and it made her happy. Mr. Rush, the young schoolteacher, started out to buy his girlfriend's basket, and they made him pay $10 for it. It was a beautiful pink basket and belonged to Hattie Roberts, my niece. Frank bought mine but didn't have to pay such a big price for it. He also bought a young girl's, Lois Fouts, as each man bought 2 or more baskets. Then he said he was sorry that he hadn't bought another as neither of us had lemon pie for our lunch. A lady heard him say lemon pie and brought him a big piece. The pie wasn't good, and he had said so much he felt that he had to eat it all. Now it was our turn to laugh, and we surely got even with him. We had many, many good times in this little town of Fruitland. The people were not well off, but still all had plenty to eat and wear. Everyone worked, and no one had any serious troubles. We were a good, wholesome people. Everybody knew everybody's business. We enjoyed life and each other, and my labors in the Relief Society were a blessing to me. During this time, I had 2 other babies, Floyd and Wright. On the 11th of June, 1909, Floyd was born. We were so happy. After losing Leland, we had had 2 girls, making us 4 girls and 1 boy, so we were happy to have another boy. I always felt that he was a child or promise, and looked for his life to be a special blessing to us. I believe he has filled the order completely, for his life has been a joy and comfort to us all. Life moved on about the same from day to day. Nothing particular happened. I spent my time taking care of the babies, the garden, and the 2 cows. Frank came and went, and I would make visits to the store when I couldn't stand the loneliness any longer. I had a Jersey cow we called Blossom. We had raised her from a calf. She gave us lovely milk for the children and was so gentle that we all loved her. In the daytime, she would go down into the brush by the river. At night, I would stand on my porch and call her. In a short time, I would see her coming out of the brush. Then one day she failed to come to me. I knew that I could never find her. The brush was so thick, so I kept calling. The next day I began again. Finally, as night drew near, I saw her slowly coming. Beside her was a little calf. The children were delighted, so to be good to her, I gave her a big feed of bran. That was a fatal thing to do. The next morning she was sick. I sent for help, but nothing could be done for her. Reginald never left her side, and when I started to Relief Society, he looked up and said, "Mama, hurry back, she might die." I realized then what it meant to that boy, so I hurried back, and I found him still by the cow, who died that night. We have had several cows since, but never another Blossom. I well remember the spring and summer of 1910, for I had 6 babies under 9 years of age to care for, was living alone and feeling very miserable. Clara was only 9, but she was a faithful little soul, and the thousands of steps her little feet saved me could never be estimated. I remember that I had a way of saying, "Run and do something." One day she looked up at me and said, "Mama, can't I walk once?" Jenny was the baby tender. In her quiet little spirit, she could keep the baby entertained and watch the little ones for hours. It was now that my kindergarten training began to prove a blessing to me. In fact, it was a blessing from the time I first had a child, but now I brought it into real use. I would have a class every day. I would march them around, teach them songs, play with the little colored balls and beads, cut out paper animals, and fold the papers into boats, chickens, etc. How I thanked my mother for giving me that kindergarten course. As the days grew hotter, I felt worse, and then the flies began to come. I felt at times that I just couldn't live. Floyd was a year old in June and was cutting teeth. He was ill. I wonder how he lived. I couldn't find anything that agreed with him. How thankful I would have been for a doctor to give me a formula, as the mothers these days have. We were so near the river that the flies and mosquitoes were terrible. Frank came in and saw how uncomfortable we were and decided to take us up onto the mountain. My brother, Frank, and my sister, Daphne Cooper, had a sheep camp in the Colorado mountains, and we would visit with them. A tent was purchased, and we were a happy bunch. The children ran in every direction trying to help. Roy decided to take Daphne up at the same time. They had a small camp house and kept some cows. We were able to get milk from them, and I feel sure that it was all that saved Floyd's life, and mine too. The children were all so happy to be with their daddy and to make the trip. The mountain was high and steep. We had a hard time to get up, but my faithful little horse, Bob, saved the day and we made it. Bob was my main comfort. I could hitch him to the buggy, put the children in, and go to my meetings or visiting. He would always shy at things that frightened him when a man was driving, but with me and the children, he was always very gentle and true. When we got to the top and put up our tent, the children helped with their beds and to unload the wagon. We were all very happy, and then I lay down. It was almost cold, but I felt that I didn't want to move. The children were very excited, running to gather flowers and playing their games. In a few days, Frank had to go back, and we missed him in our good times, but things improved. Floyd's troubles soon passed, and I felt better. I would go out and sit on a fallen tree and watch the children. Sometimes I would climb up as far as Daphne's cabin or go to the spring, but that was all. We enjoyed the campfire at night, telling stories, singing and playing, "Run, sheep, run." The children enjoyed watching the men shoe their horses and mules, tend the sheep, and listening to their tall tales about the mountains and animals. We had been there over a month when Frank came for us. It was getting a little cold at night. We were happy to see him, but had to leave the mountain and its magic of flowers blooming everywhere, great trees, streams too cold to drink, and our little camp. They have been happy memories and gave the children a lasting love for nature's beauty and solemnity. On the road down, our wagon broke. It had been an old wagon, and asking it to go over the huge boulders and rocks was more than it could stand. We were laid up for 2 days, and I believe that we were all glad about it, as they had to leave the grandeur of the Colorado mountains behind. The children saw their first train as we neared Durango and were very excited. River. When I got home, I felt much better, cleaned up my house, started Relief Society again, started the girls to school, and prepared to live once more. Frank came home to stay a while. On the 10th of November, 1910, Wright was born, another son to bless our home. He was a tiny little scrap. Frank said, "The littlest weasel we had." But I insisted that give him time he would do, that his big nose and hands weren't for nothing, and time was all that he needed. He surely made his mother's word good. Oh, what a comfort and blessing his happy, sweet spirit has been to us all, and I think he is the largest of all the boys. Frank soon went back to the store, and now I had a real flock of babies to take care of. I often wonder how I accomplished it, for I was still the Relief Society president and always taught a class in Sunday school. We made quite a group as we went to church, and then I taught the kindergarten class. Most of them were my own babies. I was so proud of them all and felt that everyone must envy me. Now as I look back, I believe that it was pity, except for one old lady, Mrs. Stallworthy. She often would help me with them and then say, "May, enjoy your babies. It is the happiest time of your life." And I truly did enjoy my babies. When the weather began to get hot again, I got a big tent and moved the beds out of the house into it. We enjoyed sleeping there. One night was quite exciting, for we could hear our dog, Bill, barking and running around the tent. I finally got up to see if I could quiet him, and there, standing up by the girls, was a huge skunk. He was unconcerned about the dog, and I had no idea how to make him leave the tent without exciting him. This I didn't want to do. I decided to watch, and if he didn't bother the sleeping children, just let him alone. After a time, he seemed to be satisfied, and went out of the tent and into the dark of the underbrush. The little dog hadn't been as patient as I, and the next morning we couldn't get near him. For days he would roll in the dirt and brush, trying to free himself of the scent. The days came and went. Fall came again, and the Indian traders put on a big Indian fair at Shiprock. Frank insisted on my going down, so I decided to meet him there. I got Mamie Haddon to stay with the children, and I left for Shiprock. On the second day of the fair, it began to rain, and such a torrent and continuous downpour that the rivers began to rise. Finally, we got word that the Cherry Creek Reservoir above Durango had broken, and a flood was coming. It was in the night and too dark and dangerous to try and find our way home over the road that ran along the bank of the river. The house stood next to the river, and we had no way of reaching the children. Can you guess our feelings? Besides, Frank had a load of Indian valuables that he was responsible for and couldn't leave without getting them to higher ground. All I could do was to pray that God would take care of my babies, and he did. Mamie's father went down and got them, with the bedding, but left everything else. He took them up to my sister-in-law's, Mary Roberts, home where they slept that night in safety in her attic. As soon as I could see, I started home with a man and his wife. All the forenoon we rode by that terrible river. It was over 20 miles, and some of the time we were in water up to the bed of our two-seated buggy. We watched small houses, furniture, straw stacks, and everything imaginable going down that stream that had overrun its banks until it was a maddening, whirling torrent of muddy, foam, flecked destruction. When I finally got to Fruitland and found my children safe, got right into my arms, the reaction came and I nearly collapsed. I soon gathered myself, however, when I realized that I had a crowd of babies but no home to go to. We had rented 2 rooms in Kirtland, just a mile or so away from my father and mother to live in. They hadn't moved into them yet, and the rooms were empty, so I resolved to go there with the children. I went to the store and bought some dishes and food, then hired a man to take us up. Daphne and Roy Cooper, my sister and brother-in-law, came from Shiprock and brought Frank up with them, so we all went up together. There were no tables, chairs, beds, or furniture of any kind, but we were so happy to all be alive and together that we spread our quilts on the floor, made a campfire outside to cook on, and waited for morning. Frank hired a boat and went to the home. He was delighted and surprised to find that it was still standing. The garden just above the house had a tight chicken wire fence around it and had caught all the first debris and had divided the stream and saved our home. The cows had stood beside the chicken coop in water up on their sides. Their bags were full to bursting, but the cold water had saved them from fever. He took feed to them in the boat. The pig and most of the chickens were gone. Only a few had clung to the top roosts. The ducks, however, were swimming around and seemed perfectly happy. It was a month before the river receded enough that we could get into the house. One corner was gone, and the water had stood over a foot in the house. The floor was covered with mud, but the furniture was all inside. Our neighbors and dear friends, the Searle Collier family, did not fare so well. At first, Mr. Collier refused to believe that the flood was high enough to bother them, and he insisted on staying in the home, saying that the San Juan River had never come this high. He wasn't sure until I drove my team down the bank and around to his garden with a hoe trying to turn the first water that came down into a ditch beside the garden when he looked up and ran into the wagon. Screaming to his wife to get the children, he had gotten them harnessed and started to the yard his team. By the time the water had reached and started to the yard, he could hardly get through the wagon. It took some time to cut it away, and then he swung around the wagon and started across the canal. The horses felt their way over the ditch, and as the wagon crossed over the bridge, gave way and floated away behind them. Urging the team and reassuring them, he finally got through the flood and onto higher ground. Their home had been left open, and we picked up their furniture, dishes, and bedding for weeks afterward, where they were lodged in the trees between their home and ours. We even found a small pig in the pen, while our purebred sow had gone down the river on part of our straw stack. We always felt that she could have been saved as well as we saw her going, but were afraid to row out to her. That fall, the children took whooping cough and pink eye, so my troubles increased. To help out, Floyd and Jenny had croup. I had a young girl, Tamer Black, helping me, but she wasn't much of a nurse, so I had that to do alone. For the croup, I would put cold cloths around their throats. I had to have a little rest, so arranged the bed so I could get into bed with them. Neither Jenny nor Reginald had the whooping cough, but I had to put the cold cloths on Jenny for the croup. Sometimes the ice would form over the water. The only thing that kept my spirits up was word that Frank was coming home. One day he called from Shiprock on the phone. I had to go over 1/2 mile to reach the phone. When I called him, the first thing that he said was he had to go back for some more cattle. Then he asked me how the children were. I was so disappointed and I'm afraid a little angry. Anyway, I just replied, "What difference would it make? They will be either dead or well by the time you get back, and I had better go to them." Then I hung up. That night about 12 o'clock he rode into the yard, and well he did, as the next day I came down with pneumonia, and he took over the merry-go-round. Frank got Abby Young to come down and take care of me. I still remember the big hot poultices she covered me with all around my body. The one good thing I remember was that Frank stayed with me until I was completely well. He always came home for Christmas, and we had happy times, but that winter was a lonely and hard winter. The children were sick a good deal, and I had a lot of rheumatism, and took my turn with flu. In the spring, the Relief Society decided to help me out. One day, Sadie Dustin came down and said she had come down to cut out clothes for the children, and they were all meeting at the church the next day where they would sew for me. I had plenty of material, but no time for sewing. I learned then what it means to have real friends. I had a variety of feelings the next day as I loaded up a little wagon and took my sewing to the Relief Society. They sewed all day for me, and when I came home that night with clothes for my children from the inside out and good warm nightgowns to put them to bed in, I for the first time fully realized what Relief Society was really for and what it meant to have friends. I had been doing this for others, but it is a different feeling when it comes home to you. I learned a worthy lesson, that one must be willing to receive as well as give. I knelt and thanked the Lord for friends and for the Relief Society. It was a blessing to me as I could go better into the other homes and offer help when it was needed. The next summer, I was ill all summer, and it was hard to keep things going. Finally, Frank took me to a doctor. He said I would have to have an operation. I felt that I couldn't do that, so went to the Lord asking for guidance and help. I asked Bishop Nielsen and Newell R. Young to give me a blessing. They promised me that according to my faith, I should be healed. I felt sure that if I wasn't, it was the lack of my own faith, so I prayed for faith. I well remember that Frank gave me the needed strength. I told him what had been promised me. He took me in his arms and said, "Why, of course you have it. If you haven't, I have." That day the sisters sent me word that they were all fasting and praying for me and to come up. They were holding a little meeting. I fasted and went. I will never forget that day. The sisters all bore their testimonies, and then Sister Hendrickson and Mamie Franklin put their hands on my head and gave me a blessing, and promised me that I would be made whole. I was filled with the Spirit of God from my head to my feet, and I knew that God had heard that prayer. That night, all the growth left me that the doctor was going to remove by operating. My trouble was over. How I thanked the Lord for His blessing. How could I ever doubt with such testimonies given me? I feel it my duty to pass these on to my children, but remember always that you must love God and have faith in Him and His power. In the spring, Wright was taken with diarrhea. I couldn't find anything that would agree with him. Persis Roberts, my sister-in-law, one day suggested that I try goat milk. I began to feel that I couldn't stand to be alone any longer. Frank felt the same way, so we decided to take a teacher out to our reservation home at Sanas T. I gave up the Relief Society and the Sunday school class and moved to the reservation. That was a happy day for us all. We were together again, and we prepared to live. The Indians, who had been my friends before, were glad to see me. We started our little Sunday school out there alone. Frank took the older children and I the younger ones. After the Sunday school, we would take our peons and go into the hills. Sometimes Frank would make a campfire. We would cook bacon, eggs, potatoes, etc., and that would please the children. We had a donkey that we put as many on as we could. Then one would lead and the others would follow behind. I will never forget how Mary would bounce around at the back. She simply refused to hold on. I taught my kindergarten every day. When fall came, we hired Sister Sarah Young to come out to teach. Everything was lovely. We prepared for Christmas. Sears and Roebuck was our real friend. We sent for everything. We had our tree. The girls were beginning to take an active part and trimming our tree for us. The most fun was the popping of the corn and making the paper garlands, selecting the candy and filling the smaller children's stockings. There was crowd enough for a real Christmas, and it was a merry time. It was the last week in January when I went into Farmington to be confined. Just before I left, we had lost quite a sum of money and some goods from the store. Someone had broken into the store, and it worried Frank. He began to look for the guilty party and questioned one of our old friends, Tom Dustin. I couldn't accept that and stood for his honesty. This was a sad time for us and made my stay away from home unhappy. On arriving in Farmington, I contacted my family physician, Dr. Salmon. He immediately invited me to stay with them, and I went into his home to wait. They were lovely to me, and Mrs. Salmon was one of the most gracious women I have met. I remember that she had a bowl of flowers on her table that attracted my attention. They were so lovely. On closer examination, I found they were artificial. Then she told me how she loved to surprise people with her flowers and how at one time she had taken a bowl of squash blossoms to church, and everyone wondered where she had gotten such lovely flowers. She taught me how to see beauty in most everything and all of God's plants and flowers, although we sometimes called them by the lowly name of weed. 3 days I remained with them, and then one lovely morning on the 1st of February, 1913, the doctor rushed me to the hospital in his car, and my loved son, Howard, came into the family. I named him Howard Daniel for my older brother whom I had loved so dearly as a girl and missed so greatly after his death by drowning in the San Juan River. As I sang to my son, I would think of the happy times we had had together, this brother and I would pray that he too would grow to be such a happy, lovable person, and he has, for he makes friends wherever he goes, and we all love him so much. He began by capturing the doctor's heart as he had no children of his own and longed for them. When he came to see us, he would sit and hold Howard, look into his face, and play with his little fingers. I felt so sorry for this lonely man. When Howard was 9 days old, I left the hospital. I went to Hambleton's home and was to stay there until I was strong enough to go on home. Howard developed the colic, and my chances for getting stronger passed away. Night after night I spent trying to keep him quiet. The doctor finally told me to go home and let Frank take care of the baby for me. I got Roy Burnham to take me home. I was given a warm welcome. The children were happy to see me with the new baby, and Sister Young, who cared for them, had been trying to do the work, teach school and keep everything going in her own family. She had 2 small children out there with her. She was a lovely person, and I loved her like a sister, and she seemed to return my affection. It wasn't long until our love was tried and tested. The store was robbed again, and this time Frank was about desperate, and began to look at everyone with suspicion. He even doubted her, as she was the only one who could have access to the store. This grieved me, for I knew that she was innocent, and to prove this to him I finally asked her to let me go through her things. This was the hardest thing I ever did in my whole life. Together, she and I went through her trunks. It nearly killed us both, and almost made us feel hard towards Frank. She cried and refused to leave her room until I couldn't stand it, and asked her to go with me into the hills alone, where no one but God would be near. I will never forget that day as we walked together. When we reached a spot surrounded with rocks, we knelt together, and we both prayed. I remember how I begged God in His mercy to convince her that in my heart I didn't accuse her of taking that money, but what I did was to prove her not guilty to my husband. When we got off from our knees, we stood and looked each other in the eyes. Then, with our arms around each other and tears rolling down our cheeks, we received that peace and assurance that only God can give, and we tied a knot of love and friendship between us that no people on earth could break. It was a sad parting when she later left us. I heard a few years after of her death, but we will meet again on the other side, and our love will be the same. I only relate this sad occurrence as a testimony to those whom someday I will leave behind that God lives, and if you go to Him in faith, He will come to you no matter what your trouble is. We had a serious time over this, so I will hurry over the story. Frank and I together examined every window to try and find a clue. I insisted that whoever it was went through the door. There were 2 windows in the door. Frank didn't think a man could get through, but to please me, he took the door down and made it impassable with iron bars. Time went on, and one night it happened again. This time the intruder left his trail. In order to get in, he had to climb to a high window. In getting out, he dropped a lot of silver. Frank took a boy we had there, Alfonso Nelson, and an Indian, Wilson, and was soon on his trail, leaving me to see to the store. The Indian made an impression of the track left by the horse that had ridden up to the store in the night. One hoop was broken, and with this to guide them, they followed his tracks down the wash and over the hills. I was washing and had Jenny helping me. She was 10 years old. We were hanging clothes and the wind started to blow. I knew that every track would be covered, and I felt that they had to catch that thief. So again I took Jenny and went into a tent by ourselves and asked God to stop the wind and help the men track the guilty party. The wind stopped. I opened the store and began to trade with the Indians. I was afraid that I wouldn't do it right, and I couldn't understand the language as well as Frank did. I was very nervous, and I guess the Indians recognized it. One man kept insisting that I was trying to cheat him until I was becoming frightened of him. Finally, another older Indian stood up and told him to leave me alone, and that I was treating him fairly. The younger Indian took his material and left. Then the other Indians told the other Indians to come up and trade, and that he would help me. I was so grateful to him. About 2 hours later, the wind began to blow, and we had a terrible sandstorm. When Frank and the others came in, he was as lost and bewildered as the Indians with him. They had found the guilty person. He was a young Indian, and said that at first he had just taken a little each time, but the more times he had gotten away with it, the more he took until he couldn't stay away. When the door had been changed, he had found another way in. His father felt very bad and helped Frank dig up the money that had been buried in a tin can in the hogan. He was sorry that the boy had been caught, not that he had done it, as a white father would have been. The man was sentenced and served a term in jail. When he returned, he came up and asked if he could be friends. How happy we were to send word to Sister Young and all our dear friends who had been hurt with our trouble that the mystery had been solved, and we hoped they would forgive us. When Jenny asked her daddy if the wind bothered him, he said, "No, honey, it didn't start until we had reached the hogan. While we were living here, I received word of my father's death in California, but I couldn't go down. We were all happy again, and life moved along. The children enjoyed the freedom and their walks over the hills. Every day I taught my kindergarten and the other girls' lessons. At this time, I really had a little school of my own. I got myself a Bible chart or beautiful Bible pictures and a book of stories that helped me. We had our Sunday school, and as I remember, all was happy. We were seldom alone as people stopped with us from everywhere, so we entertained the high and the low, the rich and the poor from all parts of the world. Frank, remembering his home and pleasures in Virginia, always wanted to have dogs for hunting, and now we were where he could use them. He sent to C.N. Cotton in Gallup for 4 greyhounds and 1 Airedale. I well remember the excitement created when those huge hounds were unloaded. The children were wide-eyed, and even the Indians and neighboring merchants were interested. For recreation, they would take them out to chase coyotes and the gray and red fox. On one occasion, they heard of some loafer wolves being in that country, and quite a group met to give chase. They were gone the greater part of the day, and when they returned, both men and dogs were exhausted. It had been quite exciting for them. On some of these hunts, Frank would saddle Bob and allow Clara to follow along behind. She wasn't allowed to race, but it thrilled her to go, and she made quite a picture riding off with the men, her black hair blowing and her eyes sparkling with excitement. That fall of 1913, we again decided to stay out and have another teacher come for the school months. Our nearest neighbors, the Charlie Nelson family, wanted to move over, live in a tent, and send their children to school with ours. This would help meet the expense, and so we arranged it that way. A school tent was put up some distance from the home, and then 2 tents were put up for the Nelson family to live in. We then hired a Miss Eliza Robinson for our teacher, and things settled down for the winter. At this time, my niece and nephew, Jenny and Milton Steele, came out for school and to help us at the store. This made quite a crowd and quite a mixture of strange people to live together in such close quarters. Miss Robinson was a Baptist and very religious. She felt it her duty to see that we all did what was right. She didn't believe in dancing, and the young people loved to dance. While there were only a few of them, they would get together in the kitchen, play their harmonicas, and dance with each other. She would try to stop it. I would try to make peace between them. Mrs. Nelson was inclined to carry tales from one to the other and sympathize with the one she was talking to at the time, so we had some difficult times. But there was no place that anyone could go, so we had to learn to get along together. On the whole, everything was fine. She was a good teacher, and between those bad spells, everyone had a good time and school went on. When spring came and school ended, all went to their own homes, and I was left with my own family. Although I had 8 children, I felt that my house was empty, that it was heaven on earth with this peace and quiet. That winter of 1913 to 1914 was certainly one to be remembered. Even the Indians helped out with the beautiful Mountain War. During the years 1910 to 1917, Frank had an Indian trading post on the Navajo reservation at Sanos Tea. Near the store lived Bezo Chi, a Navajo medicine man, and we were to get to know him well and be friends with him. The medicine man of the old days had a regular ritual of songs, gourd rattling, and in the end sometimes a sprinkle of sacred meal or medicine given. Bezo Chi was one of the old school and was a fanatic of strong convictions. I have attended sessions at which he was the doctor. I do not believe in the theory that the medicine man tried to fool people. They believed in what they were doing, and so did the tribe who paid the bill. Bezo Chi was high up in his culture and had a vast influence, even to being able to put an evil spirit on his enemies. About 1914, Bezo Chi's boy, Hot Tally Yazzie, had too many wives, and the government agent, William T. Shelton of that section, interfered, and trouble started. Bezo Chi sided with his boy, and in the end, General Scott and a company of soldiers arrived, and the 8 Indians who had gone on the warpath surrendered. The final surrender came off in our store at Sanos Tea. Bezo Chi told General Scott he had come in to surrender, but was only doing so on account of his age, that he was not afraid of the soldiers, and if he could go back 50 years, he would not have surrendered. But now even his own family had refused to stay on the warpath with him, and he was too old to fight. His son was taken before a judge, held a while, and brought back to his home on the reservation. Looking back. I am dreaming of my babies of long ago. I can hear their little prattle as they used to come and go. I can see their little faces, sometimes soiled and sometimes clean, and their happy smiles and laughter at their play along between. How I settled all their troubles while at work and while at play. Those are the things that I remember in looking back from day to day. Those were my happy hours. As I've journeyed here along, the memories make life worth living, and they make an endless song. Of joy and hope and pleasure, a life that is worthwhile, for the babies are still coming, coming with their tiny smile. The summer following the war was a pleasant one that we often speak of. We were ourselves with the exception of the strangers who passed through. Howard was walking, and was at an age when children are very interesting. Frank often tells of how he would take his finger and lead him to the barn where we kept the goats we milked. Wright always went along, and Frank would let him hold the goat while he milked. The goat would push him backwards while Wright would push with all his might to keep her still. The children were all interested in the sheep and would raise orphaned lambs by letting them suck the ewes. Jenny had one trained to follow her around. She would catch a sheep and hold her, and the lamb would rush up to nurse. It got fatter than any of the others. One day she caught an ewe, but tripped and fell right in the gate. The sheep bounded over her, and the whole herd followed. Poor Jenny. She came in to get her bruises and scratches doctored, and I'm afraid the lamb didn't get so much to eat that day. Poor old Bob, our faithful horse, was kept busy. The children were getting old enough to want to ride by this time, and there were 9 of us. This summer, we would choose up sides and play ball and have other exciting games, home programs, plays and parties. We were a carefree, happy group that summer. Frank would buy cattle from the Indians, and sometimes this would keep him away from home for several days at a time. On one of these occasions, he had hired a man to stay with me at the store while he was away. One morning, I had to take some of the children into Shiprock, 30 miles distance, to see a doctor. I hired an Indian to drive me in and took Jenny, the baby, Howard, and Mary. Mary had trachoma in her eyes, and it was necessary to have them treated. Eva Roberts, my sister-in-law, stayed with the rest of the family. We started early, but Indian ponies don't travel very fast, and it was past noon when we got there. I fed the children and went to the doctor's office first, having Howard's finger treated. I then gave him to Jenny and took Mary into the doctor. In all her life, she never was so naughty. She refused to let the doctor do anything for her and wanted her father, and he was gone. Her eyes were getting in serious condition. I had come 30 miles, so there was nothing to do but to hold her down and let the doctor treat her eyes. How she kicked and fought, and when the doctor finished and I took her off from the table, my nerves nearly collapsed. I found a cloth over her eyes and started back about 4 o'clock. That day after I left home, Floyd had climbed to a high shelf, gotten his father's automatic pistol, and shot himself. The bullet passed through the flesh over his collarbone and near the jugular vein. 2 men happened to stop, and they helped Eva fix it up, but advised her to take him to see a doctor as soon as possible. Alfonso Nelson, the hired man, succeeded in getting another Indian to bring them into Shiprock. That night, when it was so dark we could hardly see the road we met, they told me what had happened. I wonder if my readers can know how I felt when I had to go on and let Eva take that little fellow on, but I had the baby. To help the situation out, Jenny had lost the baby's bottle. It was then time to feed him. I was almost 15 miles from home. That was all that I could do. I told Floyd he was going to be all right, and to do whatever Aunt Eva and the doctor asked him to do, and we both continued on our way. When I drove into the yard, I felt greatly relieved, and went in to see how the children were getting along. I went all through the house before I found them, and had begun to wonder what had happened. In the last bedroom, I found them huddled together, and Clara had pulled up all of the furniture and piled it against the door. The strange thing was that she wasn't afraid of the Indians, but of the 2 men that had stopped and camped there so that she would feel protected. I got the children into their own beds, fed the baby, and then knelt and poured out my soul to God, asking Him to take care of my little son so far away from me, and in what condition I could only guess. Peace came into my heart, and I knew that he would be all right, so I went to bed. It wasn't long until morning, but I felt peaceful, and there was plenty to do. In the afternoon, I had just settled myself to write to Eva when they drove up, and I had my boy in my arms. The doctor had dressed the wound, gave them instructions, and sent them home. Floyd got along fine, but it is experiences like these that teach you what real life is. We still had our Sunday school and afternoon picnics, our walks with the children, and enjoyed our family. But as school time drew near, we knew that the girls should be where they could mingle with other children. There was only one thing to do, to rent a house, and for me to face the responsibility of the family alone once more. We rented a house in Farmington, New Mexico. Directly across the street from us was a Catholic church and school. 3 fathers lived there, and I talked with them about sending Reginald and Mary to the school. They were very friendly, and said that it would be very well for them to come. In fact, they proved to be very nice neighbors all the time that we lived in Farmington. It was very interesting to attend their church on Easter Sunday, and when they had special services. They always invited us to their parties, and the sisters were very kind to the children. Clara and Jenny went to the public school and learned a great deal about adjusting to new situations, meeting new people, and making friends. Their teacher was Miss Claunch, and the principal was Professor Schreck. My dear mother came to live with me and help me out as Frank had to stay at the store, and it was on the 11th of August, 1914. I again called on Dr. Sammons, and he rushed down to take me to the hospital. This time I was blessed with a sweet little baby girl. Frank came in for a short visit and named our little girl Virginia for the home he loved so much. She wasn't very large, but so sweet and good-natured I hardly knew she was around. I had Jenny Steele with me again. How often this sweet girl helped me out, and how I love her. But before my baby was 3 weeks old, her mother's family had 2 sick children with typhoid fever, and it was necessary for her to go home. That left me alone with only Mother. It was too much for me, and I paid dearly for it. Then I developed hay fever and asthma, so life was rather dreary. Frank came in for Christmas, and all troubles were forgotten, and we had a merry time. His visit was too short. We hated to see him go, but it had to be. The children were now called on to take some responsibility. Clara was determined to milk the cow, and she did. Reginald did all of the business, although he was only 10 years old. He bought the hay, coal, and whatever I needed. I seldom left the house. I was beginning to feel that life was a little hard. During this time, I had felt the responsibility of having Sunday school and had gathered all the Latter-day Saints together who lived in Farmington. They came to my house, and we had our meetings each week. The children often went with their friends to visit other churches, and for some time the girls belonged to the Methodist Sunday School. They went to visit the Episcopal, Christian Scientist, Holy Rollers, and several others. One day I received a message from Frank to meet him on the 1st of February in Gallup, New Mexico. He said that from there we would go to see the World's Fair in San Diego. If I couldn't go, I was to send a telegram to Gallup, New Mexico, on a certain day. That day had passed. I couldn't reach him, and my mother was determined for me to go. I didn't feel that I should leave her, but I was sick to see Frank and wanted to go. I got a letter from Frank about the last of January saying that Bert would take me to Gallup, and he would meet us there. He told me to get someone to stay with Mother and take care of the children, and not to disappoint him if I could help it. If I couldn't go, I was to phone him at Gallup. I had not been anywhere since I was married. I then had my 10th child, Virginia, and she was 5 months old. I wanted, of course, to go. I hadn't seen him since Christmas. To leave that flock of children on Mother, I just didn't think it possible, but my mother insisted. My brother, Lou, had just returned from a mission and said he would stay and help her. I got a girl and prepared to go. February 19th at 4:30 p.m. I kissed my babies goodbye and started to Fruitland with Lou. I stayed with Eva Knoll all night. When I got to Fruitland, I found Sadie and Bert had decided not to go, so I got Roy Burnham to take me to our store. Frank was away buying stock in Gallup. Sunday the 20th we started, and got along all right until we reached the Chaca, and there we nearly stayed as we went into the mud all over. We reached the store about 9 a.m., and my brother, Frank, who was tending the store. I had forgotten his mail, and I felt sorry for that. He gave us some supper, and I slept in his bed. On the 21st, the store was closed for the day, so Frank went on with us to George Bloomfield's at Todlena. We had an Indian hired to take us from there. We were just preparing to start on the next morning, the 22nd, when Bert and Sadie came over the hill. There was real rejoicing. They had decided to go and had spent most of the night overtaking us. By this time, Lucy and George had decided to go, so we were all happy. Lucy was a real sport as she was expecting to add to her family in a couple of months. On this account, George got Mr. Davis to take her and himself to Gallup in a car. Mike, our Indian driver, was happy too. We all started in high glee. It was one of those warm spells we have in January and February, and the roads were thawing out some. The car was one of the first that came on the market, and it gave them plenty of grief. About 11 o'clock, as we came off a ridge, we saw in the distance the car waiting for us to pull them out of the mud. We joked with them a little, but started them on. This same thing happened 3 different times that day, but the last time there was no joking. We saw Lucy wasn't in any mood to joke, so we refrained from any comment. We stayed at the Newcons' home that night. She was a lovely little lady. We spent a lovely evening, and on the 23rd we started on at 4 o'clock. It was cold, so we stopped and ate our breakfast at an Indian camp, then started for Gallup. We reached Gallup, I believe, that night, and Frank was waiting for us. We got rooms in a hotel. We thought they were pretty nice. We all went out to see the town. We were a happy crowd, but green, and didn't know just how or what to do or how to do it. But we had a good time, and Frank and I talked most of the night. The 24th we spent running around town. I lost my rubber in the mud. That gave them some pleasure. We went to a dandy picture show at night, The Tomboy and Her Dad. The next morning, the 25th, we prepared to take the train for California. Mr. Cotton, the wholesale dealer for us all, was kind and generous. As we started, he said, "Have a good time, boys, and when you get broke, wire me." The boys thought they had plenty to do them through. We enjoyed the train, for some a first experience. The 15 and 20-minute stops to eat were a real trial to me as I couldn't eat fast, and the crowd that rushed in to be waited on was terrible. We passed Holbrook where we saw worlds of cattle and sheep. At Needles we saw the Zuni Indians. At Flagstaff there were mountains of lumber. We passed the Colorado River and saw the big bridge. We had a Pullman, and our little bedrooms were another experience. Frank was always getting a joke on me. That night he had me leave my shoes at the edge of the bed. Next morning they were black and shining. I couldn't guess what had happened. The darky had done the work during the night. I will never forget the thrill I got the next morning. I woke early. It was just coming light, and we were crossing the desert in Arizona. Those large cactus plants were a sight to me. Frank and Bert had gotten themselves some stovepipe hats in Gallup, and everyone had to take special care of those hats. Frank got his head bumped. He never thought about his head, but worried about his hat. They told us in Gallup to go to the Baltimore Hotel when we got to Los Angeles. That name sounded good to Frank, so when we got off of the train we all looked for the cab to the Baltimore. There were so many cabs, all calling out their names, we were truly confused, but finally spotted our cab and made for it. We made quite a crowd, and the driver began to smile when he saw us coming. Everyone knew we were from the country. We didn't need to tell them. They took us in and helped us all they could. We first depended on Frank for advice, but soon found he knew very little more than we did. Our rooms were supposed to be cheap, but to us they were grand. Our first experience in ordering meals was quite a joke, and we enjoyed each other's mistakes. We went up in the elevator. In the afternoon, we took a trip around the city. We saw the big alligators and ostriches. A man who showed the ostriches to us gave one of them an orange to eat. He swallowed it, and we watched it go down his long neck. Just as it was about to pass into his stomach, the man pushed it back up to his head. This looked funny to us. We went to the Vanderbilt Theater and saw the Chinese perform. This was the trip of our lives. We saw the Soldiers' Home, got our picture taken, saw Hollywood and the ocean. This was something for us. As children, we had all read of the ocean, but seeing it was wonderful. Frank was we went to a large eating place. There were more people than we had ever seen. We all sat at one table and hardly knew how to order. Frank and Lucy ordered lobster. She had never seen one, and when they brought it to her, she covered her face and said, "Oh my," but Frank encouraged her. She said it was grand to eat. We all laughed and had our fun, but all wanted a bite to see how it tasted. We all had a good dinner and then went to the ocean. I had a hard time getting Frank to go in the water. We told him he was too modest to put on the bathing suit. At last he consented, and I will never forget that day. I couldn't swim, but would go out as far as I dared and let the waves hit me in the back and carry me to shore. Here I had to grab and struggle when the wave went back out. Frank could really swim, and he had a great time diving through the waves. Before we realized it, we had been there more than an hour, and our train had gone. I tried going down the shore, and that gave them all a big laugh. We were left, so decided to finish up the day. We rode the merry-go-round, picked up shells on the shore, got our feet wet, then caught us another train, and went to our rooms. The morning of the 28th, we went to San Diego, where my sister Daphne lived. We saw her sweet little children and had a grand time. On March 1st, we went to the fairgrounds. Roy Cooper, my brother-in-law, had an interest in chairs that run with a motor and would take you around the fairgrounds. Mostly people who were well off could afford these chairs, but we had access to them. Our looks told them that we were not one of them. One day a lady said to me, "How in the world can you afford a chair? You don't look like a millionaire to me." I laughed, pointed to Roy, and said, "He is my brother-in-law." "Oh, I see," she said. The things we saw at the fair were marvelous. I could not explain what it meant to us to see the wonders, having lived all our lives in a little country town. March 2nd, we went down to see the big ships. We saw 10 torpedo boats, 15 cruisers, 3 submarines, 1 steamer, and 2 yachts. We went on the New Orleans and saw the flying boat made like a bird. It was our luck to see them transfer from one ship to another. This was a real experience. While at the coast, we saw an immense pile of logs bound together floating down the coast, 900 feet of logs, 4,900 feet of lumber, 250 tons of chain that bound the logs together. We saw the big guns that are kept to guard the bay. We also saw the lighthouse. After we ate our supper, we went to a theater, then took number 5 car for home, or for Daphne's and Roy's, for we were staying with them while in San Diego. March 3rd, we went out to the fairgrounds and met the rest of the crowd. We all got ourselves a chair, thanks to Roy. We saw a building completely covered with seed, all kinds of stuffed animals, a girl milking a cow that looked almost alive, an oil well at work, pictures made of seed, honey in all shapes, and a wonderful flower display. The cow was made of butter, also the girl. We went through the Utah, New Mexico, and Washington buildings. We ate our dinner at a cafe, then went to the War of the Worlds and the Panama Canal. But they were grand. One could never believe that such wonders could be. We were very tired, so ate our supper and went home. March 4th, we went to Coronado and saw the largest frame house in the world. Sadie and I went inside. There was an immense hall for dancing, and the musicians sat on a stand in the middle of the hall. How I would have loved to waltz once around that hall. We saw the bathing, ate fish for dinner, then watched the ocean waves while Frank fished. We saw a wonderful sea lion and also a shark. Roy and all went to Pickwick. There we saw some wonderful diving, ate our supper, and went home. March 5th. I waited for Daphne, and we missed the crowd, so we had a time by ourselves. We went to La Jolla to Father's grave, and Daphne told me of his life in California. We then went back to the ocean, and it was truly wonderful. I shall never forget what it was to me to sit and watch those beautiful waves and listen to Daphne talk. I felt as though I could never have her again. We left the beach and went to take a bath in the Pacific Ocean. That was one bath never to be forgotten. We bathed while others there gathered shells. After our bath, we went up on the hill and gathered beautiful flowers, saw Daphne's home, met the train, and started for San Diego. We went to the grounds, ate some lunch, and heard the big organ play. There the crowd met us, and how happy we all were. The boys were wet to the waist. They had been gathering shells when a big wave came in and caught them. We went from there to see the soldiers drill, and that was a grand sight. We saw the Southern California building, got Roy off for a day, and all went home for supper. After supper we got ready, met the crowd at the depot, got us a berth, and went to bed. As we dreamed, the train carried us along, and 7:30 a.m. March 6th found us all at the Baltimore Hotel once more. The next morning we ate our breakfast and prepared to take our first and last ride on the ocean. We went out to Catalina Island. We took the upper deck where there was plenty of air. A boy brought us some gum to buy and told us it would keep us from getting sick. That day I will never forget. The large birds that followed the ship, the water. Everything was Lucy and I wanted to see what was to be seen and went to the bottom. Their windows, and we saw how the ship ran. As we started up again, Lucy nearly lost her balance as she climbed a ladder. A darky caught her in his arms. We teased her about that. The first deck was filled with seasick people, some of them trying to eat of their last meal. When we reached the shore, we hunted a place to eat. Prices were high, but not much food. After dinner, we, George and Lucy, Frank and I, went out in the glass-bottom boat. It was a thrill to watch the bottom of the ocean as the boat glided along, fish of every description, large and small, swimming in and out from the rocks, and vegetation in the ocean. Just before we came to shore, we were looking down and all of a sudden a man passed below us. He had dived from the boat, gone to the bottom and gathered up some shells. He then sold them to those on the boat. After we got off the boat, we met Daphne and Roy, Bert and Sadie. They had been enjoying other things. We started back to our rooms but decided once more to go to a theater. After the theater, we had a race for the streetcar and then took Daphne and Roy to the train. I said goodbye to one of the sweetest sisters on earth. That is life. How happy we were to meet and enjoy a few days together, and how sad it made us to say goodbye for how long no one knew. I woke early the morning of the 7th, 5 o'clock, and then wrote in my little book. We were all soon on our way to Fresno, bouncing along and listening to an old lady who seemed quite talkative. As we climbed the mountain with its long, dark tunnels and winding tracks, with patches of barren soil, and then dropped little by little to a plain that was a carpet of green as far as the eye could see, with patches of beautiful yellow and blue flowers, we couldn't help but wonder at the grandeur of nature. We had come from nature to the tilled soil, and we saw the works of man with orchards of different kinds of fruit, vineyards, stock farms, pigs, sheep, and cattle. Here and there was a town with beautiful homes, places of business, autos, trucks, and conveniences of every kind. This shows what man has in his power to do. We stopped at Fresno, went to the Collins Hotel, and got the best chicken dinner we had ever eaten for 25 cents. The 8th, we took the train for San Francisco and met a lady from Baltimore, Frank's old hometown. In fact, the place where he was born. She was very pleased, told Frank of his old home, and knew people that he used to know. This was a treat to him. We passed vast fields of grain and hay, dairy farms, and large orchards. We crossed the San Francisco Bay and came to the great city of San Francisco. The racket and traffic, the begging for trade, the hollering, the crowd pushing one another, and autos would set you wild. Sadie started to help a little woman with babies, but soon saw she was left behind, so she left the woman and hurried on. We had been told to go to the Argonaut Hotel, so we're looking for the bus in all that noise. Boys were calling out the names of their papers. We could hardly think, but finally, way down the line, we saw our bus and made for it almost on the run, as we didn't want to be left behind. Before me, the driver smiled when he saw such a crowd coming. He was out, had the door open, and took the valises. We were laughing and enjoying ourselves so much, we forgot that others were around until I noticed several looking at us. I then quieted and reminded the rest that we weren't on the reservation. I think everyone knew without our telling them that we had just come from there, but that didn't bother us much. We were having the time of our lives. They treated us grand at the hotel and tried to help us all they could. I guess they liked the crowd. That night we went to a show and saw a man lift 336 pounds and one who walked a slack rope. We saw Chinatown. I haven't had any use for Chinese since. March 9th we went shopping and bought me a hat that no one liked. After dinner, we started again, went to the Cliff House and the Golden Gate Park. Here we saw our first buffalo, elk, bear, worlds of ducks, and all kinds of trees and shrubbery. We saw great monuments of all the great poets and presidents. There were 2 Dutch windmills that irrigated the Golden Park, one 110 feet from wing to wing, the other 84 feet. We saw the lighthouses, Cliff House, and the seals. There were about 20 seals sunning themselves on a large rock. We had our pictures taken. We saw the Golden Gate, and then started along the Ocean Boulevard. It was a beautiful sight on both sides of the road. The view of the city and exposition grounds from the hill was grand. a lovelier sight one would seldom see. We went to a picture show and saw the Virgin of Truth. The moral and lesson to be learned could not be surpassed. How I wished that every child I had could have had the privilege of watching that picture through. We returned home, and after a little visit with the dearest man on earth to me, I went to sleep. On the 10th, I got up early and wrote home. After breakfast, we all went to the fairgrounds. Our first wonder was seeing a crocodile 1,947 years old. They tell their age by the rings in their bodies. He weighed 2,300 pounds. They have a brain as large as a lima bean. He is a man-eating animal, but catches his food by lying still until his mouth fills with insects. They feed them 150 pounds of meat and then let them go for 6 months. They grow to a length of 15 to 16 feet. We also saw a mother nurse her young like a cow. The mother weighed 3,000 pounds. The one we saw was 5 years old. We saw birds we never heard of before. A water turkey, snakebird, Japanese turkey, blue heron, white heron from Florida, and a pelican. We left the animals and went into the buildings. We saw them making envelopes, silk, paper, and watches. It was a sight to see those tiny screws, 2,250 screws in a small thimble. There were young girls around a table who rolled cigars with leaves of tobacco. Then we went in where they were canning coffee. I should say it was canning itself. Then we went, start out, come in a line, then stop under a coffee grinder. When the can was full, it would pass on to a place where the lid would drop on the top and be pressed on. From there, it went upstairs and jumped off into a box. One can follow another all day without a soul in sight to turn anything on or off. We watched them make silver dollars. We saw the old man with his organ. We got lost from our crowd, so went through the Japan building and watched them make their wonderful silk. The Canadian building was wonderful with its display of game animals, seed work, grains, and apples. The Hawaiian building was noted for its fish, music, and singing. There we saw the volcano in action, and a part reproduced gathering lava. We went through Utah, Oregon, Pennsylvania, New York, and West Virginia. All were beautiful homes. We saw the Rose Garden, took a car for supper, met the folks, and went to the fireworks. At 10 a.m. the next morning we got our pictures taken, went through the mining building, art building, watched them make candy, saw machinery of all kinds, saw the bronze statues and the baby incubators, which were in glass rooms. They can take babies at 6 months and save 85% of premature births. No one but the nurse was allowed in the room, and the babies were in little cages by themselves. It was a wonderful sight. We saw 2 ladies. One weighed 617 pounds, the other 558 pounds. We went up in the aeroscope, 264 feet high. We ate dinner at the L49 restaurant, then went to a Wild West show from 101 Ranch. We watched the Japanese wrestling. One got quite angry and was cut down for his behavior. On the 12th, the girls were tired, and George and Bert said they didn't want to go to the fairgrounds. So Frank and I went out alone. Frank was anxious to show me some real art paintings. We went into a building, and there hung the most beautiful pictures I have ever seen. Peacock, the different presidents, beautiful flowers, and pictures of all kinds. We went around the room admiring them all. When we came back to the door, we found we had been looking at work done by the Singer sewing machine. We stood and looked at each other in surprise and disappointment. I laughed and said, "Well, they were wonderful and grand anyway." We went then to the Tower of Jewels. Oh, but it was beautiful, especially when lit up at night. There we met the crowd, and we were all happy once more. I found the boys had stayed behind to phone to Cotton, as he told them to do if they went broke. They were all broke, but Cotton had been true to his word and replenished their pockets, so we were ready to eat once more, and that we did. After dinner, we saw airplanes, the heliotrope, the Philippine Islands, a table 10 feet across and 3 inches thick, all in one piece of timber, rope, tobacco, bamboo 45 feet high, New York, a cheese weighing 15,000 pounds, and a tree, 300 feet in diameter, at the stump 20 feet, from the stump to first limb 150 feet, diameter of first limb 8 feet. We then went to see the 7 Keys of Baldpate, On the morning of the 13th, Frank and I took the train for Mount Laplatus. We wanted to see the big trees. All of my life I had listened to Father tell about the big trees in California, so we wanted to see them. On the road, the conductor told us we had been misinformed and persuaded us to go to Mount Laplatus, said we would not regret it. We had a grand trip up through the mountains, looked through a telescope, and had a good dinner. We were disappointed in not seeing the large trees, but enjoyed the day. That night, we all went to see The Klansman, and it was the grandest play I have ever seen. On the 14th, we went out to the park, the largest in the world, 1,045 acres. Everything was there to see. There was a bear that weighed 1,200 to 1,800 pounds. There were 2 of them playing together. We fed the deer with black and white tails. We saw kangaroos. One had a baby by its side. The buffalo were large and fine to look at. There were 47. There were large ostriches, birds of all kinds, and a large wild cat. We watched people playing tennis. It was the first time I had seen the game. We went through the hothouse, the auditorium, saw a lot of furniture of the 17th century, mummies 1000 BC, and beautiful paintings. We met Mr. Algerito. He was all alone and looked lonesome. We heard the band play and then went to the gate. Our automan was waiting for us. We had our dinner, and I took a 2-hour nap. After this, we all went to see Chinatown and the Tower of Jewels. Alight, it was beautiful. While in Chinatown, we went to Josh House and to see their gods, then returned home and ate ice cream. That same day, Lincoln Beebe fell 2,000 feet into the bay and was killed. He was a noted man of the world for his daring and courage. He was taken up by the battleship Oregon. A diver went down twice. A new airplane caused his death. He seemed to be loved and respected by everyone. On the 15th, Lucy left us. We all told her goodbye, and she took the train for Provo, where her mother lived. She looked lonely as she rode away. We missed her a lot, and George looked lost, but we also took a train and started home. We had a grand ride that day down the coast of the Pacific, the ocean on one side and beautiful homes, orchards, palm trees, and beautiful shrubbery on the other. The horse show bend was something never to be forgotten. We passed the San Miguel Mission, built in 1797, a tractor engine with 10 plows and many other things of interest. There was a black-eyed little boy and a little old lady that we all enjoyed, also a good-natured couple. We reached our Baltimore hotel once more in Los Angeles. For some reason, we all liked this place better than any other. The morning of the 16th, we rode the Pacific Electric train. There were 4 tracks. 264 trains went daily, 82 express, and 64 freight. 2 tracks in the center carried the fast trains, the 2 on the outside the slower trains. We saw gas tanks for years, and our prime at 80 years. We saw an oil well that had been burning for 18 months. There were 65,000 acres of sugar beets, 275 to 300 pounds a ton, 700 tons a day. We ate our dinner at the cafe and then had a swim, the best I ever had in my life. We met Mr. Baker and his wife and went to the show. On the 17th, we went to the Grand Auto Race with Jim Pierce and Mr. Baker. Barney Oldfield won the race of 301 miles. I was the lucky guesser that time and did a lot of bragging. We all went to the circus that night and saw some wonderful things, then went home with Mr. and Mrs. Baker. The next day we started home. Frank and I wanted to see the Grand Canyon. The rest had no desire, so we went on a day ahead. As we all ate together the night before, Bert remarked that we had all improved a great deal, that he noticed when we ordered our meals that we weren't frightened and didn't order more than we could eat. It was with a good feeling that we took our seats and started towards home to my babies and the dearest, most unselfish mother on earth. It also gave us a queer sensation as we left the beautiful land of California and wound our way into the barren hills and deserts, leaving flowers, large orange groves and palm trees behind. We slept that night in our chairs. The morning of the 19th, we reached the Grand Canyon and at 7:30 ate breakfast. No knowing just what to do, we got left on our burro trip, but met some nice people and walked around the rim. We took our lunch and ate it among the rocks at Point Hopi and gazed at one of the most wonderful sights of the world. We then went to the tower and climbed to the top and registered our names. What a real sight one sees in looking over the country. It was a real experience for me to come down. We wandered back and looked through the stores. After so much excitement we had had for so long, a quiet day, all by ourselves, was appreciated and will never be forgotten. We ate our supper and started home again. We reached Williams at 10 o'clock and waited for the train that was due at 3:25. We couldn't get a bed. They were too high. After spending hours trying to rest on the benches and being so tired we could hardly stand it, we learned that we could have gotten on the train, got ourselves a berth, and gone to sleep. At 3:25 they would have hooked onto our car, and our troubles would have been over. On the 20th we were all together again, except for Lucy. We got off the train in Gallup and made our way to the hotel we had enjoyed the night before starting for Los Angeles. That night it had looked fine, but now for some reason the rooms looked small and cheap. Nothing seemed as nice. What was the matter? We had spent a month in the city with better things, so it is in life. But notwithstanding those better, grander things enjoyed in the city, we were all happy to be homeward bound. Nothing now looked as good to me as the thoughts of being with my babies and my dear mother. That night, Frank received a telegram from his kindred in Baltimore to come at once, that his Uncle Frank had passed away, and he must be there to hear his uncle's will read. This uncle had been his one uncle who had helped him in days past and for whom he had been named. We all got busy to help him off, and the morning of the 21st he took the train for the east. Bert, Sadie, and I once more got into Mike's little wagon behind some little Indian ponies and started home across the reservation. We had had an experience never to be forgotten, and a broken tie of friendship was made between us that never could be broken. The trip was slow and the weather cold. We enjoyed talking over our good times as we sat close together wrapped in blankets from head to heels trying to keep warm. Our first night we stopped at Newcomb's store. Our faces were burnt and we were tired. A bed was truly appreciated. The night of the 22nd found us at our store with my brother once more. It was a good feeling, and it felt grand to pull a chair up in front of that good old fireplace I had enjoyed for so many years before. I wouldn't have exchanged it for the grandest place I had seen in California. We went to bed early, and the next morning, after an early breakfast, we started for Fruitland. I stayed that night with Hambleton and Eva. Some of our friends came in, and I enjoyed telling them about our wonderful trip. I could hardly wait for morning to come when I would have my babies in my arms again. On the 24th, about 10 a.m., I reached home, the very best part of the trip. My trip was over and I was home again. The children were well, and Mother had lived through her experience. I had my baby girl, Virginia, in my arms and a bunch of little ones, 9 in all, around my knee. We were all happy. I am now 74 years old. My babies have babies of their own, but as I look back to my trip of 1915, I thank the Lord for my mother, who made me go, for to this day we enjoy that trip. It was the first I ever had, having been raised in a little country town. In fact, it was an oasis in my life. When school was out, we bought a home in Kirtland, New Mexico, and moved our family from Farmington to Kirtland. We remodeled the house and started the children to school, and were happy to go to Sunday school and mingle with people again, especially our old friends. We had a lovely Christmas, and life seemed happy and normal again. I was put in as president of the primary. On the 9th of February, 1916, Dorothy was born. A new baby always brought joy and happiness into our home. They were always welcome. She was a sweet little doll, and I loved to tend her. She was about 2 months old when she had a muscular spasm. It was the first I had ever seen, and it frightened me. I called Mamie Franklin. She felt sure that it was caused from her food and thought it might be too rich. The baby continued to be ill, so I sent for Dr. Salmons. He had me get another woman to nurse her. I found a lovely little friend who thought she could nurse her baby and mine. She let me stay in one room of her home, and every 2.5 hours she would feed my baby for 3 minutes. I felt this was not right, but the doctor said to try it for a while. The baby was slowly starving to death. We would watch over her and wonder if our baby could live. One day we were sure that she was going, but when she was administered to, she rallied and somehow lived on. This lasted until summertime, and every day I weighed her. She stayed between 2.5 to 3 pounds. In looking back to that summer, the only thing I can remember is the little doll I held in my arms. So completely did she have my mind. Finally, we sent for our dear friend, Cyril Collier. When he came, we knelt in prayer and asked for wisdom to know what to do for her. We decided to take her to a doctor, one in Durango, 60 miles away. Early the next morning, we were on our way. I carried her on a pillow. She was so thin that her little fingers were transparent. She was 9 months old and weighed less than when she was born. I left Virginia with my mother at Red Mesa, the other children with Clara and Maud Biggs, and they took care of them. We reached Durango at night but could not see Dr. Obner until morning. We thought for a while that we would lose her that night. By daylight, we were in the hospital. The doctor looked her over and said little. He gave the nurse some instructions and said that he would be back the next morning. That was another anxious day. He came early, and as he came to her little bed, she opened her beautiful eyes, looked up at him and smiled. His face lit up, and hope sprang into his eyes. That little smile saved her life many times as it gave faith to others. He gave her all she would take of food and a tonic for her bones and body. Oh, how I watched to see signs of improvement. One night's experience I could never forget. Dr. Ebner was out of town. The young doctor he left in charge was worse than nothing. It seemed that my baby was dying. As I held her and looked into her little face, it came to me that I was doing her harm, so I laid her in the buggy. After asking God to watch over her and reminding him of the many wonderful blessings that she had had, I asked if it was his will that she should still live. If so, to grant her peace. Then I laid down beside her. I fell asleep. When I awakened in the night, I sprang up and went to her side, but for fear of what I would find, I couldn't look in, so drew back. While I was debating in my mind and trying to get the courage to look into the buggy, she reached up and scratched on the side. I can hear that tiny sound yet when I think of my darling little girl. I was with her at once, and knew as I looked at her that she was better. The turn had come, and my baby was going to live. When I thought I could see an improvement in her, I hardly dared to believe it. One day the nurse said, "Some way, I think I can see a change in her." It made me so happy, I cried. She was improving and did until the doctor told me to take her out for a ride in the fresh air. I was pregnant, and as I walked those streets with no place to sit down, I used to wonder every step I took if I would fall on the sidewalk. The day came when I had to leave the hospital. Then it was a real job to find a place where they would have a baby around. If I had had a little dog, it would have been easy, but no one wanted a baby. At last, I found a room with a cross, old lady, and that was not a nice experience, but Dorothy was improving, and I felt that I could stand anything. At last, the day came. Dorothy woke early and began to cry. A man in a near room got angry and left the house, slamming the door as he left, so the lady told me she couldn't let me stay. I told the doctor about it, and he decided that I should take her home. I called Frank to meet me at the station in Farmington, put the buggy on the train, and started home. It was a terrible ride. Every time I got her to sleep, the train would stop with a jerk. People would get on or off, then it would start up again. At last I arrived and Frank took us home. I still had my baby. I still have her, and she has 5 babies of her own. Her life has been a blessing to me, and to all who know her. While I was away, the children had gotten along fine. Clara and Jenny had done the work with their father and Maud Biggs to help, and all seemed fine again. Dorothy steadily improved. The people decided to put up a new schoolhouse, and Frank donated part of our land, so it was only a few steps from us. Frank was a leading factor in this construction, but I had resigned every office during the baby's illness. He liked his work in the store, and life seemed to be settling down into a given pattern for us and our house full of small children. My brother Frank had moved to Vernal, Utah, and wrote such glowing letters about it, and kept asking Frank to visit with them and see this lovely valley. Frank decided to go and look it over. On February 1st, 1917, another son was born to us. We called him Frank Roberts. We had 5 sons and 6 daughters, and Frank looked at this fine boy and said, "Mother, I must get a farm so that these lads can grow up fine and big if we want them to make real American men." So he decided to take a trip and see what he could find. He came into Vernal and immediately fell in love with the country. The homes had wide fields and huge stacks of hay, cattle, and sheep on them. It looked to him like the land of plenty, and he returned to tell us about it. The Algerette Company wanted him to stay and made him a wonderful offer. If he would stay, they said that he could come into the company. It was hard to turn down. We knew that it meant money, but what were we going to do with all those children and nothing for them to work with? We discussed the matter for some time, but finally decided to go into this new land and find us a real home for our family. Inside of a month, when Frank Jr. was about 2 months old, we left our friends and loved ones and started for a new country. That trip will never be forgotten. The automobile was still something new in that part of the country, but having a brave and venturesome trip to make, we decided to buy one so that we would only be on the road a few days with our small babies. A Buick car was purchased. Frank took enough lessons that he felt capable of driving it, and we very proudly started on our journey. We had sold most of our things, but decided to take some of the essential ones. These were loaded into 2 wagons, and with our faithful horses to take them, were sent ahead of us. We expected them to reach Vernal about the same time that we did. This was about the 5th of April, and our friends gave us a farewell party in the new schoolhouse. They had a program with speeches and songs, said such nice things, and showed us how much they would miss us. Then a lovely dinner was served. At last we were ready to start, and so we told our friends goodbye and started out. Frank had hired another car to help make the trip, and his brother, Hambleton, and our friend Mr. Clausen came along to see the country. The morning looked stormy, but almost everything we had was on the road, and we were all prepared, so Frank thought we had better follow. I suggested having prayer before we started, for if we ever needed the Lord's help, we needed it then. Frank said, "Well, May, if you will pray, I will work, and we will make it somehow." It was early and cool, a lovely morning to ride. We stopped at the Collier home to tell them goodbye. That was a sad parting. I loved Villa as a sister. We had worked together in the Relief Society, lived neighbors, and had married boys who were dear friends. We had happened to us. They came to the car. She put her arms around me and kissed me, but never spoke. Neither of us could speak as we parted. That was the last time we ever saw each other. 2 years later, she was one of the flu victims, and I lost my dearest friend. We stopped to pick up Hambleton and to tell Eva goodbye, then called for Leslie Clausen. This gave us 5 grown people, 11 children, 2 babies, both on the bottle, in 2 cars and stormy weather to face. It was with heavy hearts that we left. As we left the little town, I said to Frank, "Now our troubles of going to parties will be over. I am leaving behind my friends and my real life. We will live for the children and each other." I had always loved to dance and join my friends. He loved his quiet home and had never cared for parties or dancing, so I had made him some trouble over this. He looked at me and said, "Why, May, it is a larger place than this. They have a real dance hall, a floor on springs, and we are going to get acquainted, and you will enjoy life." But his love for dancing never changed. We sailed along as the day was cool. As we left Cortez, it showed signs of snow, but on we went. By night, it was really snowing. We reached a little store with a family living in the back. We dared not go any farther. They didn't care to have us stop, but after a little persuasion, they took us in. We certainly filled their home, but the lady was kind to us. That night, it snowed about a foot and was still snowing. We dared not leave. The lady did all she could for us, but with 2 babies on the bottle and a number of other little ones, my hands were full. Clara and Jenny tried to help the lady and to care for the children. We were tied up there for 3 or 4 days. I am afraid we ate everything they had for sale in the little store. Frank paid them well for all we got, and we started once more. The melted snow had softened the roads until they were almost impossible for a car to travel. Frank hired a team to go with us all that day to pull us out of the mud when we got stuck. As I sail over the paved roads now, I often think back to that day when the cars tried to travel the old dirt roads, and it seems to me that I have seen many changes in the progression of our country. Our going was slow, and whenever I could look ahead and see a muddy place in the road, I would begin to worry and look in all directions for a house. But there were only a few houses between Cortez, Monticello, and Moab. They were small. We would about take over wherever we stopped. One place, the lady only had one large room, but she told me to take charge and feed my crowd. She just drove her own children into a corner. I still say, God bless her, when I think of her. After the men were fed, they made a fire outside and spent the night standing around the fire while I did the best I could for the children in the house. If the babies had been cross, I don't know what I would have done, but Frank was the best baby in the world and was nothing but smiles. We started early the next morning while the ground was frozen. By the time we reached Monticello, it was snowing again, but the people were prepared to take care of us, and we were comfortable. I remember when we rode up and Frank began to take the children out of the car, the owner of the hotel accused him of being a Mormon and replied that the better part of him was, so they laughed. We stayed there until the storm stopped, then started once more. That day the roads were good and the weather warm, which was a happy change. As we climbed into the mountains again and came near Price, our troubles began once more. To help out, Virginia developed a fever. Night caught us in the mountains by a stream too deep to cross. There was a little cabin up the stream a short distance, so we went to that. There was no one home. It was cold and we had had no dinner. Frank missed his coffee, and all this was working on his nerves. In desperation, he went in and began to make a fire. While he was making it, I drew his attention to a notice on the door that read, "Anyone passing would be handed to the full extent of the law." He looked at it a minute and went on making the fire. He said for me to get us something to eat. After he got the children located and I was busy preparing the meal, he went into the field to find the owner of the cabin. I was quite relieved when I saw them coming together and all seemed to be well. That night was bitter cold. We had very little bedding. I did the best I could with beds on the floor, then spent the night keeping up the fire and going from one to another covering them with coats and everything I could find. I felt that Frank must rest as he drove the car, and our lives were in his hands. That night I can still feel in my bones. I believe that I did little else but pray from the time we left home, and when I go over the trip in my mind, I feel that my prayers were certainly heard and answered. Everyone was kind to us and did all they could for our comfort. The river had gone down next morning, so we started early. The ground was frozen. That day we passed the teams we had started on ahead. It was nearing night when we rode out on the hill and looked down into Vernal. It was the grandest sight I ever saw. At last, we had reached the end of the trail. We had expected to make the trip in 3 days, and it had taken 12. As we came over the hill, our car stopped. We were out of gas. They drew a little from the other car, and we went on into town. Harry Ratliff met us and took us to his home. I felt sorry for his wife. Such a crowd she had seldom seen. But she did all she could for us, and I will never forget it. The children were trying to be helpful and polite, but we certainly filled her home to overflowing. They were living then on Main and the corner of 3rd West. The next day, we moved into the old workman home on Main Street. The Ratliffs later remodeled it and live there now. It was empty, but our team got in, and we had a few things to use. I was so thankful to get into any kind of a house with my babies and to myself. Virginia was still ill, and now had a very high fever. I made her a bed on a pile of straw in the corner. To my surprise, my sister Daphne came to see me that day. I thought that she was in California. How happy I was to see her. She was standing in the door when she saw Brother Don B. Colton coming down the street. She said that she knew that he was a Mormon, for she had heard him speak the Sunday before. I asked her to stop him. He came in and administered to Virginia and told us where to find a doctor. Frank was soon on a deal for a real home. I don't remember just how long it took them to finish it, but I well remember the day we moved into the Cabell home, out near the foothills and east of Ashley Creek. The children ran from one room to another. We were home. Home, sweet home. A real home where we could all be together, where we could raise our boys and girls, where there was work for all to do, where we could enjoy one another and live. How I thanked the Lord for it. And I still do. This was my first real home. There was a pantry, kitchen, dining room, front room, 1 bedroom, and a bath downstairs, and 3 bedrooms upstairs. There was a bay window in both parlor and dining room that I filled with flowers. For the first time, I had bedrooms for the boys and for the girls. The only bad feature was our dining room. It was so small that I had no room for the children to play, and when I got my large table in with a chair for each child, it was full without the children. About all I could do was to get around the chairs. We had a lovely garden spot, and that was one of my real joys. It was always a joy to me to pick my vegetables out of the garden, and that was generally my job. I loved to hoe and to watch the little plants grow. It was a rest from the house. Frank's mind and time was on the fields of hay and grain. He usually needed the boys, so if I had a garden, it was up to me and the girls. We did a good job and enjoyed the results. The bushel of string beans, carrots, beets, peas, etc. we gathered and canned in the fall. We enjoyed them all winter until they came on again in the summer. Besides the house I have described, there was a 2-roomed house a few feet from the home. This house the Cabell family used for feeding the hired help so that they never bothered their family life. We also used this house to good advantage. Our hired help were always one with the family and joined us at mealtime and in the evenings. Under this building was a cellar that was always filled with bottled meat of different kinds, vegetables, and all kinds of fruit. I must not forget the ice house that was filled every fall and was a joy to us all summer. I never heard of refrigerators, so the cellar and ice was all I had to care for the food. There was a large barn, chicken coop, pig pen, calf pen, and corral, all filled with the animals, and I must add the bees and honey house. We were ready now to live, and a large family of healthy children, a real home where there is plenty of work for all to do, that has to be done, is real living. Some call it hard work. It is hard work, but it is work that makes us healthy and happy. It is work that develops our boys and girls physically, mentally, and spiritually. It makes characters to be depended upon. It makes men and women who can think and act for themselves, men and women who in turn can face the trials of life with courage and happy hearts, who are ever ready to help others in trouble and can fit in any corner they happen to be called to. That is what our children can do. Thank the Lord for the good old ranch. We had lots of horses. They were extra fine. We brought the mares with us, and Frank bought a blooded stallion we called Star, so we raised most of the horses. He got a gentle trust mare, which he gave to me. She had good blood. We called her Bird, and from her several colts were raised. Just before her first colt came, Floyd was driving for me to Mutual. He said, "Mama, I never have made a fuss about taking you to meeting, have I?" I said, "No, my Floyd." He said, "I think you ought to give me Bird's colt." I thought it over. He had told the truth. Floyd never complained. Many times we would go to sleep in my meetings, but never complained. I realized that he wanted a horse of his own. Did you ever see a boy who didn't? Anyway, the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't refuse. So he got the colt and named it Blaze. He and the colt grew together, and they were real pals. I many times watched him from the window call that horse from across the field. He would whistle, and Blaze knew that whistle. He rode him to school and truly loved him. I have heard him tell about Mr. Seeley's wanting to ride him when he crossed the rivers, when taking the cattle to market. I soon saw there was not room for my family, and something would have to be done. When summer came, I decided to fix up the other house to eat in. It made a lovely dining room, but made too much running for me. Besides, I was needed in both places at once. I suggested to Frank that we take out the partition to the pantry and enlarge our dining room, but he, being a hard man to convert to anything, failed to see my point. Now this called for wisdom and action on my part, for I knew we had to have more room, so I talked and persuaded and finally decided to act. I engaged my carpenter and paper hanger, then chose a day when he would be away on the mountain. But somehow I felt that I just must get his consent before he left. Children always help you out, and they all knew what I was going to do. Mary, bless her little heart, asked me when he was close by if I was going to do it anyway. I said, "I hate to, but I guess that I will have to." I didn't have to, for before he left, he came in and told me to do whatever I wanted to. He came back sooner than expected, and we were not all cleaned up, but as he stood and looked at that large, beautiful room, he said, "Well, I am glad I at last got you to fix our home up." I was happy then, and we never ceased to enjoy that room where we played games, ate, studied, and really lived. I will always see a picture with Frank sitting at the head of the table reading his magazine, but ready to answer questions, and the children around it studying their lessons. We had our study hour for lessons each night from 7 to 9 or 10. I would tend the little ones and prepare them for bed, and at the same time help the first and second graders. Mornings were lively. We generally got up at 5 o'clock, calling the boys and girls at 6 a.m. There were 8 cows to milk, horses and cattle to feed before breakfast, the team to harness, and then get ready for school. They had 3 miles to go to school, and it started at 9 a.m. The girls had the lunches to put up for all 10, and this was no small job, their beds to make, and get ready for school. Part of the dishes were usually done. I wonder if you can see or even guess at the excitement that went on in our home. There were little babies to take care of, tables to wait on, and before breakfast we always had prayers. Until the older ones decided it wasn't necessary, we sang a song before kneeling. All were quiet, and I guess it was the only time through the day. There is one thing I am proud to say: there was very little quarreling in our house. If the children indulged in that pastime, they chose other times than in the house around me. To many, this might look like a hard life for the children, but it was this life that taught them to be independent and self-sufficient. It taught them that life was not made for just ease and comfort, and also to make their daily duties a pleasure. They had their milking races and competed with everything they did. They learned to win and lose, in work and in play. At night, after the work was done for the evening, especially in the summer, they had their games. They would wrestle, race, and play ball. We always observed home evenings and made of it a special time. The children did it. They chose their committees for the program and refreshments, took turn in presiding. After the programs, where everyone took part, even grandmother, who was with us a good deal, they had games. How grateful I feel to the children for always being so sweet to grandmother. She was a dear soul and tried so hard to do her part in darning and fixing the children's clothes. I remember she called Wright her little slouch because she couldn't keep his clothes in order. He would have a suspender down or his shirt unbuttoned or something wrong. Whenever she left us, she always felt bad for fear the children would remember when she had scolded them. She dearly loved them, and if she corrected them, it was for their good. How I bless her memory and am thankful for every day she spent with us. One year she took over the chickens, and how she worked. Every week she had Floyd help her clean the coop, and when they got through, believe me, the coop was clean. Floyd was always so sweet about helping her. Her turkeys would wander away, and she would hunt for them. Sometimes Frank would meet her way up in the field. It worried him. He didn't think she was able to do this, so the next spring he refused to let her take the chickens. Because of this, she went to stay with Frank and Eva and tried again to raise chickens and turkeys. Her desire to be independent was what brought the change in her health. My, what a summer she spent, and how I worried about her. She came back to us and we were happy to have her. Finally, she went to Daphne's to care for her babies while Daphne taught school. Her health was failing, and in the spring of 1923 she came back to her little room we had prepared for her, but not for too long. I don't remember just when she came back, but she had rheumatism and suffered a good deal. Lou came to see her that spring on her birthday, the 22nd of April. We all gave her a party. Lou and Frank carried her over. I believe Daphne and her children came down. The little tots recited poems and sang their little songs, and the girls served refreshments. At the last of the program, Mother stood up and told them all how she loved them, how dear they all were to her. Her heart was full, and tears came to her eyes. After it was over, they carried her back to her little room. Daphne soon prepared to go to the mountains for the summer. She was trying to prove up on some land. Lou left to shear sheep. On the 17th of May, 1923, Mother was writing a letter to Clara, who was then on a mission in California. She had just completed one of the strongest testimonies I ever read when she had a stroke and fell to the floor. We sent for Daphne and Lou. On the 19th of May, she passed to her home on high to join Father and her loved ones that had gone before. We missed that dear face. She had been a blessing to us all. Every child was benefited by her being there, and the history of memories of that dear old home would not have been complete without a sketch of Mother. Her staunch faith in God, her ambition and desire to help. Her advice to us all was a strength in helping us fight our battles for right. We laid her to rest in the vernal cemetery, and someday I will be laid by her side. I must tell you of the last Christmas she spent with us. Clara was on her mission. Ronald came down to spend Christmas with us and acted as Santa Claus. Mother helped us fix him up. How happy she was. I can see her eyes shine now as we all marched into the tree singing Jolly Old Saint Nicholas. She was carrying Chad, the baby, and when she marched by Santa, she had him shake hands with Chad. That was a grand tree filled to the top, and there was a grand crowd to enjoy it. 17 marched around the tree. All were there but Clara. The presents were hardly distributed when Daphne and her children came running in, and a happy flock they were. To add 7 to our 17 really made a house full, but it was a happy house. Nuts, candy, oranges, apples, and grapes were in dishes all over the house where all could eat all they wanted. Few wanted breakfast, but all were ready for dinner. It would be hard to tell about that dinner. Tables reaching the full length of the house were filled to overflowing with all the things that Christmas calls for. I think that we carried out the nutshells by the tubsful. I have never forgotten Mother that day. I was worried for fear all this excitement would be too much for her. I kept telling Reginald, a real noisy boy, not to make so much noise when Mother came to me and said, "May, you are going to spoil that boy's Christmas if you don't leave him alone, and he is not hurting me." She had such good sense and was always thinking of others. This Christmas was only a typical Christmas of all the happy ones we had on the ranch. We always had a merry time. While we are talking of Christmas, I will tell you of one other that stands out in my memory. Lou and Don with their families had moved to Vernal just a short time before. Frank was in Davis. Lou was staying with us and Don with Daphne. Christmas came, and I decided to have them all there at the big ranch. The preparations we made started the week before in order to have them all have a good time, young and old. I had to prepare for each group. I emptied one of the bedrooms for the little tots and put a stove up, a small table and little dishes where they could play with their dolls and toys without bothering the others or being bothered by them. The boys I left to entertain themselves outside, but I believe they were inside as much as outside. I had games of all kinds for older people and books of all kinds. We surely needed the large room I had insisted on having. There were 3 long tables set beside some small ones for the little ones. I had a large 25-pound turkey, a boiled ham, beef roast, and some chickens cooked, pies of all kind, cookies, donuts, fruit cake, coffee cake and other kinds, puddings, fresh fruit, pickles of all kind, cranberries, and everything that goes with Christmas dinner. The girls sat, decorated, and waited on the tables. There was a table for different ages. When they were seated, it was a real sight. I don't need a picture to remind me of that happy day. I loved the boys, their wives, and their children. There was lots of work, of course, but it was never thought of in the joy we all had in being together. The work was shared by all. It was at times like these that I certainly appreciated Ronald. After dinner was over, you always found him with his sleeves rolled up washing dishes, and believe me, there were plenty to wash. Those days we didn't have paper plates to burn up, but every dish had to be washed, wiped, and put away. Then they would have snow fights, and the royal battles were quite a sight to watch. They would choose up sides, girls and boys, and the times they had. When all had gone that night, you should have seen the house. It looked a wreck, as if a hurricane had struck it, but that didn't worry me. They had all had a good time, and it is those times that children remember. We were 3 miles from church, but that was one of the important things to me, and I was supported by my husband. Going to Sunday school was just as necessary as going to dinner. Frank got us a 2-seated buggy that we filled to overflowing, and Sunday morning was a lively morning at our house. I was always up early, and each child had his or her part to play. It was almost like a hive of bees preparing for Sunday school. They all had their bath the night before. I want to tell you here about the bathtub. We had never had anything but a small, round tub to bathe in, and here we had a very large, real bathtub. The little ones could almost go swimming in it, so they were anxious to bathe. The Sunday clothes were put in a pile ready to put on. This was the job for the little girls. Each of the girls had 3 as their responsibility in caring for their clothes. When the washing was done, each of the girls would gather the clothes of the ones they were responsible for. Then they were ironed, mended, and put away. At night, they would put in a pile what they were supposed to wear Sunday morning. They would dress, and at 9:30 we all climbed into the buggy and were off to Sunday school. As I sat and looked from one class to another to see that they were all keeping order, it filled my heart with pride, and I often silently thanked the Lord in my heart for all those grandchildren. I want to tell you about our first Sunday school in Vernal. We were told that we belonged to the Ashley ward, so Sunday morning I loaded up my buggy and started. In order to get there, we had to go through 2 different pastures. The road wound around, but followed the river for some distance. The trees and bushes had just leafed out. The grass was getting green. It was early spring. The birds were singing, and it was cool. That first ride I will never forget. The beauties of nature gave all of us a feeling of peace and thanksgiving. I was assigned the kindergarten class to teach, and I was happy about that, for I could take my babies in the class with me, and I was better prepared to teach than any other person. It was a small ward and not what I had hoped for, but I was willing to do my part. In 1917 to 1918, when we started farming, there was a young man, John Wimmer, who came to work for us. We liked him very much, but at this time World War I was on, and he was drafted. This was our first realization of war. He dreaded to go. He had no relatives there, but he had formed a feeling of home and home life with us. It fell my lot to take him to the bus the morning he left, and I never will forget the feeling it gave me when I told him goodbye. Our boys were not very large yet, so we had to depend on hired help, and soon another boy had to go. I felt grateful that my own boys were still small. How little I knew that there was another war coming that would take them in. The river raised so high that spring that it took the bridge, and we were out off from town for 2 or 3 weeks. Floyd was baptized that summer. There was lots of hard work and we were all busy, but the games in the evening and the laughter and joking of them all kept a pleasant atmosphere that is a pleasure to look back to. School time came, and that was another experience for us all. Jenny and Clara started in the high school. Reginald, Mary, Bessie, and Floyd went to Ashley to the grade school. They all had 3 miles to go and in different directions. That left me 5 at home. Dorothy and Frank were both babies. I called them my twins, as Dorothy was really more care than Frank. Both were on the bottle. Both learned to walk together. I suffered quite badly with hay fever that summer. Living in the middle of a hayfield didn't help me out very much. That summer, we put up about 100 tons of hay. We milked 6 cows who furnished us all the milk, butter, and cream that we could eat. How good a little of that would look to us today. School started. We had to get up early. After the rush was over, I would turn to my babies and the work for the day. The winters were cold and quite a lot of snow fell. The one thing that impressed itself on my mind was the shoes we made the girls wear to school. I am taking part of the blame for not standing out for the girls. Frank nor I ever went to anything to see how others dressed, and in our desire to dress them warm and protect them from the cold, we got them some high-topped boots. And when I say high, I mean high. They cost us twice what Oxford's would have done. We had a robe made from a hide of a big pinto horse. This was lined with wool carpeting. We called it the hotfoot, and when they started for school, we felt that they were warm. I believe the girls would have rather frozen their feet than to have worn those shoes. It even made the young men indignant for them, and to this day, they tell us about it. Parents often, in trying to do the right thing, surely do the wrong. This made them conspicuous and gave them a feeling of inferiority, which never should have been. I guess those shoes will always be remembered by them and us. Our first Christmas was one to be remembered in the big house. We put our tree in the parlor by the fireplace, and we were a happy crew. The next year, in the fall of 1918, the flu broke out. No one knew what to do or how to handle it. The doctor was as much at sea as the people. Everyone was coming down with it, and great numbers were dying. The town was quarantined, and everyone was compelled to wear a mask. Forbid any of the children to leave the front gate. Schools were closed, and all public gatherings. The teacher in Ashley, our district, would take one child at a time and rehearse a week's preparation. On the 10th of November, I sent for a strange doctor who had come into the community since all of our own doctors were called to war, and after hours of waiting, Donald was born. It was Wright's birthday, and he had insisted on having a party, but I had other plans. It was quite an exciting time. How I thanked the Lord for that son, for he has been a comfort and joy to our lives. The flu was still raging, so we had no visitors and kept our gates shut. The children got along with the work until I was able to take hold again. We were all happy over the new baby. The flu left its mark in the town. Many died, but it passed us by. We had reasons for being grateful for our farm. Wright, I believe, suffered the most from the effects as he was just starting school, and what a poor start he got. I guess he has always suffered from it. The children were late to school quite often, and this, of course, annoyed the teachers. One of them decided to punish Mary and told her to write a theme on why she was late. This was hardly fair to Mary, as she surely did her part in trying to hurry the boys to get the team, and often came to her father to help her hurry them. Of course, the teacher knew nothing of this when he assigned her the job. At this time, she was preparing for examinations. She had been chosen on a debating team, and was preparing for that, and was trying to graduate in seminary. She was lost and appealed to me for material to write on. I suggested that she just tell them why she was late, and we went on in the mornings. Believe me, she did. She pictured one morning's excitement to perfection. I was amused and thrilled with her paper. She gave it to her teacher. He was so amused that he showed it to all the teachers, and she never got it back. That was the last time they ever said anything to her about being late. I would like to have that paper. For a few years, the younger children went to Ashley, the smaller grades, so 2 buggies went in opposite directions. This was a real worry in the winter, as we had to trust the small children to tend one team. As I look back now, it seems that Frank made men of his boys when they were quite small. I was often worried over the things he would trust them to do. He gave them responsibility, and they took it. When they would finally start for school, I would walk to that big bay window and watch them go around the corner, 2 buggies full of children, and some of the boys on horseback. It filled my heart with pride. Then I would turn to the little ones demanding my attention. Babies were to be fed, bathed, and put to sleep. Beds were to be made, dishes finished, etc. I must here give Clara a word of praise. She never forgot me, not even to this day. As soon as she saw her breakfast, she began to wash dishes with clock in front of her. She never stopped until the hands reached a spot where she thought she would have to get ready for school. With the other girls begging her to get ready, she stood and washed dishes. One time I had a bone fell in on my thumb, and doing my work with a baby to tend was a real job, especially since it was on my right hand. Frank and Dorothy, just little tots, did all they could to help me, and were really good. But with only my left hand, in spite of all I could do, the house was surely neglected. One day Clara refused to go to school, and the way she went after the house I will never forget. She told me to doctor my thumb. She got everything in order and gave me a fresh start. I had several friends and my sister-in-laws who came down once in a while to help me out. I nearly lost my thumb, but with the doctor's help and constant care, I came out of it. We were happy in our new home. All the children wanted to help, and there were jokes for all. Reginald felt that he was quite a man to be taken into the field to work with his father. I had to have a boy, and that fell to Floyd, but not all of the time. Wash days generally I could keep him, but as a rule his father had a job for them all. Our spirits were high, and we had great plans, both young and old. The farm produced a great deal of hay. As I look back, I can see those stacks and stacks of hay dotted around over the field. I can also see the crew at work, and it was a jolly crew, Frank, his boys, and a few hired men. They ran races and competed in everything they did. The hay was hauled in on slides and then stacked mostly in or near the barn. Often, the girls would freeze ice cream and take it to the barn where they would dish it out to the men and boys as they came in to unload their slide. Our house was made with large windows, so I always knew what most everyone was doing. I was worried about children running away. Never but once can I recall when this happened. Dorothy and Frank took a notion to go to see Aunt Daphne. She was about a mile away, and the hunt that we all had will never be forgotten. We were about crazy when Arvine brought them back to us. Ice cream was a daily desert. The girls, with the little boys to turn the freezers, froze 2 3-quart freezers for dinner, and how the boys enjoyed it. This didn't happen one year, but every year we lived on the Cabell Ranch during the summer months. We churned our own butter, baked our own bread. 3 times a week the year round I baked 9 loaves of bread, and none went to waste. They all had plenty of everything to eat. Besides our family, we often had others who came from time to time. One year, Daphne had to go to school in order to hold her position as school teacher. Her children were small and needed care, so they were to stay with me. 6 added to our 12 really made a bunch of kiddies. There were 6 under 5 years. I gave Mary and Bessie the job of feeding them. They had a small table with a bench for the little ones. They took care of them and did a good job. Very seldom did they come to me with trouble. Daphne had 6 weeks of school and a rest from the worries of the children, which was a blessing to her, and no one else was hurt. The children grew up together, and they seemed as dear to me as my own, and I adore this. I love them all, and when Christmas comes and we get them, I am more than proud of them and women they have made. They have all married well, and I am proud of their families and love their wives and children. On the 29th of July, 1920, we were blessed with another son. He was our 14th child. We had a hard time finding a name that was good enough for him, but finally decided on Roan Chadwick. His father had wanted to call all the boys Tom Tucker after a dear friend of his mother's. I learned from his cousin that the friend's name was Roan, so I was happy to change it from Tom Tucker to Roan. The Chadwick children got from the Little Shepherd of Kingdom Come. They all loved Chad. Mother and I were going to call him Roan, but the family overpowered us, and he was called Chad. I think it fit him. We all loved him dearly. Although he was the 14th, he was more than welcome. Jenny was the first to leave the nest. She thought she wanted to study business, so went to Salt Lake to a business school for one winter. We missed her a lot. The next year, she stayed home and graduated with Clara. We were so proud to have 2 girls graduate. They both left us. Clara went on a mission to California, and Jenny married to Otis Weeks, the real mission of her life, on the 27th of April, 1922. They all went through the temple together. Clara left for California, and Jenny and Otis came home and rented a little place in town. Clara filled a faithful mission. The experiences the boys had with the cattle were many, and they enjoyed the work, but the cattle finally broke us. We had a hard winter. Feed got up to $40 a ton. The market for beef went down, and we had to sell. Just another experience in life. The boys had enjoyed the cattle and had learned to handle stock. In the year 1921, Frank decided to feed a herd of white-face heifers, and by the time spring came, he was truly in love with them, and he decided to buy the herd. This was our first real investment. This made us all happy, especially the boys, who were to take a large hand in caring for them. They were beauties to look at, and we all enjoyed them. He then obtained a right on the range and prepared to take them up. Reginald soon became a real hand on the farm. He was small for his age, but as I look back, it seems that he was always a companion to his father. His judgment and ability were always appreciated by his father. He was strong for his size and never flinched or tried to shield himself, but was ready and determined to hold up his end at work or at play. He was always in the front line. He truly enjoyed the trips with his father on the mountain to look after the stock. We had a hired man, Owen Hamaker, who was with us a good deal, and when Frank left, he would tell Reginald that it was up to him to see that things went as they should at home. Owen felt that he was responsible, being older and hired to do the work. This made me a great deal of trouble, as Reginald quite often felt inclined to show Owen who was boss, and I had to keep peace between them. As I remember in telling my troubles to Frank, it only made him proud of Reginald. Reginald was a determined character, and as I look back, I was busy most of the time either persuading him to give up or the other children to let him have his way. Most of the children were born with strong willpowers. Still, I am happy to say that there were very few real quarrels between them. That is where being raised in a large family is a blessing, as it teaches you to give and take, to respect others' rights, and also provides a companion. Children grow up to love and appreciate each other, and will hang together and fight quicker for one another than they do for themselves. I suffered a great deal with hay fever and asthma, and during the month of July, Frank or Otis would take me to the mountains. I took with me all the younger children and left the older ones to carry on at home. For a few years I lived in tents. We always took a couple of cows and a horse called Bob. He was a gentle old fellow who played a large part in helping to raise the family. The first night that I was left alone was generally my worst night. After Frank would leave and I got the children to bed, all was quiet. I had no protection whatever from wild animals or anything else. As I sat by the campfire looking into the heavens filled with stars, a lonely feeling of perfect helplessness would come over me. Should anything happen now, how could I protect my babies? Then fear would begin to come over me. I was wholly dependent on God, and in Him I must trust. To get His protection, one must have faith in Him. How many times I have gathered myself together, knelt by my bed and told the Lord my story, and asked Him to protect us from any harm of any kind. When I arose, my fear was gone. I knew my babies were all right, and I went to bed and to sleep. The many years I spent in the mountains, I never had an accident of any kind with the children. The only wild animal that ever came into camp was a porcupine, and he only caused excitement. I believe the poor fellow was more frightened than we were. Our trips to the mountains were an occasion in our lives, a time we all looked forward to from year to year. We cooked our bread in a Dutch oven and roasted our meat and potatoes. The children would compete on seeing who could cook the best. As I look back, I believe that Floyd excelled. Mary came close. The older children came up often with their horses and friends. The joy and happiness they got riding and climbing over the mountains, their games and songs around the campfires at night were pleasures always to be remembered. One year, Frank decided to build us a cabin, so they cut and trimmed the logs. The boys put it up. By this time, our little boys had gotten to be big boys, the girls young ladies, but they never got too old or big to enjoy our summers in the mountains. Our cabin was built on a little stream near where an old sawmill had been. With our cabin, we got a little cook stove, built a bedstead and table, got us some blocks for chairs to add to one or two old ones. There was a spring nearby, and a large pine tree was over the house. The hillside was covered with flowers and grass. Frank fenced off a small piece of ground where I put in a little garden. It never amounted to very much, but it gave me exercise and the real pleasure of working it. As I remember, we had radishes and lettuce, strawberries, rhubarb, and beet greens. We really were happy, and we called the little spot Peace and Happiness. I loved the mountains, and the children and grandchildren loved them. Frank often came up with the older children weekends and brought food to us. We were happy to see them. I often think of Floyd. One spring when he was small, he came to me and said, "Mama, when are you going to get the hay fever so we can go to the mountains?" One time, Jenny came up and brought a friend, Alta Lundell, with her. They both had children, but they were small. You can guess at what happened in that one room. They were there for about a week and had a real happy time. We had an old wagon, or at least the running gears. They put on some boards, then piled the children on with their picnic, and went anywhere they took a notion. They sometimes went horseback, sometimes climbed, but every day was exciting. The children gathered flowers. The cabin was filled with flowers all summer. Everyone, young and old, was happy. The young folks brought their company. It proved to be a pleasure resort for young and old. The cows made it possible for them to bring their babies, and were a source of comfort, except when the cows chose to run away. And oh dear, what a time we sometimes had. I remember one time especially. They were gone for 2 days. How we hunted on foot and on horseback, and finally located them with a bunch of wild stock. Now getting them separated was a real job, too big for me. I got them down to the stream, and a young man came along and decided to do the job for me. He chased that poor old cow until I wished I had never seen him. I was afraid she would die after he left, but she didn't. We kept her tied to a rope after that, and the next year I decided to live on canned milk. On one trip, Frank and Otis decided to have a fishing trip. They took us to a beautiful little spot in the McKee Draw and camped us in a grove of trees near a little stream. We thought it was ideal. Jenny had her small baby. We camped after sundown, and all was quiet and beautiful. They pitched our tents and then got ready for their fishing trip. Mary, Bessie, and Hildred Aycock went with them, leaving Jenny and her baby with me and the rest of the children. Next morning, as soon as they could see, they were off. Frank was very thoughtful of the children, for as we rode off, he said to me, "May, some years the flies get bad up here. If they are this time, you will have to protect the children. Can you imagine a couple of men riding off and leaving their families in a place like that? Well, they did, and as the sun came up and began to shine, the flies began to fly. It didn't take long for us to discover what we were up against. Flies of every description came to life. The air was full, and I think they were all hungry. The horses tried to get into the camp. I saw they wanted the smoke, so I had the children build a number of fires and cover them with weeds to make the smoke. The horses stood in the smoke, and so did the children. The cows went wild, jumped the fence, and went to the hills. I sent Wright while I went after them. Arvine sat behind with a brush, keeping off the flies while Wright guided the horse. They couldn't find the cows, of course, and came back. By then I knew we couldn't stay there, and so I fed the children, packed up, and as soon as the boys got there, we started back. I have never forgotten the horses. My team was 2 big horses called Jim and Queen. They were grand. They stood as patiently as they could until all were in the wagon, the tent down and loaded. But as soon as I picked up the lines, they were off with their heads up. Jenny with her baby and Wright to drive came in the buggy. The roads were terrible, and I had a brake that would catch, so Howard sat ready to jump down and jump on the brake when we went downhill. Going downhill over those big rocks was no joke. We made it to Dutch Charlie. They were not many flies, and I was afraid to tackle the big hill with my babies and the brake in that condition. Then there was my hay fever when I got home, if I went back. Jenny said for me to decide. We finally camped under some little trees, pitched the tent, and the children were happy again. The next day, in answer to my prayers, a man, Rube Freestone, came. He had seen our cows and was kind enough to go and get them for us. Wright went with him on Old Bob. 2 days later, the fishing party came back, and everything was all right again as it always was when Frank was with us. I don't think, however, that Jenny or I will ever quite forgive them. They moved our camp into another little grove where there are more trees and a little stream running by. It was a beautiful little spot, which we afterwards chose for our summer home, until they decided to build our cabin. Memories. I long today for my cabin on the hill, for my heart is filled with sadness, and only those memories can fill. Fill it again with pleasure, with laughter, and with joy. When my boys and girls were little, thank God for the days gone by. In that little old log cabin with 2 windows and a door. The floor was dirt, the cracks big, but the children played evermore. They grew from babies up to manhood, gathering flowers and climbing in the trees. But now they are marching off to battle to fight to make us free. If I could sit in that lonely cabin, that cabin in the hills, and listen to the squirrels and birdies, perhaps my heart would then be still. I could feel with it the empty feeling when life and joy has gone, and only quiet is left to tell you of the once happy, joyous sons. Written the day Donald left for the war, July 22nd, 1942. My cabin. Did you ever have a cabin up among the pines, with joy and peace and comfort surrounded with columbines? Where you could look at God's wonders and breathe that refreshing air and listen to the birdies. There is beauty everywhere. My little old log cabin has 2 windows in the front, the floor is dirt and holy, and the door is surely punk. But oh, the friends that gather when the sun in town is hot, to partake of its cheer and comfort is not to be forgot. It is crowded to its utmost with true and jolly souls, and they sing and laugh together. Oh, the pleasure to behold. Even the little children help make this jolly band as they grow in health and comfort and gather flowers on every hand. How I love my little cabin that is set among the trees, and I thank God for memories that it always brings to me. August 1933. In all of the years we spent in the mountains, I can't recall one real accident. God surely answered my prayers and took care of my children and grandchildren. We generally moved back to the farm the 1st or 2nd week in August, and I took up my real duties again, preparing children for school, fall cleaning, and putting up food for the winter. This was a real job, bottling vegetables, fruit, and meat of all kinds. We had a few apricot trees on the place. Other fruit was quite expensive, so we used apricots in every way, fresh, dried, preserves, jams, and mixed with other fruits. It was a standing joke when we had company for them to say, "Shall I get some apricots?" Anyway, they always enjoyed them, and do yet, especially the pies. I can see now the tubs full of fruit the boys would bring in. One summer especially stands out to me. It was the year Daphne had to go to school. Clara was really ill, and I didn't dare have her take a hand in the work. I gave Bessie charge of the children, but Jenny, bless her heart, walked into the kitchen and took it over. I took Mary over to the 2-roomed brick building, and together we put up our winter store, to lots of various kinds, mostly apricots and apples, jams, jellies, marmalades, preserves, pickles of all kinds, vegetables and meats. As long as we could, we worked, and when fall came, our cellar was well filled. I suppose we thought we were having a hard time, but the joy it gives me now in looking back to those lively days when we all worked together, played together, and enjoyed each other cannot be described. I have to say God bless the memory of our days on the good old farm where the children grew to be real men and women. We had our troubles. One day Dorothy undertook to jump on the hay slide while it was going, slipped and fell. The slide passed over her head. Arvane was driving the slide, and he stopped the team and called for Frank. He hurried to her and found her head fastened. I ran to her. She was released with only a bad scar that she has carried all the rest of her life. Another time Floyd was hauling ice with what we thought to be a perfectly gentle team. Just before he reached the ice house, the team ran away. Floyd was not very large but kept his head, and as each block of ice slid towards the back, he would crawl towards the front. Blocks of ice were scattered all over the field, but Floyd was okay. When the team decided to stop, he climbed out, gathered up his lines, and drove to the house with only one cake of ice. The men gathered up the ice. One summer, the Noel family met at Bear Lake. Many grown people and children were present. It would be impossible to put into words the joy and pleasure we got by meeting with one another in a family reunion and watching our children get acquainted with their aunts, uncles, and cousins. Our cabins were in a half circle, and the tables were set out in front. For 3 days we enjoyed each other in games, visiting, rowing on the lake, and taking a swim. I believe the children enjoyed the lake more than anything else. The night before leaving, a Noel Genealogical Society was organized for the purpose of gathering genealogy of our forefathers, learning where they came from, and also to do temple work. One of the main objects was to keep in touch with one another that our ties might be strengthened, and so that if at any time one should need help, we would be able to give it. This means more to us than the joy we receive here, to know that for generations to come, the family will be held together in love and friendship, that as the family grows in numbers, the ties will grow stronger. Through the efforts of this society, their histories will be kept, their records kept that will be carried on for generations to come. On the other hand, they might never have known each other. Parts of the family would likely have lived and passed away without the knowledge of the rest of the family. Their past generations would never have been known. As the mother of this society, I thank the Lord for the efforts they have made and are now making, for the plans they have for the future in adding to its strength. May it continue to grow in unity, strength, and power is my humble prayer. I want this to be a history and genealogy of those who have joined our circle, as well as ours. I would like to see a history and records of every in-law who has come into the family. To me, their records are just as important and belong with the others. My desire is to have them feel that way, and that they will be just as zealous in placing their records along with their husbands or wives. In this way, we will have a complete record. It is not complete otherwise. I was president of the Mutual and had several miles to go, but never missed a meeting I could help as I had many young folks of my own. Mrs. Karen also had young people, and she was my first counselor. We had to go in all kinds of weather. In the spring it was so muddy that it was impossible for a team to get through, so we would all go horseback. I wasn't used to the new ways of riding, and sometimes when it was dark I wasn't very happy inside, but was careful that no one found it out. Mrs. Karen was a good horsewoman and I could trust her. She rode a white horse. That was what saved my life as I fell off that white horse. I knew that she knew the trail. If we had gotten off of it, we would have been in quicksand. The young folks would leave us far behind. In the winter, we went in sleighs. I had a little sleigh that a single horse would take. The older children would go horseback. I can never forget that mare. She was a real trotter, and when it was dark, I couldn't see the road, so had to trust to her. She went like a streak and would pass everyone on the road. I often wondered why she didn't tip us over, but the number of years that I held that position, I can't remember a single accident. We often gave parties. On one occasion, we persuaded our husbands to go. Mrs. Karen promised them a cup of coffee if they would go. To make our word good, she took her coffee pot, and when it was time to eat, she put it on the stove. It began to boil, and everyone began to smell and look. We put the coffee under the bench, and when the others began to inquire, we were all very innocent. We had a good time that night. She used to say that if I would do the preaching, she would do the work, but she stood by me in everything. A more faithful partner one couldn't have. I loved her for her good sense, her cheerful disposition, her energy, and as a true friend. With her help and good sense, I never had any trouble with the boys. The mutual had to compete with other wards on different things. One time they had a debate. Mary and Bessie were chosen to represent our mutual. At the same time, Mary was preparing to graduate, and she was quite worried. They had to meet a school teacher, Margaret Merkley, and a young man, Rulon Hansen, who was clerking in a store, so they were really worried. I never saw the girls work together as united and as hard as they did. The night they were to debate, Mary was really ill and excited. I finally took her into a bedroom and persuaded her to kneel down and ask God to quiet her nerves and help her through. She did, and her prayer was fairly answered, for those two little girls beat those grown people so far that there was no doubt in anyone's mind. The next day, Mary was broken out with measles, and Clara had to finish the contest for her. Clara had just returned from her mission. About this time, I was released from Mutual, and Clara was put in as president. Clara was married to Ronald Preece on the 11th of June, 1924. Just before this, when Clara first got home, my whole family came down with measles. Reginald and Bessie came down first, and 10 days from then, the rest of the family were in bed. I had a real time, and no one helped but Bessie and Reginald, who were just beginning to get out of bed. I was kept so busy going from one to the other that I offered a reward of $1 to the one who would call me the least. This was a foolish thing to do, as I soon saw that Wright wasn't even going to ask for a drink. I had to take that back. We had quite a time. Bessie, Clara, and Virginia had a pretty hard time, but most of them got off much easier. In May 1924, Reginald and Mary graduated. It seemed that there were always two graduating together. We now began to plan on college. We felt that they must go to college, and all worked towards that end. It was planned, in order to make it cheaper for us, that they would try and board themselves, and Reginald was to get work after school. This was our first experience in sending children off to take care of themselves, and again I made mistakes afterwards to feel sorry for. I hired a lady to sew for me, and got a number of what I thought were nice dresses for Mary to wear to school. When the day came, Frank and I decided to go with them and get them fixed up and started to school. We had a lovely trip, and all of us enjoyed the excitement. We found a very nice little place with 2 rooms, rented it, and then Mary and I put up fruit to do them that winter. We all enjoyed the peaches. Monday they started to school, and I worked to fix up their little home. When Mary came home, I could see that everything wasn't all right, so I began to try to find out the cause of a sad face. The biggest one was her clothes. They were not made like the other girls. She felt odd. You see, again, it was my lack of knowledge as to society and how to dress. What could I do? They were made, and we had gone to the end of our means to get them into school. Well, it was just another of those things where we both had to suffer for a while anyway. They came home for Christmas, and we were glad to see them. They were more adjusted, and everything seemed to be going fine. The next year, Reginald went to the Agriculture College in Logan as he couldn't get what he wanted at the Brigham Young University. Mary graduated from the Brigham Young University and prepared to teach school. Reginald came home to help his father with the sheep. While Mary was at school, she met Roland Rigby, and they decided to spend the rest of their lives together. Mary taught school in Naples Ward, while Roland finished his college. Naples Ward was 5 miles from our home. The winter was cold and long, but she never faltered. About the 20th of August, 1927, we gave Mary a reception. We had a large house and a large yard, and both were full. We had a nice program, for both the older girls, but owing to circumstances over which I had no control, I had to give the older girls receptions in the church. Mary and Roland left us, got in our home, and were married the 23rd of August, 1927. It's shown since, when she returned on a visit. It wasn't long until Reginald left our home to look for work. He realized that things weren't going well financially, so he decided to go out for himself. He went into Nevada and started work for the state surveyor. He started with carrying the chain. He and his partner made a state record that year. He climbed from that to the top and stayed with the state many years. It was on the 13th of February, 1937, that he married Annie Laurie Sullivan, a widow with 2 fine little boys, one of the sweetest girls I ever knew. She was a blessing to him and went right into all of our hearts. Floyd graduated from high school in 1927, and that fall went to the Agriculture College in Logan. He had 2 years of college. Bessie graduated from high school May 1926, and she then went to the University of Utah, where she graduated from normal school in June 1928. That fall, she started to teach school and has been teaching ever since. While teaching, she finished her college course and graduated from the university with her degree on the 7th of June 1942. She deserves the credit for this, and we are proud of her efforts. She also was a great help to us financially. She has always been ready with whatever she had to help us. During the time we were at Brush Creek, she kept the younger children in the Henderson cabin and put them in school. They boarded up the garage to sleep in, and in the mornings frost was on the beds. She saw them through the school year alone. When she left to teach in Salt Lake City, we missed her very much. The market on cattle went down, and we were put out of business. There is no place to quit with a large family to raise, so Frank decided to try sheep. Mr. Meager was the banker, and although our friends had warned us against dealing with him, Frank was persuaded to lease some sheep from him. All our hopes went up again, and for years we labored. The children and I raised orphaned lambs. One of my memories is of the children feeding those lambs. They all had a bottle with a nipple. We had about 50 lambs. It was a real job, 3 times a day, and a real picture to see. We always loved to go to the sheep camp and eat sourdough bread and mutton. The boys now learned to handle sheep. By this time they were getting to be real men and knew the mountain and range like a book and could be trusted at anything or anywhere. The market went down again, also real estate, and we not only lost the sheep, but our home went too. We then moved to a place in town. We had had other losses. One day we came home from church. It was storming, and there were inches of water all over our ranch. We had over $1,000 alfalfa seed crop in the field ready to thrash, and a large crop of grain. It was all taken. One thing followed another until the end came, and we moved off the ranch in 1929. It was storming. The mud was terrible, and I said goodbye to that dear old home that had been such a blessing in helping to raise my children. I guess the ranch had done its duty, for the children were all able to take a part in the world, that is, the older ones were, but we yet had young children. Our means were gone, and I was a physical wreck, but we still had to carry on. We went on to the ranch with horses, cows, wagons, a Buick car, our furniture, and had money in the bank. We came off with a team and wagon, some of the older furniture. No money, no car, nor anything but the children. That reminds me, one time when I was called to the bank to sign a paper with my husband, the banker said jokingly, "This is all you have, Mrs. Knoll?" I said, "The children are not included?" He answered, "No." And I said, "They are all I expect to have left." Then he replied that I should not feel that way, that we were going to come out all right. If I had anything else, I don't know what it was, but the children were grand. I never once heard them complain that this was bad luck. When we realized we would have to meet this crisis, Frank and I shook hands and agreed that we would do our best to keep the same happy spirit in our home that we had always had, and not let depression and hard luck enter in. I believe we succeeded, but leaving the old home really was goodbye to our family life. The children began to scatter. Lloyd and Wright went to herd sheep. Bessie taught school. Frank hauled coal, and I started a little kindergarten. One year, the boys, Floyd, Wright, and Howard, rented a piece of ground at Jensen, and they tried to raise beans. Dorothy went down to cook for them. Virginia tried picking strawberries in Provo. Frank finally rented a piece of ground in Mazer and raised a good crop. The boys' crop failed, the land we rented was useless, our bad luck continued, but we still lived. I sprained my knee and for some time was unable to work, but I was home with crutches to meet the children when they came from school. I got around a little. Floyd and Wright went back to herding sheep for Haler Whitbeck. Reginald had been in Nevada for some time with the state surveyor. Bessie was teaching in Naples. Floyd went on his mission for the Latter-day Saints Church in California on the 11th of December, 1931. He put what money he had earned that summer in the bank, and we were trusting to God to see him through, and he never failed us. Wright graduated from high school May 1930. He and Floyd had both made good records. They were especially good in athletics. Wright's teacher and coach, Dunn Taylor, made him a special gift of a watch as an outstanding athlete. Many were the times that we went to watch the boys play basketball. How excited we got as we watched them compete with other teams. Football was just coming into the school. How I regretted its appearance as it was the result of Wright having a bad knee for years. Wright also was quite a wrestler, while both of the boys competed in racing. Bessie and Mary enjoyed basketball, dancing, etc. Wright went that fall, 1930, to the Agriculture College at Logan. He thought he could help himself by working after school, which he did. In July 1931, I was on the mountains as usual with hay fever when I received a letter saying Frank had leased another herd of sheep from Jim Ratliff. He was happy, and so were the boys. Great plans were made as to what they were going to do. There were lots of saddle horses, and he owned the surrounding country as pasture. When I returned, I began to prepare to move once more. We moved into a little house on Big Brush Creek. We were happy again, and spring was big. I loved the little stream that ran by the house, the hills, and the quiet. We were by ourselves without the excitement of town. The boys and girls enjoyed the horses as well as the sheep. They felt at home with them. Floyd was on his mission, and Wright went back to the Agriculture College in September, so the winter of 1931 and 1932, we got Ronald Priest to herd the sheep. That winter will never be forgotten by anyone in Vernal, especially those who owned sheep. It was a hard winter. The snow was 3 feet deep on the level. Some sheepmen lost their herds. We lost about half of ours. I was ill, and at one time about lost all my troubles behind. It was my job, though, to cheer up the men, Frank and Ronald, but that was a real job. Ronald would come in with his clothes about frozen to him after a hard day struggling with the snow and couldn't see anything funny about the situation. Bessie and the children had rented a place in town and were going to school. We won't dwell on the miseries of that winter. We 3 would play cards a good deal to pass the time away. May 1932. Howard and Virginia graduated from high school. Virginia's ambition was to go to college, but Howard had fallen in love with a little girl, Elna Fulting, so he herded the sheep that summer. He was also one of the school's outstanding athletes. Virginia raised turkeys to help her get to school. Bessie went to Yellowstone Park to work. I, as usual, went to the mountains. My children were all grown to men and women, so I took my grandchildren up with me. They were as dear to me as my own, and they loved the mountains. Otis bought a house near our cabin and fixed it up for them, and Jenny and I had a wonderful summer together. On the 17th of August, 1932, Howard and Elna were married. Virginia went to the Agricultural College, while Wright went back to school. Virginia couldn't sell her turkeys that time of the year, so I borrowed money to get her there and to get her books. She never said very much, but her faith, along with mine, helped her out, for she never gave up. She soon found work to do after school, and I was doing all I could, but she got very little help from anyone. What she couldn't get, she went without, and she knew how to do that. Anyway, she never quit. And in June 1936, Bessie and I went up to see her wear her cap and gown and receive her diploma from the Agriculture College. She surely deserved credit. That fall, she taught school. In the spring of 1933, Wright left school and came home to help his father with the lambing. That was the last of his school. How we all have regretted it. On the 24th of December, Floyd returned from his mission. He filled a faithful mission. His president said fine things of his work. The last 6 months he had really gone without purse or script. We were unable to help him, but he refused to come home. When he got home, he went right out to help herd the sheep. The next summer, he got the job of fish and game warden. That coming October, they turned the sheep back to Ratliff, and with them everything we had: cows, calves, chickens, household furniture, everything. Frank was elected county clerk, so we moved down to Vernal and rented a house owned by Mr. Orson Calder. Wright went with Ratliff to work out what he thought he was owing him. It resulted in his meeting Marjorie Dion, and on the 22nd of June, 1936, they were married. Floyd was married the same day to Dorothy Clark, a girl he met on his mission. They were both grand girls and have made good wives and mothers. On the 7th of January, 1935, Frank went into his office. It meant a new life for him and a blessing to us all. It came when we were completely down in every way and didn't know which way to turn. I was ill, so we were truly thankful to the Lord and the people who had put him in with a large majority. Dorothy, after spending 1 year going to the Jordan High School, came home and graduated with her class the 18th of May, 1934. It fills me full to think of the part that little girl took in my life. She came home from the Jordan High School to cook and care for the boys while I was at Brush Creek. She was a real mother and watched over them with a mother's eye, saw that they asked the blessing on their food, mended their clothes, worked out and got money to give them for spending money, and all this time kept up her lessons. There was nothing that she felt out to be done that she didn't do. Now she was graduated, she wanted to be a nurse. I was determined she should have her desire. She was packing her suitcase to go when all at once she decided not to go. I didn't know why, but soon learned it was because of me. The doctor told Frank that I was in a serious condition, and he would give up that winter and take care of me. That I needed her was enough, and all I could say or the tears I could shed never altered her. Well, she was a strict nurse, but I had to obey. The doctor's orders had to be carried out. That was all I could do. I guess she saved my life, and I love her for her ambition, her faith, her determination to do what is right, and her sweet, unselfish ways. The doctor was true to his word. He opened up a way for her to train for nursing, but by this time she had decided to get married. On the 28th of May, 1936, she married DeMar G. in the Salt Lake Temple. He is a fine boy, and together they have fought a hard fight, but have stood together, had their family, and served God. They have been happy in the work, doing their duty to their neighbors, to their family, to each other, and to God. Frank graduated in May 1935. He was with the sheep a good share of his time when not in school. In February 1936, Uncle Edmund Noel had a stroke. He was in Texas at the time. It seemed best at the time for Frank to go down and take care of his uncle and tend his gas station for him. I thought I would lose my mind at the thought of asking a boy to take that responsibility, but in spite of all I could say, he went and went willingly. I don't think we ever had a child complain at anything we asked them to do. Frank, Sr., took him down and left him. I don't think there are words to express what that boy went through until I relented, and we sent for them both. I don't think anyone has ever heard a word of complaint from Frank. That fall, we sent him to an electric school in Chicago. He did fine, but for lack of means had to come home before finishing. He was married to Helen Stringham in 1938. He was just a boy and had a hard struggle. He is now one of the top men in the supply depot in Ogden, and we are proud of his position and family. Donald Douglas graduated from high school and seminary May 1937. He was our outstanding athlete. I loved to watch him play basketball. In fact, whatever he did it well. His greatest desire was to go on a mission, and after he left school, he began to plan for that. He first took a correspondence course in electricity with 6 weeks finishing work at Chicago. Then he and DeMar went into the mining business, and he put away nearly enough money to finish his mission. On the 18th of January, 1940, he went to the northwestern states. He filled an honorable and fine mission, returned home the 24th of January, 1942. On the 11th of February, 1942, he was married to Elizabeth Walker, who has stood by him true and faithfully in everything he has been called to do. He was called into the service on the 27th of June, 1942. On his release from the service, he decided to go to school, so with his little family, they now had 2 sons, he moved to Provo, Utah, and started to school. He finished a 4-year course and graduated in the business field. During this time, he worked on the side to help with expenses. They added to their family another son. He now has a good position and is working in the church. They are a happy family. Roan Chadwick, we call him Chad, our last and a fine son, was graduated May 1939. He was the last to leave us, and as soon as he graduated went to work with Donald and DeMar. He too wanted a mission and was willing to save for it. He helped Donald on the last part of his mission and also put away enough to take himself through. He left for his mission April 1941 and went to the California mission. Most of his time was spent around Klamath Falls, Oregon. He filled a faithful mission and returned home in July 1943. July 29, 1943, he was married in the Logan Temple to Lois Deanne Caldwell, a fine, true, and faithful girl. Chad was inducted into the service September 29, 1943, and left the service the 29th of January, 1946. He then returned to Klamath Falls, Oregon, and began to farm. They have 3 children and are very happy. Bessie was still teaching school in Salt Lake City, and on the 22nd of September 1945 she was married to Noel M. Scroggins. He has been a real son to us. Now in 1954 she is still teaching, and Noel will graduate from the University of Utah with a master's degree in 1955. Frank, Sr. remained in office for 12 years with a large majority vote, which he surely appreciated. They wanted him to run again, but he decided, because of his age and because he was getting hard of hearing, that he would refrain. He had done his best to serve the people, and they had showed their appreciation for his service by the way they had voted for him. My health wasn't good in Vernal, so we decided to move to Draper, Utah, and raise chickens. Then I could work in the temple. We began to look for ads, and one morning on the 5th of January, we thought we had found what we wanted. We showed the ad to Jenny, and she acted at once, called the real estate agent on the phone, and brought us out. On the 8th, we were on our way. Lou, my brother, and his wife, and Jenny came with us to see the place. We all felt that it was the very place for us. In the heart of Draper, the ad had said, and it surely was. We were 15 miles from Salt Lake City, across the road from the Latter-day Saint Church, 2 blocks from a store and a doctor, 3 blocks from the largest chicken plant in the West. The lot was large enough for a garden and a chicken coop. There was a nice yard with lovely, large shade trees, but best of all, it was centrally located so that any of the family going to and fro from the city could stop and see us. Lou engineered the deal, and in 2 hours the home was ours with a down payment made and a date set for us to move in on the 15th of February, 1947. There was our vernal home to sell, and this was quite a trying time with people coming and going through the house. On the 17th of January, we sold our little home. I loved that little home, and will remember it with many fond memories. The girls gave us 2 lovely parties, one at Virginia's and one with Jenny. All the family and relatives were there. We had a good time, and I shall always remember them. As we had a few days before the 15th, we decided to visit those in Ogden and Brigham. Frank came from Ogden to take us up to save us the long bus ride. We surely appreciated it. He then took us to Brigham, and on the 15th of February, after we had had a lovely visit with Mary and family, he came for us again. He then took us to Draper, to our new home, and we hoped the last one we would ever need. We found Dorothy and Louise busy hard at work. Frank never left until everything was straightened and in order. We knew how we appreciated what he had done for us. We have found that our children never forget us. How thankful we are for all of them. Dorothy and Louise worked hard all day. The next day, Nola, bless her heart, came to help me finish up. We started a new life in a new home and new people. We were all built up to raise chickens, but we found everything so high that it looked impossible to build us a coop. Chickens also were high. Tommy Hall, a neighbor from Vernal, told us about rabbits and how much could be made. We finally decided to try, so on March 31st we made our big mistake by ordering 4 does from Mr. Hansen at $50 apiece. Think of it. Our hopes were high, and we were happy. We rented a hutch from our neighbor and spent $50 to fix it up. When Mr. Hansen brought us the rabbits, we were delighted. They were beautiful, large does, except one. I named them all, In 6 weeks they were to have little ones. How we looked forward to that day. It came, and a hot spell of weather with it. 2 of the does died, and 2 others failed to kindle. This was a hard start, but we still had 2. Sarah, the small doe, and Greta, one of the large ones. We got them out of the hothouse, made our neighbor a present of what we had done. Then we tried again. Sarah had 7 rabbits, and Greta had 2. This was our brave start with rabbits. Everyone was good to us and tried to help. Lou gave us enough to buy 2 more does. We got a buck, and then Reginald gave us enough to get a hutch, so we were off again. I loved the rabbits and could spend hours watching the little ones. Our hopes went up and down, generally down, when we took them to market, for they generally found something wrong. And in the place of getting $50, we got $2.50. We didn't give up, for we loved the rabbits. I had them all named and kept their records. We sold enough to pay for their feed, so we kept hoping. Lou built us a better hutch, but that didn't help the market. It went way down, and Hanson, to save himself, had to help those who traded with him. One day we got a chance to trade rabbits for chickens, and we were glad to do so. This ended our first efforts. We put the chickens in the rabbits' pen, and I turned them all over to my husband. I took a big interest in the rabbits, and it hurt me to see them go, but I let him have the chickens, and I took care of the eggs. Now I must tell you just what Draper had done for us. When we came to Draper, I was a wreck. I was hardly able to walk, rheumatism, hay fever, asthma, and gallbladder trouble. From the day I got there, my health started to improve. My hay fever and rheumatism left, and my asthma got better. I was soon doing my own work and helping with the flowers. We planted strawberries, raspberries, and some fruit trees. Frank put in a deep garden. We loved our little home and dreamed of being self-supporting. Our neighbors were good to us and are fine people. I went to church and soon began to feel acquainted. As my health improved, my interest in life grew and my hopes of doing things again. Frank, too, was happy, and I loved to see him at work. He got stronger, and we planned and dreamed together. I wrote a little poem I will put in here that explains how we felt about Draper. Our home in Draper. As I sit and watch my husband working out in the yard, cutting grass and planting roses, stepping around without a word, I know that he is happy, for it is beaming on his face. And that makes me happy, and I thank God for this place. It has brought us joy and sunshine, something to live for in old age, something to work and dream for, and it helps to turn our last page, pages of life and struggle, pages of joy and pain, pages of hoping and living. We feel that to us it's all gain. This morning we washed our dishes, then went to the rabbit pen. They always make us happy. They are so white and grand. And then we took a walk around the garden, set out some flowers to grow, dug up some weeds and bushes that are to the flowers a foe. We sit and consult quite often as to how to do this and that. We laugh and joke and we're happy. Though 70, who cares for that? The children are all so considerate, and they surely treat us fine. We'll leave them a beautiful little spot to remember us through all time. Old age is not to be dreaded if you can meet it as he and I. If your hearts are filled with love, there is nothing to make you cry. May God ever bless this little spot with joy and peace and love, that all who ever enters here will be thankful to God above. I soon started going to the temple. This was truly a dream come true, one that I had thought would never be realized, and Frank was as happy as I to see me go. I had a neighbor who went to the city every day for his work, and we would stop and pick me up. I had a desire to help Jenny with my way around. On one of her visits, she took me to the archives and showed me my way around. It was all strange to me, but I soon got into the work and went quite often. I felt quite happy to feel that I was helping with that great work. I finally decided to realize other dream, to help with the ceiling in the temple, to have the privilege of helping to unite wives and husbands together for all eternity. So I took the records of those whose work I had completed and helped to seal them together, fathers, mothers, and children. It was a thrill for me that I will never forget, and I thank the Lord that I was permitted to enter his holy house and partake of his blessings. I have continued to work when I felt that I could until the summer of 1952. I haven't been very well, but I hope to go on again. The children and grandchildren came to see us quite often, and friends from Vernal called. This made us happy, and we were always proud to show them our home. Daddy had a grand garden, and the rabbits were always interesting. Once in a while, the children would stay all night, and that was a real treat. Along in July of 1947, we had our first real trouble. Daddy got up with a stiff neck, one of his old spells. For 2 days we got along. I tended the rabbits. He kept getting worse. I got worried and called Bessie and Frank. It wasn't long until they were here. The doctor came. Bessie stayed all night, and I was grateful to have her here. We sure had a time getting him down. The next day he was better, and Bessie went home. The doctor told him it was neuritis and to take care of the back of his neck, especially in the winter. I think he has only had one slight spell since then. At one time he had a real time with shingles. We had planned a trip to see the folks in Ogden, and he got up in terrible pain and his side all broken out. We called Frank and told him we couldn't go. He got worse and worse. We thought of everything. We finally called the doctor, and he said it was shingles. That was a terrible experience for us both, him to suffer and me to watch him. He did very little sleeping. There was nothing I could do for him but keep the coffee pot boiling. For 6 weeks he walked the floor and drank coffee. Later on, in 1949, he went with Roland Rigby and the children up Tympanos. Mary and I stayed to visit. It was just too much for a man 77 years old. He seemed all right that night and ate a good supper, but next morning he didn't want anything to eat. After Mary and Roland were gone, I asked him what was the matter. He said he was ill, and he really was. He didn't seem to want anything, so I went on with my work. We were looking for Frank and Helen, Bessie, and Noel the next day, and I was preparing chickens. I was very busy when he went into the bathroom. He came out and passed behind my chair. Then suddenly he called me. I dropped my chicken and found him collapsed over the stove. I eased him onto the floor and called for help. I thought he was gone. The neighbor got him onto the bed and he began to come to. I was truly frightened. The next day the folks came, but he didn't eat much of a big dinner. I told him Mary was worried about LeVar. He said, I was worried about LeVar for a while, but soon quit, and began to worry about LeVar's grandpa. That is the last hike he has taken, and he has no desire to take any more. For 6 years, with the exception of a few colds and a little flu, he had had little sickness. As for me, I have had a few spells of flu, but on the whole I have been so much better than I was before I came to Draper that life has seemed sweet. I had one spell with asthma and gallbladder trouble and a knee that kept slipping out. A year ago, in 1951, my knee completely went out, and I was really down, so my granddaughter, Louise Newby, with the backing of Bessie and Jenny, took me to the hospital to Dr. Lamb. He took charge of my knee. While there, I decided to have a checkup. Dr. Peltzer, a young doctor, came in to give me that. He discovered my gallbladder was full of stones. No wonder I was never well for years, had been suffering with pains, and couldn't find anything I could eat. He suggested that I have it taken out. I had to first convert my husband, which was no small job, but with the help of all the children, he gave his consent. On November 16, 1951, I again went to the hospital. The next morning at 7 a.m., my bed was surrounded with children, my brother Lou and Otis. Reginald had flown in. I hadn't seen him for some time. Jenny and Clara came from Vernal, Bessie and Noel from Ogden and Louise. How grand it seemed to hold my husband's hand as Clara offered up a prayer for me. There is no use to tell you that it all gave me a thrill I can never forget. That, with the grand blessing Donald and his bishop gave me the night before, strengthened my faith until I had no fear of the results. I knew that God's Spirit was there, and if it was right for me to get well, I would. I was happy, and felt that everyone felt the way I got along fine, and made many friends. Newell brought Daddy to see me every day, and the children were grand to me. Bessie kept me looking like a lady. Reginald hired me a special nurse. I received grand letters from all the children. My friends were all praying for me. How could I do anything but get well? I loved everyone. The girls who waited on me I learned to love, and also my doctors. In 2 weeks, Noel, Mary, and Frank Sr. brought me home. Bless their hearts. How would we ever live without Noel and Bessie forever ready to care for us? Jenny came that night from Vernal and stayed a week taking care of me. What a grand week it was for Daddy and me. My pain and misery was all forgotten with the love and joy I received from others. The one bad memory that I have was when I realized how Daddy had suffered. But when it was all over, was a joy it was to me to be able to sit up to the table and eat a meal without fear and trembling. Daddy, too, was thankful. Life has been worth more to me. The asthma is bad, but as long as I can eat, I don't feel to complain, and when I look at the large stones that were removed, I thank the Lord they are gone. The nurses all came in to tell me goodbye. The flowers I had received were beautiful. This covers our illness with the exception of a few minor things. I believe now I will tell you about the real thing that happened, of which the memory will last for all time. In the year 1948, the children began to talk of celebrating our golden wedding. We had dreamed of it quite a lot during the years that we raised our family. Still, as the time drew near and the children scattered, I felt that it would be asking too much, as none of them were well off. Daddy's heart was set on that day, and the children joined him. So plans were made, and word sent to all of the children. Wright and Marjorie, Howard and Elna, Chad and Lois were all in Oregon, Virginia and Belden in Wyoming, Floyd and Dorothy in Cedar City, Reginald and Laura in Reno, Mary and Roland in Brigham City, Bessie and Noel, Frank and Helen in Ogden, Donald and Elizabeth, Dorothy and Damar in Provo, Clara and Ronald, Jenny and Otis in Vernal. Several of my grandchildren were married, but came from different parts, and on the 3rd of October, 1948, they began to come in from the north, south, east, and west. We met in Draper Park. It was a lovely day and a grand day for us to see so many together and to see them enjoy each other. The children were all sizes, but men, women, and children joined in the ball game while Daddy and I kept the score and watched. When the picnic was over, they prepared for the program. Every child took part. Brother Don B. Colton, with his wife, honored us at the program. We were presented with many gifts, and when I stood up to thank them all, my heart was filled, and a thrill filled my being, for there before me was a large number of my old friends. Where had they come from, friends of my youth that we hadn't seen for 30 years? I could hardly talk, and the pleasure and joy we had after the program meeting and shaking hands with those friends of long ago cannot be described. How the girls fed and took care of all that crowd I will never know. Some of them brought their bedding and the yard was covered with beds. Some of them got cabins. They all had a merry time that night. Next day we held a meeting for the Genealogical Society of the Noel family. It was a thrill to me to stand and face that audience and realize that they were all ours, and that we were the foundation. One of my biggest joys was that the companions of our children were just as loyal and just as grand as our very own. After another big picnic where all was fed, they began to pack into the cars to start home. A few remained with us until the next day, and this ended a grand and wonderful day for us, never to be forgotten. We then went out to Vernal, where we held open house for all of our friends there, and many came in to wish us a happy anniversary. Frank, Jr. was the president of the society at this time. Newell was vice president with Bessie as secretary. They did a splendid job. Our next reunion was held at Vernal in Clara's and Ronald's home. The room was crowded, and Donald, Beth, and Clara were put in as officers. The society was now going along well, and we had hopes that it would grow into something very worthwhile. Research and personal histories were coming in, slowly perhaps, but we were happy to see them respond to our desire for a Noel organization to hold our loved ones together. In 1950, the reunion was held under the trees in our yard at Draper. There were not many that came, mostly grandchildren. They all had a good time. For me, it was a sad day, for Frank and Helen had gotten a divorce, and we felt terrible about not having her with us. Time has passed, and we now have Lou, whom we love also, and who joins in with us. We still love both girls. It seems they are all happier, and I suppose it was for the best. Donald and Beth have done a good job. Their round-robin letters come regularly, and with these the family is kept together and in touch with each other. It is a grand thing, as there are so many who think they can't write very often. The same officers were voted in for another year. Along with the genealogy work, the organization helps us with our needs. I am sure that no old couple in this world gets the consideration and love that we have gotten. The children have also been very helpful to their Uncle Edmund, who has been cared for years. He was now at the county hospital, and every week Daddy went to see him. While he was in Provo, Donald and Dorothy faithfully visited him and looked after his needs. When he first took ill in Texas, he suffered a partial stroke, and it soon affected his eyes, so that when he was brought to us in Vernal, he gradually lost his eyesight. It was then necessary for him to be placed in a hospital, as it was impossible for us to care for his condition. When we came to Draper, we had him sent to Salt Lake City, closer to us, and where Daddy could take the responsibility of visiting him and seeing to his needs. He passed away on the 9th of June, 1951, and we laid him to rest in the Vernal Cemetery. Donald spoke at his funeral. He was a fine man and lived a good life, was clean inside and out. His principles were of the highest, and all future relatives have no reason to be anything but proud of their Uncle Edmund. The reunion of 1951 was held in September here at Draper, and our house was filled to overflowing. We found the grandchildren were up and adding to the growth of the society. The children were the officers again, and it was good. Howard and Joan were the only ones from far away. In this meeting, they released Donald, Clara, and Elizabeth, and voted in Wright, Howard, and Marjorie. Donald in turn advised them not to get discouraged when they never received answers to their letters. Wright and Marjorie were not there, but Howard took the word to them. They accepted and did a very fine job. The reunion of 1952 and the others up to date were also held in Draper. Our little apartment once more held them all for the meeting. Wright and family were all that came from a distance. The grandchildren have grown up. Some of them have babies, and when we get together we make a real crowd. We are proud of them all. They had a picnic on the lawn, and the meeting was held in the house. They released Marjorie from office, for she had started to work and would not have time. The others were reinstated as officers, and Wright was chosen as secretary. After the meeting, they had a big ball game that was fine to watch. It took them all in, and everyone was happy, especially Daddy and I, who were the fans and kept the tally. At every reunion, we decide that it is grand to have a large family. After the game, they began to leave. Night found us with only Wright and family. They left us the next day, but we had had a grand visit with them. Marjorie and her helpers cleaned, trimmed, and fixed up my little kitchen. It is a real pleasure to work in it, and keeps me thinking of her and the children. They are a grand little family with a spirit of love and consideration for each other. Everyone had had a good time, and we felt that it had been a perfect success. When we bought our place, the house had 3 bedrooms. We really didn't need all of this room, so decided to help with our expenses by building it into 2 apartments, one to rent. At our golden wedding, when they were all here, we laid our plans before them. Some approved, some didn't, but told us to go ahead. We got a loan from FHA and a carpenter and was going to work on the house after his regular job. It was getting along in the fall, so we moved everything we had into 2 bedrooms, and they moved in. In this life, no matter how old you are, you can get new experiences, and believe me, we had one. The man was not a carpenter. His father was, and he had helped his father work. I will leave you to guess at what Daddy and I went through. We had a hot plate for a stove, no hot water, no bathroom, and everything piled in the 2 little rooms. We rented the other side for $50 unfurnished. The rent money was to pay for the building. We experienced all that those who were opposed to our plan had said we would, and more. To make a long story short, it was finally finished, and the happy day came when we moved into our little kitchen. We were not yet satisfied, and the next year reached out again and added a porch to our own apartment. This took care of a number of things and gave us more room. In order to rent, we found we had to wire the apartment for electric stoves. We also had to get a water tank. This added to our expense, but the rent has paid for it all, and we are now getting the money to help out with our living expenses. We have had nice renters and haven't missed a day having it rented. I want to tell you about the trips we have had during these 6 years. A few days after our golden wedding, I was called to the phone. It was Clara from Vernal. She said, "Mother, We are going to Fruitland to meet Jenny, who is coming home from her mission. Would you like to go with us?" Oh, but I was happy. I hadn't been back since I left 30 years before. I said, "You bet we will go with you." She told me to be ready. They would pick us up the next day. Now it didn't take us long to get ready. The hopes of seeing our old friends and Frank's brother, Hambleton, again was a real pleasure to look forward to. The next day they were here, Ronald, Clara, and Jenny. Ronald had to have work done on his car, so we started the next morning quite early. We went through Provo to see Valerie, who was going to school, and then went on to Price to see my sister, Daphne. Our spirits were high as we sailed along, joking with one another and looking at the country. We were a happy crew. We went through Moab, then to Monticello. Here we recalled the time we stopped there 31 years before, when we had 2 cars filled with children, 2 of them babies on a bottle, 1 sick child, and the country was covered with snow. Now these same hills were covered with dry farms and well-to-do homes all along the road. The modern machinery only accented the change wrought in 31 years. That night we stopped in a motel close to Cortez. We were tired and ready to rest. We started early the next morning and soon came to Mesa Verde, where we spent some time looking at the wonderful exhibit that the government has kept and prepared for the benefit of man, so that they can see how those ancient people lived. The next place of interest was Mancos. That was where I spent my childhood. I was 5 years old when my father moved his family to Mancos, Colorado, and as we rode up to our old home, the memories of the past came rushing through my mind. It was all still there. The good old ranch, the house, the well, the barn, and the hills just beyond where I had gathered flowers in the springtime, nuts in the fall, and in the winter had trudged up with my sled to ride down. There was the little creek, Chicken Creek, that I had waded up and down in with my sister Jenny by my side. It was all so dear to me. It was not much to look at, but the memories of childhood are always dear to your heart. Jenny took my picture standing on the porch, and when I look at that picture, all the memories come rushing back. The old schoolhouse with the bell. I used to get the teacher to let me ring, still stood. Also, the store. The hill we used to climb, and everything else seemed to have grown smaller. We ate our dinner there in a new cafe and then left the place with all its memories. We went through Durango. It, too, was flooded with memories of the past. It was here that when but a girl we used to haul our apples in the fall. It was here that Mother used to work to help support us while I tried to care of the family. The first time I ever left home to hunt for work was in Durango. I went from one house to another and asked for work. One place a lady had just had a baby, and she was glad to see me. They lived just 3 blocks from the place where I was staying with a friend. I got the large sum of $2.50 a week. She had a boy, 2, and a girl, 4. It was my first experience at taking care of a tiny baby. I was worried, almost scared, but was willing to try. These days, he could have gotten up and cared for it herself within 3 days, but then they had to stay in bed 14 days. The man was gone all day, and I was responsible for her, the baby, and everything. I got used to bathing the tiny baby. I soon loved them all, and she loved me. The memory of them all is a pleasure to look back to. The morning I left, she asked me if I was a Mormon. She was glad she didn't know it before, as she said she never would have let me in the house, but she still loved me and gave me the children's pictures. It was to Durango that Frank, my brother, hauled apples for Co. when he was no larger than a boy 6 years old. It is a miracle to me now how he handled that big team, a big stallion and a big mare, but he never would give up because of his affliction. I think God sent his angels to watch over him. He demanded respect wherever he went and never gave up because of his size. Mother worked in Durango for well-off families and in hotels in order to buy our clothes, while I took care of Father and things at home. Father was laid up with rheumatism. Durango brought many past memories to me. Every landmark had its memories as we hurried along through the little towns I had known long ago. We reached Fruitland early and went to Hambleton's home, Frank's brother. It was a happy meeting for us all, especially Jenny and Jenny, who was there on her road home from her mission. Jenny is a grand girl with a grand, happy spirit. She added a lot to our merry crowd and helped to make our trip more of a success. We are all proud of Jenny. She enjoyed knowing her relatives. Frank and Hambleton were so happy to meet again. Word got around among our old friends that we were there, and they soon began to come in. The next day was Sunday, and we went to Farmington to see some old friends there. Many of them we hadn't seen in 31 years. It was a feeling of joy and yet sadness to hold out your hand and look each other in the face, searching for expressions of the long ago. It is really sad what time does to you, time that is filled with trouble, cares, and pain, along with the pleasures you get in raising a family and living. All of old crowd that was left met at Sadie Dustin's, that afternoon, and surely enjoyed being together. A very short time after that day, 2 more of our crowd passed away. We had to move on, so started across the reservation. The wind began to blow and the sand to fly. This was a typical day for the desert and reminded us of the days spent among the Indians. Clara and Jenny wanted to see the place where they used to play, so we went to see the trading post of Sanosti. It had been burned, and a new building, much smaller, stood in its place, but they enjoyed hunting up all the old landmarks. We visited with Edmund Noel, Hambleton's oldest son, and he showed us many interesting things that had been preserved of the old Indian relics. We met his wife and their little family of girls. We then went to Keams Canyon, where his sister Betty and her family lived. She had married Clint McGee, and they ran a trading post here among the Indians. We spent a very interesting evening in their home. Ronald paid an Indian squaw 50 cents to let him have his picture taken with her. When he went into the store, he walked over to examine a pile of blankets. Suddenly, the top one moved, and he found that he not only was looking at a blanket worn by an Indian squaw, but that he was standing on her foot also. We laugh yet when we think of his profuse apologies, none of which she understood. We finally started for the Grand Canyon. The roads were anything but good. Just as we neared our stopping place, a tire blew out, so we were late getting there. When we did, it was really beautiful. We all cleaned up and came down for supper. The dining room seemed almost a town. In all parts, it were places to sell everything you could think of, and tables as far as you could see. After spending some time in looking around and getting a grand meal, we went to our room and left the younger people. Next morning early, we were up to see the sun come up on the canyon with all its beautiful colors. The car had 2 flat tires, so we had to wait longer than we had planned, and spent a half day walking along the rim of the canyon. Each moment made the sight seem more beautiful. We left about noon feeling that we had been well paid, for we had things to think and talk about the rest of our lives. We had another treat when we saw the Hoover Dam, for here was a wonder made by man. We compared it with the wonders of nature that we had enjoyed. If we spent some time there taking a trip down to the bottom of the dam, if man in his infinite creation can produce such wonders, then how can we doubt God and his infinite power? That night we stayed with Floyd, saw the St. George Temple, and spent a happy time with Floyd, Dorothy, and their family. As we journeyed on the next morning, we passed one little town after another. We would discuss the history and tell the things we had heard of each place. We came through Mona, the little town where I was born. So I house had long since been destroyed, but the town was still there. So I had the pleasure on that trip of seeing all the places and homes that had played a part in my life. We reached Draper, and were back to the little home of our old age after a wonderful trip. Ronald told us it was just a continuation of our golden wedding. It was grand for them to take us, but they are grand people. We were a merry crowd, and picking up Jenny added a lot to our happy times. Ronald is fine to travel with. He is never in a hurry nor peeved about little things that come up. There is another trip that meant a good deal to us that we will have to thank Nola for. Uncle Edmund passed away the latter part of June, and it left a lonely feeling in our hearts. Naturally, Frank wanted to see his other brothers. Donald Danes had just left for Japan. Nola, too, had an empty spot, so she decided to travel, I think, and the farther she could go seemed the better for her. One day she told us that if we would like to go and see Hambleton in Fruitland to be ready, she was going that direction. She would take us, but we would have to come back on the bus. We agreed. About the 1st of August, 1951, we went to Ogden for a little visit, and on up to Brigham City to see Mary and Roland, and were there a few days when on Saturday Nola arrived, ready to start on her trip. She brought us to Draper that night, and Sunday morning, bright and early, she was there and ready to start. We were off and aimed to reach Fruitland that night. At Moab, she had to get some work done on her car, but with that exception, we had no trouble. Hambleton and Eva were surprised to see us, but it wasn't long until they had us a dandy meal. We were tired and glad to get it. We spent many happy hours talking and visiting. The next day, Eva was going to Farmington, so took me to a gathering where I was met by many friends. There was no one who knew me, except Sadie. They were mostly my old friends' children, but they all treated me grand, and we talked of their parents. That night I went with Sadie and spent a day with her, and we met several old friends. Eva came for me that night, and there was quite a crowd gathered at Hambleton's home to welcome us and talk of old times. It seemed grand to see Cyril, H., Villa, Frank and I were the best of friends in our younger days. Frank and Hambleton had a wonderful visit. Frank never left Hamp's side, at his chores and at his work, for about 3 days. Eva took us to see our old home and all the old landmarks. Fruitland had changed a lot. Most of the people who lived there then had moved to Farmington. We went to visit our little grave, also my brother's and his children. Eva and Hamp had had it fixed up. How grateful we were to them. The last time we were there it was in bad shape, also the cemetery. It all looked good now. After Frank had a good visit with Hambleton, had met all his old friends, and had seen the places of interest, he was ready to go home. But I wasn't, so I stayed and came with them. After he left, I really went places with lots of friends, hunted up some of long ago, and went to church to meet Party, and gave me a set of dishes like Sadie's. I just can't describe what this meant to me, and how it filled my heart with love of them all. They were mostly children of my old friends that had passed on to their heavenly home. We took a picture of the 4 of us that were left of the old crowd. The next Wednesday I started home. It was very early, but pleasant to ride. Brother McGee took Sister Brimhall and me in his car. They were kind to us. After lunch I rode with Betty, and I had a lovely visit with her that I will always appreciate, or it may be the last I ever have. She is a sweet, grand girl, and is doing a wonderful work in the church. We reached Draper early, and I was tired and glad to get home, but will never forget my visit to Fruitland. Let me thank Nola again for giving us this treat. Our Christmases are not to be forgotten. They could have been lonely here alone, away from all our children and grandchildren. Bessie and Nuyel saw to it that every year since we came to Draper, they were here with their gifts to put under our little tree, and we enjoyed Santa Claus together. Frank was with us in 1950 and tried so hard to be merry away from his little boys. But in 1952 he was here again with his wife, Lou, and baby girl, and he was a happy man. Bessie and Newell also were here, so we were a happy bunch, and had a real Christmas. Everyone was well remembered. We had a lovely tree and afterwards a lovely dinner. Then Otis, Jenny, and all their family, except Jenny, came over, and we were happy to see them. Donald with his flock came bouncing in, making a house full of happy spirits and a real Christmas for us. Night came and all were gone, but we were not lonely anymore. We have always felt that God directed us to Draper for so many reasons. Our health has been so much better, and being located on the road to Salt Lake, it has been easy for family and friends to stop and call for a few minutes. Louise and Nola, living in Salt Lake, have added so much to our happiness. They have been so sweet and good to us. They come with their cars and are always ready to do anything that might add to our comfort and happiness. Helen and the boys come out for waffles with us, and it makes us very happy to have them. I could go on and on forever and write of the kindness we have received from others, even the fine, sweet couples that have been our renters. They, too, have come into our hearts and have a special place. My neighbors, too, have all been kind to us and have a special place. When summer comes and we have a big garden, we take lots of pleasure in sharing it with all of them and feel that in a little way we can return some of their kindness to us. The church has meant so much to me, the Sunday school with Brother Kimball, my teacher, who gives the lessons with such a grand spirit, the Relief Society presidents and their counselors. How I hate to see them changed, and then the new ones are always just as grand. Everyone has been good to us, so we have been happy here. The children come and go. Their visits mean so much. Then there is Lou, my brother, and his family. I wonder if he can ever know what he and his have done in making life sweet for us. He has put chickens in our coop, rabbits in the pen, built our hutch, filled our bin with grain, and then added money besides. Most important of all is their love. May the Lord bless them as they have blessed our lives. I have tried to give a sketch of our lives in Draper in the 6 years we have lived here. This is the 6th of February, and on the 15th we will have been here 6 years. Through the love, help, and consideration of our children and loved ones, we have been contented and happy. I want now to tell you about Mr. Noel's 80th birthday. For some time he has talked of his 80th birthday, so the children decided to make it a real day for him, one to be remembered. When they asked him what he would like, he told them only a scroll that they could all sign, but he didn't want them to go to any expense. From then on, we heard nothing about the plans. The 24th of January came, and with it a house full of children and grandchildren. The day was warm, so the younger boys could play outside. They all brought picnic and lots of it. The birthday cake was beautiful. It stood 3 layers high with the number 80 standing on top. It was beautifully decorated. After the lunch was over, they stood us up behind the cake and took our picture, then presented the cake and a beautiful set of silver. In presenting it, the boys, Frank and Donald, said many grand things of their father in behalf of the whole family. He is 80, and I am 76. We have been married 54 years, and this is the first silverware we ever owned. Frank and Lou had given us a sugar and creamer, and they looked well together. Noel presented Dad with the scroll. All this filled his heart, and he wanted to talk. It pleased us, and he gave a good talk and said many things that one could well remember and pass on to their children. The little program over, they all enjoyed visiting with each other, and then one by one they left. The day ended, but we will never forget his 80th birthday. The children all deserved credit. To us, everything was perfect, and the best of all was the happy, sweet spirit that everyone had. The next day he fixed up the silver so it could be seen by all who came, and hung on the wall the beautiful scroll that Noel had made from parchment and a golden cord. It had been signed by every member of the family, who wrote their sentiments there. As others came in, who were related to us, we had them write on it until it was covered with expressions of love from all. My asthma was making me more trouble. I did everything the doctor could think of. At one time I took 75 shots to find out about what I was allergic to. It was found that I was allergic to all the foods and all pollen. So there I was. The doctor said I had to eat, so we picked out the foods least detrimental to me. He got my vaccine and we started. Every other day I would go to the office and get a shot. The sun was hot, and I often wondered if I could make the trip. There were 2 trees and the road where I would try and rest. In time I would reach my little home. This was always a little spot of heaven. The asthma got worse, and the doctor advised me to go to St. George or Mesa, Arizona. One day when it was hard for me to breathe, Jenny and Kent came by going to Parowan. Jenny insisted on my going with them that far. It rained on us most of the way. I was tired and happy to reach the children, but I was ill and a little sad about leaving my home and husband. He told me to be brave and I would get along all right, while he stayed home and tended the chickens. Floyd got me a little apartment to myself, and I started to go to the temple. My day in the temple. I entered the holy temple. Soon after it was light, and there I met my bishop waiting to steer me aright. My friends came crowding round me as happy as I to see that I still had the right and privilege, that those blessings were still for me. I passed on into the room of waiting with others my turn to come. My heart was filled with rejoicing as I saw them pass one by one. I thanked God for the privilege of helping one on the other side to enjoy this glorious privilege and seeing God besides. The quiet and peaceful spirit that we get from room to room makes this world seem like heaven. World cares are buried in a tomb. The joys and resolutions that constantly fill your heart stay with you in fighting life's battle. In fact, they never depart. If in your life you are faithful God's work to do and progress, to reach out to those less humble, to the needy and those in distress. As I knelt in the little prayer room and lifted my soul to God, for the girls and boys He gave me to guide, to cherish and love, I felt that I was talking to him who knew and loved the ones that were trusted to me, the spirits who come from above. As we climbed up the tower, I looked ahead and behind, and they looked like holy angels, so white, so clean and sublime. I thought of the dream of Jacob, climbing the ladder rung by rung. They all looked so happy and carefree, and still there was not a sound. I can't forget my day in the temple. I thank God for the glorious light. I hope and pray I can help others to enjoy and work for their right. May I never falter, is my prayer from day to day, that in the end I am worthy of the blessing God offers today. I soon made many friends. Dorothy would take me with her to meetings. She was in the Stake Relief Society and visited all the wards. I always spent Sunday with them, but I was getting lonesome for my husband and didn't fail to tell him about it. I soon found that he was getting lonely too, but couldn't leave the chickens. Time cures many troubles, and about the 1st of December, when I felt that I couldn't take it any longer, Floyd came in and told me that Daddy, Donald, and Beth would soon be here. That was the first night that I had given up and shed a few tears. Jenny, bless her heart, was bringing him to St. George. It is needless to say that it was a happy meeting, and the last time I was lonely all winter. We were in the temple apartments only a block away from the temple. We spent many happy days. After I got home from the temple, we ate our lunch, took a nap, and then a long walk. Sundays we spent at Floyd's, and those grand dinners Dorothy gave us we will never forget. The winter was so much milder that we resolved never to spend another winter in the cold. The doctor told me to leave there March 1st because of pollen, so March 1st we got a phone call from Frank that he would meet us at Grand Junction. Floyd and Dorothy took us that far. It was a lovely ride with the lovely sights, and to see Frank and Lou. Going through the mountains, seeing Floyd and the herds of deer we saw now and then were interesting. Floyd and Dorothy turned back home in the morning after we had all eaten breakfast together. We went with Frank to Pueblo, where we saw their little kids. 2 weeks we stayed with them and enjoyed every minute. One day, Frank took us to see the Royal Gorge. We took a picnic and ate among the pines out in the sunshine. We will never forget that happy day. Little Brady got hurt. We had many rides, and evenings we often played rook, the first we had played for years. All good things have to end, and one morning, bright and early, Frank and Lou took us to Denver and put us on the airplane to come home. It was our first ride in a plane, so our happy visit had a delightful ending. For 2.5 hours we sailed above the clouds. Bessie and Noel took us to our little home in Draper, but not to stay very long. Time passed, and the asthma got harder to bear. The last of June, 1955, the doctor ordered them to take me to Brighton in Big Cottonwood Canyon. I was quite low and could not walk very far. We had a little trailer our neighbor, Mr. Whitman, loaned us, and we spent many pleasant days. It was cool and refreshing. Wright came to see us while there. Jean and Sally came, with several others. One night, they brought chickens and hamburger to cook on the coals. It was one of those rainy days, and you should have seen us all trying to get in that little trailer. It was cold and the rain fell, but everyone had a good time. Frank thought it was too high, 8,000 feet, so Otis and Jenny found us a camp at Maxfield Lodge, only 5,000 feet, and moved us down on the 13th of August, my birthday. We were now closer to the children, and I was feeling better. We stayed there until the middle of September and then went home to Draper. It was getting cold, so we prepared to go back to St. George. I think we only stayed in Draper one day and night when Jenny called Donald and had him come and get us. She was so afraid of my getting asthma again. That night about 6 p.m., we left our little Draper home never to return. We stayed with Donald and Beth that night in Orem. October 1st, 1955 at 5 a.m., we were on our way. We had a lovely trip with Donald, went to see Zion's Park, and at 2:30 p.m., we were with Dorothy in St. George. They had us a nice apartment already at the Red Bluff Apartments. They were lovely people, but it was right on the highway. The big cars were passing all the time, and the dust made from those enormous wheels was terrible. It formed a cloud of dust that found its way into my apartment. At night in my sleep, I would feel that the cars were running over my head. The dust soon brought the asthma to me in earnest. We got a chance to get an apartment close by the temple and away from the dust, so we moved. The apartment was heated from the floor, and that was a new experience. Our feet, let me tell you, were never cold. Sometimes we would sit in a chair and hold them up in the air to cool off. At nights we would open all the windows and doors in December and January to get it cold enough for us to sleep. We couldn't put the heat on or turn it off. We had lovely neighbors. It was only a block and a half to the temple. In the morning, Frank would walk with me to the temple gates, and then he would take a walk while I went in. One morning, while he was on one of these walks, he noticed a trailer behind a man's home and decided to investigate. That afternoon, he took me to see it. We both liked it and thought it brave enough to inquire the price, if it was for sale. We found it was at a very low price. We soon had Floyd and Dorothy looking at it. They also liked it. It wasn't long until it was ours, and we were a happy old couple. We spent our Christmas with Floyd and family, and had a lovely Christmas with the children. Sunday we spent with them. Dorothy was always sending us a loaf of bread. Clark would bounce in often with something, or to take us over to their home. I would go to church with them while Frank read and took care of Howard. After church, Floyd generally took us for a ride. We had a lovely winter, never to be forgotten, but good things can't last forever, and about the middle of April the city decided to fix the streets up and filled our home full of dust, so once again we called Donald to come and get us. He took us to his home in Orem. We left Floyd and family fully intending to be back with them in the fall, but his boss changed him to Duchesne, so we will not have that happy dream. We stayed with Donald and Elizabeth for a month, and 1 week with Mary and Brigham. That was a happy week. Then on the 15th of May we met Donald with our trailer here in the Children and Friends. We are happy to have Otis and Jenny buy us many of our little trailer. It has meant so much to us, and they have been grand to us to bring us what we need. The few minutes we spend together just before going to bed has meant everything to us. Donald and Elizabeth have brought the children and picnic many times to brighten a few moments. Newell and Bessie have never forgotten us and are forever bringing something. Wright and family camped with us for a week, and happy nights. Otis, Junior, Velma, and Chad, Lois, Reginald, and Laura spent several Roland with their family celebrated with us here one Sunday. Marion left for California. Many others have come for a short visit. They all like our little trailer and lovely camp. Our children, relatives, and friends have just celebrated my 80th birthday. This ends my 80 years. We are now preparing to go back to St. George for the winter, but not with the happy dream that we had when we looked forward to meeting Floyd and his family. Testimony. I may live several years, and I may not. None of us know when God may see fit to call us home. So I have decided to add to the little story of my life, before it goes into print, my testimony to the truth of the gospel. As there are some of my children and some that have joined our family that don't feel just as I feel, there has been little of a religious nature pass between us. Still I feel a desire, also a duty, to at least leave behind me no doubt as to the way I feel. I know that the gospel of Jesus Christ is true, that Joseph Smith was a prophet of God, that God lives and does hear and answer prayers that are sent to him in humility, with faith and a sincere heart. I have had my prayers answered, and I have a burning testimony in my heart that I thank God for. My sincere prayer is that every one of you will have a desire to get close to your Father in heaven, that you may enjoy the blessings that His Holy Spirit can give. He can lead you into all truth. May God bless you to this end, I ask in His holy name. Amen. Mary Eliza Roberts Noel.
Note: after spending the winter in St. George, Donald took Mother and Father to California on March 4th. Here they purchased a lovely trailer and settled down to spend their remaining years. Mary and Chad and their families were near, and it seemed such a happy, perfect arrangement. Mother had been very ill in January and hadn't regained her strength, and now her old asthma trouble was bothering her. The first week in April, she was very ill. They called in physicians and a heart specialist, but to no avail, and she left us April 15th, 1957, in Costa Mesa, California. Her funeral was held in Vernal, Utah, and she rests in the family plot beside her beloved mother. Jenny Noel Weeks,